Chapter 2. Naruto, all of 6 years young, sat on his lonely swing by himself. Again, his white shirt covered in dirt and small bloodstains, scratches and marks covered his pants and shirt. He had a small bandage across his lower chin, 3 whisker marks across each cheek that symbolized what he had contained. His sun-kissed blonde hair covered his lowered face as he stared down at the dirt and bark ground. He could hear the happy mummers and congratulations being called out in the air. Naruto felt the jealousy peak at the sweet sounds of love and care being called to the other children. Naruto was staring at the ground, not daring to look at the newly graduated genin a few years ahead of himself being congratulated with hugs and kisses on their successes from happy parents. Don't look up, don't look up, don't look up. He repeated this in his mind again and again, trying to hopefully convince that what he would find if he looked up would be something that just wouldn't interest him. He thought of his favorite flavored ramen or his dreams of being Hokage. Anything that would distract him from his rising jealousy, but hearing the squeals of joy from caring mothers made him slowly and regretfully look up. Seeing a glimpse of family happiness always made Naruto's mask break, if only slightly and unnoticed. It was just seeing something his dreams only thought of. He chuckled at the thought. He always screams at the top of his lungs that he would be Hokage. You would think that he dreamt about that goal one of these days. Not once. Always he dreamt of a happy, carefree day with his father and mother. Knowing that they would protect them from anything, from the villagers, from the nightmares, he amused himself with the thought of a younger sibling. Someone who he could teach about what he knew, someone who would look up to him. But the more he thought of it, he wouldn't be able to share them. It was selfish, he knew, but he didn't care. Naruto amused himself of the thought that the fourth Hokage was his father. You know, the hair, the eyes, funny, someone like him being related to him. He was lucky enough to be in this village that once was guarded by the legend himself. And the thought of just being known by him, let alone related, would be a dream. Yeah, right. The village pariah and the village hero being in the same family. Heck, if they lived on the same street, as he would be beaten down for mere thought. He would be honored if he glanced his way once. Oh well, dreams are what they are, dreams. But for now he would stare teary eyes at the sight. He would give up his dream of Hokage for any day. He noticed that one of the elderly family members of the passing genin saw him and was giving him a dark glare. Several other people caught on to what the man was staring at and joined in. The previous sounds of laughter and congratulations and the feel of happiness was quickly changed silence, and the feel of hate directly aimed at one Naruto. Everyone there felt it was justified to just blame him. He held the QB that obviously meant he was the demon. While everyone was there, their children noticed the silence and saw that most of them were staring at that loudmouth dead last. Some of them even joined in to the glares their family sent Naruto, thinking best of their parents' wisdom. Naruto felt the familiar feel of rejection and loneliness. He should have known better, to look up like that thinking he could join in their happiness. Stupid, just stupid. Naruto continued his staring contest with the ground, while hanging on his lonely swing, still feeling their stares, almost stinging his back. If he looked hard enough, he might have seen his sensei, smiling evilly, seeing all that just unfolded in front of him. A plan formed in his mind. The more he thought of it, the more it seemed to work. It was just too easy. Several hours later, the sun was setting, almost ending this dreadful day. Mizuki walked slowly and with efficiency of a low chunin rank. He walked up to the lifeless Naruto, not surprised with the fact he didn't notice him. Actually, if he didn't have a goal that involved him taking most of the heat, he could just take the damn demon out right now. No, not now. Be patient, he said to himself. Hello, Naruto. Why so sad, he said with an all-too-cheery voice. Oh, nothing, sensei, it's just, I failed that damn clone technique exam. Man, it's killing me. I'm meant to be Hokage. Soon I should be able to do this, he said, covering for his actual sadness, although happy someone decided to talk to him. You know, Naruto, have you considered the alternate way to the clone technique, something the Hokage uses himself? But before I teach it to you, I need some sort of test, he said in a knowledgeable tone. Alternative. Naruto knew what this meant, of course, but the Naruto the world knew wouldn't have. Mizuki sighed in contained frustration. Knowing of Naruto's reputation, he should stick to simpler, smaller words. A different way to do the clone technique, something the Hokage uses himself. But before I teach it to you, I need some sort of test, he said evilly. All you need to know is, several hours later, Naruto was somewhere deep in Konoha's forest. Not really knowing where he was a part of the test as Mizuki, something about adjusting to your surrounding, as Sensei put it. He looked around with a fox-like grin, seeing the usual sight of tall oak trees and heavy rain forest covering the surrounding area. Naruto was looking through the secret scroll of Konoha, again, quickly looking at things that just didn't seem appealing to him. That shadow clone technique was easier than he anticipated. All that was needed was a different hand sign and an easier amount of chakra to give out, meaning a lot more, and a few hundred appeared like nothing to Naruto. He thought the more jutsus he learned, he might advance all the way to Hokage. But there's so many boring ones. Yamanaka clan jutsus, puff. Nara clan jutsus, weak. Hyuga clan jutsus, weird eyes. Uchiha clan jutsus, anything connected to the team, made him sick except for Sakura. Uzumaki clan jutsus. A burr. Naruto stopped faster than he thought he could. He stared at the name just to reassure himself that his bad reading skills didn't make him mistake it for something else. In deep, bold black ink, it was unmistakable. This was no typo. It was no joke. It was real. Uzumaki clan. Clan, I'm sure means family. He has a family. He was part of family. The mere thought of a belonging to a family was invigorating. It made the already excited blonde ecstatic. He found there was 3 available jutsus, he read. Uzumaki, Great Opening, Uzumaki Wind Release, Wind Cutter, Uzumaki Wind Release, Drilling Air Bullet Technique. He saw the first one and immediately read the instructions. He'll see the effects soon. He read the hand signs, reread it again and again, saying in a song voice, anything to get this complicated technique down his head. This, to Naruto, was the hardest part. Experience Nin said it was the chakra experience and doing the head signs without any mistakes, but to Naruto, remembering the hand signs was most difficult. Usually he just forced the chakra into the technique, and that worked well with that shadow clone technique. Eventually Naruto got the hand signs down, not to an art form, but acceptable to his self-teaching standards. He moved his hands slowly, getting used to this interesting formation of seals and hand signs. He learned from a shadow clone technique that if you practice the seals and don't put in any chakra, you tire less. Soon he finished the hand signs and was preparing to place in as much of his chakra as he could. He performed the hand signs, but he concentrated on the chakra he was molding. He was pulling all he could muster. He was going to pass this test with flying colors. He knew that before he let out this jutsu. Uzumaki, Great Opening Jutsu. He screamed a bit more loudly than he would have preferred, but the feeling of accomplishment soon overcame him. Seeing the result come alive in front of him was surprising. He was expecting the whole forest to go off in flames or something under the lines of cool, but instead his skin started to illuminate, first a little glow-like effect, which soon turned to a fully blinding light. He closed his eyes in pain and surprise, but the light was so bright, it went through his eyelids. He moved his hands to cover his eyes, but it just made it worse. The longer the jutsu, when it seemed to get stronger and more painful, the light could be seen from anywhere. Minutes passed, and it showed no mercy. He was going to have to endure the painful experience of this jutsu. He must have made a mistake. He didn't do the hand signs right, or that he didn't put enough chakra in. He didn't know, but he desperately needed to. He wanted to get this down for his family's honor. Realizing he was out of chakra, he fell face first in the now bare dirt patch, in a surrounding forest of full soft grass. His luck. Couldn't even get that one jutsu down. His own clan technique. He was no Hokage. He didn't deserve his family name. With Hokage, he never felt so old before. He was staring out to the city, hoping and praying for Naruto's quick return, praying for him to be unharmed, knowing full well the intentions of most of his shinobi. if they saw him outside the village walls, unprotected by his hidden ANBU escort and under the watchful sight of the third. Then he felt it. A massive chakra pulse, incredible for anyone other than himself. He worried, wondering if this had to do with his second grandson. Chakra that's strong and potent must come from the fox. The sight of that light brought a feeling of astonishment. He knew he had chakra pools of an ANBU, but this, incredible, he then realized the effects this would have on others. He showed the reason to being a Kage-level ninja and ran with chakra-enhanced legs. With Mizuki, he was worried that the light would attract someone, but he needed this. To get stronger, he needed the feeling of being a superior to all. He would kill that brat too. He had no use for him. If anything, if he got caught, he would be just released if the masses found out he murdered the fox. The thought of the powerful scroll soon to be in his hands made him shiver in excitement. Something about being the stronger, more superior ninja always excited him. And then he has this scroll with so many forbidden techniques, his thoughts drifted back to the light. He would have to hurry. He was strong, but an ANBU could put him in his place any day. He could always kill the brat and offer him as peace sakes. He smirked. This brat was useful even when he was soon to be dead. Naruto, Mizuki called out softly. As sensei, I passed, I did everything USAID, he said, weakly being drained from his chakra, coughing up fits, but by pure willpower alone, he was awake trying desperately to ignore the screaming of pain from his muscles. Naruto, do you want to know why everyone hates you? Mizuki said slowly, trying to get ready to memorize the facial expressions he was about to see, knowing full well they'll be memorable ones. Naruto wasn't expecting this question. This question had been stuck in his mind since as far back as he could remember. His muscles screamed at Naruto to close his eyes and take a small rest, but Naruto had to know. He had to. Sensei, he said, trying to say words that could explain how much he wanted to know. He rose to his feet, straining and groaning on his way. He limped 4 feet closer to Mizuki. He fell over and was on his knees, and hands looking up with tears rolling down his eyes. This was the first time he had cried in over 3. Please, he said in a whisper. Mizuki didn't answer, loving the way he was sniveling at his feet, begging. Please, he said, shouting. He tries to get up again, but fell to his face, crying desperately, wanting to know why he wouldn't answer him. Mizuki couldn't play around anymore. He wanted. No needed to see the look of horror and shock displayed across his face. You hold the demon Kyubi no Yoko, the killer of thousands. Mizuki was right. The look of horror and realization displayed across his face was memorable, but he wanted more. That's why no one loves you. That's why everyone ignores you. That's why they call you demon. You killed your own parents. You called thousands of families, children, women, innocent civilians. You killed them all, he said. To him, it felt like he was just twisting the kunai deeper, opening the wound wider. And he relished in the feeling. Mizuki went for his large weapon. Naruto's body went stiff, his arms to his side, his back on the grass, staring at the beautiful night, not bothering to move. He felt nothing. He wouldn't ask for mercy, not bothering to ask for a quick death. He deserved a slow, painful death. He was a demon, and a demon deserves no less. Mizuki had his fun. He unhooked his giant shuriken and got in a throwing position. Let me finish you, demon, he said, smirking. Naruto didn't move when he heard him say this. He didn't move when he heard the shuriken fly loose in the air. The only thing he noticed was that he broke his first ever nindo. Never cry. Mizuki saw that death was near for the demon, until a simple kunai stopped it in its tracks. He saw the third Hokage, seething, feeling the killing intention, made him feel like he needed to end this. He reached around, trying to end his life. The third threw a kunai, aimed for his jugular. He wanted him to bleed. When the third removed the ki, and Mizuki started to think rationally, realizing he didn't want to die, he tried to avoid the kunai, but he was too late. Mizuki fell to the ground a meter away from the secret scroll, blood flowing freely from his open neck. But he needed his power. He crawled with all his might and reached for the scroll, but he died before touching the scroll. The third moved to Naruto's side from a distance. He could hear mumbling, The closer he got, the more he could understand, and the sadder he got. That's why. That's why. Everyone hates me, he said with a sad expression on his face. He moved to his side. He was going to comfort him, but his now life-filled eyes were dead. It startled and scared him. He picked him up with the tears falling down his cheeks. Somewhere unknown. The elderly man felt a stinging pain coming from his tattoo. He stared at the color and concentrated on how it felt. The deep orange glow that did not fade but glowed. He didn't know how or what was happening, but the tattoo only reacts to one thing. Boy, he screamed out. A young servant came to his call. Yes, Kinji-sama, he asked politely, with a bowed head, nothing but respect for a person such as him. Send for the council. A meeting in 10 minutes. Anyone late will be severely punished. He damned his unreliable and aging counsel. This was important. Very important. This was his grandson. Chapter 2. Another day as Naruto Uzumaki. 1 month later, a man showing his age proudly with his long white hair reaching to his far back, long goatee, deep green eyes and tanned wrinkled skin, an arm-long samurai kanata, and wearing a white and blue version of the Hokage uniform, without the hat. Kinji Uzumaki, one of the greatest Uzumakis since their birth in Whirlpool Country centuries ago. Konoha always thought they were the best, being the largest country, having the most bloodlines, winning the most wars, complete arrogance. Whirlpool was a small country, so they assume we were weak in numbers. We have very few bloodlines, so they assume we have no great ninja. Oh, how wrong they are, my friend. He respected Sarutobi the most, but as of now, only as a ninja and a ninja only. He personally fought the Sannin and wasn't that impressed. He wasn't impressed by the fact that they took on Hanzo by themselves. He wasn't that strong, a Kage yes, but a legend like Kinji or Hiruzen, definitely not. Only that Jiraiya stood out to him, sure that Pale One was gifted, and that Tsunade was definitely the most gifted healer he has ever seen. And as soon as his diplomats heard of her suggestion of a healer in every squad, they were the first to take on this new procedure. It was just something about those sage powers that made him a force to be reckoned with. But their teamwork was impressive, nothing compared to that Inocho Shika team. He found them mostly underrated being compared to the Sannin. He heard about that Uchiha genius. Nothing special. A person who doesn't work for his greatness doesn't deserve greatness. Stealing jutsus by a mere glance. The thought sickens him. The one person that he respected as a person and a ninja was the legendary white Fong Sakumo Hatake. He believed in comrades before the mission. A Nindo he took to his unfortunate suicide. Damn that village, forcing him into depression. And then there was the fourth Hokage. He always opposed his daughter's relationship with that Minato fellow. He was a pleasant man and a decent fighter. Sure, he could have easily taken him in his prime, but he was in his late 50s during their friendly spar. He just couldn't get over the fact he was from that country. He led it to a respectable level, if only for a small time, but still their attitude never changed after being so close to death's door. They still thought Whirlpool was weaker than themselves. That arrogant village. He wouldn't admit this to anyone, but he saw him as one of the greatest fighters he ever fought, and that is a compliment. He found him on a level of Sarutobi Hatake. He didn't have the chakra control and diverse range of justice like Sarutobi, or the athleticism and creativity of Sakumo, but he had one thing over them all: speed. That bloodline of his was spectacular. He had to forget all about his few good times here at Konoha. He knew the truth and where his best friend loyalties are. This country was a corrupt one. This will be his last visit to his soon-ending life, remembering his first meeting with the bastard at the alleyway on his way to his first Chunin exam. He remembers the years of bonding and friendship they shared, being the best man at their weddings, going together to his daughter's wedding. They were great friends, ruined by the fox. He remembered he never lied to him, and he said the same to him. And to go as far as to lie about Naruto right to his face, to his own family, that just angered him to the core. He was nearing the main gates, his personal bodyguards of 65 men, each suppressing their chakra dangerously effectively. He knew that he wasn't going to pull anything right now, But the way he saw that Hokage mountain made him feel anger at unspeakable levels, hoping at least they would be able to hold him back. On that mountain was a childhood friend that lied to him about his grandson's well-being, and right next to him was a man who said he could protect his kin from anything. He signaled for the men to get into 4 lines. They moved without question, moving silently, always holding on to their katanas, ready for anything to happen. They were soon stopped by A and BU, best count 60, all armed to the teeth. "Halt! Who are you and why are you here?" the turtle-masked man said in a demanding voice. Every single whirlpool ninja winced knowing what was about to happen. When you talk to him in any voice other than respectful, you don't want to live. He signaled for a wait and watch. "I said, old man," he said in a more aggressive tone, pulling out a kunai. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" pulling the kunai to his neck. Kenji stared hard at this young one, threatening him like he had a chance. In a blink of an eye, the kunai was on the offending ANBU's neck, and every ANBU around had a samurai kanata to their neck ready to kill at the slightest second. "You, young one, need to settle down," he said in an aged voice that just seemed too wrong after seeing what he just preformed. "Now, where is Sarutobi?" With Naruto. Naruto was bored. Naruto considered the thought of sleeping like Shikamaru, but he simply had too much energy. He looked around to see anything of interest. He saw that most of the girls were staring hearts at Sasuke. Even Sakura. What did she see in the team anyway? Just what did Sasuke have that he didn't? Naruto let out a heavy sigh. He's been catching himself doubting his feelings lately. On the subject of Sakura, he was confused. She never returned his feelings, always hit him without warning or reason, always looked at Sasuke, never once considered Naruto, without scrunching her face with disgust. He started believing that it was a petty crush, and that's it. Naruto looked at the chalkboard. He knew all about the history of the Hokage that was being presented on the board, definitely more. He could put his hand up to point out a mistake on the board discussing the Force history with Suna. But he knew he wouldn't be answered. He was ignored. Always it stung, to the point where he didn't bother, but the ramen-loving Naruto, everyone knows, wouldn't even show a small frown. Naruto looked away from the board and started doing his hand signs for his newly learnt jutsu, Uzumaki wind release, drilling air bullet. After the Mizuki incident, he was told from the Hokage that he was the jailer, not the demon. He understood, but he couldn't really trust the Hokage now. After all, he was the one that he considered family for the majority of his known life, and to find out that he once belonged to a clan from a paper that was in his office for who knows how long. He wouldn't even call him old man again. He didn't deserve it, lying to him like that. So lately he's been trying to win back his love by teaching him the rest of the jutsus that belonged to his clan. It surprised him how quickly he picked them up, but to Naruto, it seemed just natural. He mastered the jutsus in less than a month, which was incredible. It didn't matter to him how quickly it took him. He just wanted to perfect them, to see him using a jutsu not to its fullest extent. The new substitute teacher ended this class's day and bid them a happy day. Naruto moved last, trying to ignore the heavy glare that was sent his way by the new teacher. He moved through the hallways fairly quickly and sat on his lonely swing, and sat there for a while, trying not to look up and failing again. With Hokage. "Explain yourself now. Sarutobi, explain now before I do something that I might regret," he said with a firm grip on his kanata. He knew this was no simple ANBU nin. This was his former childhood friend and rival, the professor, but both he and Hiruzen knew that they were equally matched. All throughout their known lives of each other, they were equally matched. It was always their goal to outdo the other, but neither could make that leap. "Please, Kenji, don't do this. You deserve every right to be angry right now. But first you need to calm down. I can explain," said Hiruzen in a worried voice, not knowing if he could hold him back. Even in his prime, he found it near impossible to beat him in their competitive spars. He never moved. He wouldn't listen to reason. Hiruzen thought. He hated when he got into this mood. It was easier to convince the Toad King to be friends with Manda. "He is to come to my country, to my clan immediately. I'm sick of this country. It brings nothing but heartbreak to my people, said Kenji with a voice that was full of years of ordering his underlings and getting what he wanted. Now, Kenji, please, I can't do that. I dash. First, you tell me that my daughter had disappeared after her birth, and then you tell me that my grandchild had died in the middle of the sealing process, and I have to find out 7 years later that he lived through my seal, and you dare even consider denying me, he said, cutting off the third, fury growing in each of his words, and a small sweat grew in the back of the Hokage's neck. Asking the Hokage to give up Naruto felt wrong. Just like giving up his son or his grandson, he just couldn't give up a person who he considered family. I'm sorry, Kenji, he said with a quiet voice. Looking further away from Kenji, knowing what would happen. It would be like giving up my own family. I just can't betray Minato's wish, he said, finally looking directly into his eyes. Seeing the betrayed, hurt look made him budge slightly. Kenji saw that he was serious and knew that there was no moving him when he is like this. He turned away from the desk and opened the door. Before leaving, he stopped. You know what this means? He said without turning or looking in his direction. He was hesitant. He knew what this meant. Yes, he said with a small voice. So be it. He poofed into smoke, leaving a shocked Hokage. A and B, you come here now, he said in a voice that demanded for what he called for. After 5 seconds of waiting, he knew Kenji had to do with this. With Naruto. He was still on the swing feet, dangling, scraping the bare ground. His thoughts lingered back to the day he went through. Shaking his head, he moved off his swing. Sighing, he moved slowly towards his lonely apartment inside his isolated building. He moved slowly, his hands deep in his pockets, staring down at the ground. He noticed a rock thrown so slowly that he could have easily avoided it. But since to find out about the QB, he let it hit him, best to let them get it all out. He felt the sharp pain and the large throbbing feeling. Warm liquid could be felt coming down from his temple. He heard a large, hefty laugh from an overweight lady and saw a few people laughing at his expense. He sighed again. Just another day is Naruto Uzumaki. He moved a bit more quickly than he wanted to. Not that he liked being around the villagers, but being in his apartment was even worse. He entered the building with the head low. He saw no one inside. He never did. The mere thought of sharing an apartment with the demon scared away any potential customers, which the owner of the building took advantage of this by charging him 10 times more than he would any other person. By doing this, he actually made money from the one demon. Naruto reached his door to find the lock broken and his door hanging on a single hinge. He didn't want to see what was inside, but he had to. He saw tagging and graffiti covering the walls, saying words that made him sink deeper and deeper into sorrow. He moved to the next room, smelling a disgusting smell of must and urine. He noticed that all of his ramen noodles that he saved all throughout his life, using what little he had left of his money, had been ripped open and pissed on. Another hungry night, he said to himself. He knew he was going to clean that up, but after a long day like this one, he would leave it for the morning. He went into the other room to find that it had some graffiti along the walls, but not on the level that was his lounge. He saw nothing was destroyed that couldn't be repaired in the following days. He moved to the corner of his small room, moving a small mat and moving a loose floorboard. He saw what little he had, that he felt that was special to him. His frog wallet, a gift from the Hokage. He's never had more than a few dollars inside. He had a special pair of goggles he received from his sister Ayam. He reached in for his soft pillow that he hoped wasn't damaged from the recent raid. He found it unharmed and moved to his favorite corner. He got ready to sleep when he was disturbed by an unusual sound, a deep growling sound. He kept his eyes closed, not wanting to believe that this day could end like this. He felt the presence come closer. He opened his eyes slowly. Right before him, nearly on top of his body, was a large white tiger, bearing its large fangs, saliva dripping onto his orange jacket. Deep brown eyes looking deep towards his eyes, feeling the tiger, searching through his soul, looking through every wrong and right deed, seeing his body measuring him for the kill. He started sniffing him, smelling the fear reeking off of him uncontrollably. Naruto looked at it. It was easily 600 pounds and had many scars surrounding his face. Naruto saw deep into the tiger's eyes and felt himself relax. calming down by the overpowering feel of safety and loyalty. "You are definitely an Uzumaki," said the tiger. He moved off the scared boy and moved to the side. An elderly man walked up, seeing the look of disgust on the face of this man while he examined his surroundings. "Whirlpool will have no alliance with Leaf anymore. To treat one of my own like this, it is unacceptable." As he said this, Naruto was unable to process what he just heard. One of his own, what does that mean? Who is this man? "My name is Uzumaki Kenji, and I am your grandfather." Naruto was shocked to the core. Kenji smiled at Naruto. This reminded Naruto of the smile the third Hokage sent him all the time, holding years of wisdom and peace. He smiled back. This was his grandfather. Chapter 3. A legendary rivalry begins today. Naruto was entering the gates to his clan house. His clan house, he had a family, and by the looks of it, it was a large one. The clan house gates had the symbol of the white tiger of the West, plastered in a giant seal where the tiger was roaring in triumph. He stared at the large stone walls. He saw that they were being repaired by some stone workers. He could see scorch marks and kunai slashes across the walls. They looked recent by his best guess. He entered and was taken back by the amount of crowd cheering for the return of the head of the Uzumaki clan and his personal guards. Kenji put his hand out to stop the bouncing Naruto. He looked behind him and saw the men with anxious looks on their faces. He turned to face his guards, and he nodded. They all smiled and took off their hold on their blades and moved to their wives and children, hugging them with affection. Naruto seemed confused, and Kenji moved to his side and went on a knee. "Our ninja treat every mission as their last, so when they come back, we're treated well by our loved ones." Naruto never knew how dangerous a life a ninja was, but he accepted this. He wasn't sure why, but he did, and he thought of all the times he could return from a dangerous mission and being welcomed by his family, by a loving wife, and maybe even children. That thought brought a smile to the blonde's face. Naruto and Kenji entered into the small village and saw that it was far smaller than Konoha. But he didn't care. He looked from side to side, seeing nothing but markets selling exotic fruits and vegetables to selling expensive metals and ninja weaponry, some that even Naruto hadn't seen before. On top of these stores were apartments. He could tell by the laundry hanging from lines attached to other buildings. He could also see strange colored birds hanging on these lines. He walked behind his grandfather's painfully slow pace. But for Naruto, he needed this extra time to know his surroundings. He saw several schools teaching various styles of the blade, kunai, and axe. He saw that there were other clans around, noticing similarities in certain people that only talked to themselves and people that seemed similar to themselves. But what caught his eye was the fact that no one was staring daggers at him. He could hear whispering behind him, but it wasn't the same whispering that would make Naruto feel like he held some sort of plague, but mere gossip on the new stranger that was following the Uzumaki. They finally reached his destination. They had been walking 5 minutes in a straight line, never turning, and he found another wall separating the village from themselves. They reached another gate that instead branded the tiger in the same roaring position, but with the swirl that Naruto had on his jacket in the background. He and his grandfather walked in side by side. They waited a second, and Kenji slowly knocked softly on the door. "Who's there?" Small slot opened to reveal an eye. Kenji didn't even speak. The eye saw who he spoke to. "Oh, sorry, sir." "Open the gates," he said in an apologetic tone, then to the familiar loud voice. The large doors opened with creaking noises. Kenji walked in with his trademark slow pace, unfazed by his surroundings. But Naruto was shocked at what he saw. He saw on one side was over 100 men fighting with wooden blades. A whole bunch of these men were dressed in red, probably 60% of the men. Fewer were dressed in blue. Then there was 10, maybe 20 in black. Kenji, seeing the astonishment displayed across Naruto's face, was slightly amused with the sight, but saw a lot of confusion. So he figured he would have to explain. "Naruto, do you notice the colors everyone is dressed as?" He nodded. He gave his grandfather-like smile. "Well, first there is red there, the rookies, the people who have just started the training." Naruto nodded to inform Kenji he understood. "Then there are blue. These are how some would say in Konoha Jonins. They're the ones who have passed several of our tests, he said, slightly spiting out the word Konoha. Then there's the ones dressed in black. They're our commanders, the ones who lead the clan. He said, making sure Naruto knew this system. Naruto knew and now understood this as a way of identifying people in wartime, who will lead the charge or to listen to, and such, much better than a jacket that could be easily brought by a smart-ass genin. But Naruto, still being the curious one, noticed that his grandfather wasn't wearing any of these colors but a white version. But what about you, old man? Where are your colors? Kenji smirked at his question. Well, I guess you could say that I'm like the Hokage. I have been leading our clan for the last 20 years. Naruto's eyes widened to unpredictable levels when he said this. Really? Said Naruto with a voice full of hope, almost as if he was expecting him to be lying. He placed his hand on the top of his head and messed up his already messy blonde hair. Really? He said with a smile. Now, come with me. You need to meet with the council. Bloody old lot. There, Naruto followed his lead and stared at the other side. He saw strange buildings. That over there, my boy, is the hospitable. We keep it close for healing. When you train like us, you need constant healing. It helps the medics by miles. Just being called upon to help with injuries gives our medics a good level of experience. Also, it makes sense to keep the hospitable close to our shinobi forces. Over there, he said, pointing to the building right next to the small-sized hospitable, is the tavern. We keep it cause. Well, we work really hard, he said, scratching the back of his head. Over there is the clan's apartment building, he said, pointing to easily the largest building, over 10 stories high. Naruto has never seen a building that large before. We are here, Naruto, he said, leading him into a scary building. With Hokage. He was angry. Never before did he think that it would come to this. Deep down he knew he was wrong, that he had no right to separate him from his family, but he knew that Minato, Jiraiya, and more importantly the council will want him to stay with Leaf, and he will give them his full support. He had called for the council to meet in less than an hour, and that it was of high importance. He had a plan, and if it brought him back Naruto, then it will be damn well worth it. No matter what danger this will bring. Underscore 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 with Naruto. Naruto was nervous as heck. He was standing in front of 11 men and women easily as old as his grandfather, so maybe older. He saw an empty seat inside the middle, and he assumed it was his grandfather's seat. Will you please summon the Tiger King? Kenji nodded and performed a quick number of hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Soon there was a large poof of smoke similar to Naruto's shadow clone jutsu, but much larger than a large roar that made Naruto's knees shake. He saw a tiger come out that was easily 2 times larger than an adult elephant, small fangs as large and thick as Naruto's body, large white fur and smaller, but still large stripes of black, his large green eyes turning to see Naruto. Let the meeting begin, said one of the elders. So you have finally brought Naruto towards our land. Please explain to me why you went to such length for just one son, said an elderly lady from the far right. Kenji smirked, expecting this question. He has the potential to be great, he said while staring at Naruto, Naruto looking like he was crazy, referring him as potentially great. He is great, right? What proof do you have? The boy barely looks well-nourished enough, said an obese man to the middle right said. Well, we know you definitely know the meaning of well-nourished, don't you? But that is not any reason to doubt his potential. Naruto, if you would please demonstrate the great opening jutsu that you learned by yourself in less than an hour. While learning a Konoha Jonin forbidden jutsu, as he said this, he found it difficult to not laugh whenever he added another sentence. There would be a large amount of gasps and looks of surprise. Naruto had a concerned expression on his face, wondering if he did something wrong. but he could see that his grandfather wanted him to perform that horrid technique. He would do it, but he wouldn't like it. He sighed, learning a jutsu like this was just troublesome. He placed his hands together and moved with speed impressive for a 7-year-old. Chakra was visible at this point, which made some council members rise from their seats. Then the light formed. The same light as before, just as painful as before, but he wouldn't cry out in pain as he did before. He would hold it. He would show his grandfather that he was worthy to be an Uzumaki, to be a ninja. He would show his potential. Underscore. With Saratobi. I know all you don't care for him, but he is a member of Konoha. For people to just come in and steal our soon-to-be genin is unacceptable, he said, banging his hand on the table at the last part, shocking the council members. We can understand your anger, Hokage, but we find that using an ANBU squad for something as small as this to dash, citizen would be a waste of personal and resources, said Hamura with a small glint. Saratobi knew why he was against Naruto. He lost his pregnant wife to the Nine Tails. He was against Naruto from day one. I agree with Hamura. Using an entire squad of ANBU to pick up one child. Now I can understand why. With his special problem, but it is better to leave him to his own devices. He left on his own accord. He left willingly. Koharu pleaded her case, and some of the council saw reason in her words. Danzo, on the other hand, was seething. The chance of having the perfect weapon was upon us when the fox was sealed into Naruto. Never before was there a perfect ninja, a perfect tool, but to Danzo there was a chance that it could be achieved with Naruto, the first perfect ninja. The thought made goosebumps all over his body, and then he goes and denies him access to him. He could handle that. He could influence his teachers and make him suffer more than led him to his safe arms for guidance and teaching. But now he was with his damn grandfather. Kenji Uzumaki, Danzo, hated this man through every fiber of his being. He was as strong, or if not stronger, than Saratobi. But most of all, he was a leader, a trainer, and no matter how much hated saying this, he was the best at both of those categories. He manages to make Jonin-level ninjas in less than what it takes for our system to make a Chunin, and worst of all, he couldn't get any information on their teaching styles, how their system ranked nothing, and now they stole his Jinchuriki, and he knew that he couldn't get him back without force. I believe in what the Hokage says for a diplomat to come here and in less than an hour steal a child. A soon-to-be Jinin no less, we must send a diplomat and demand that he be returned. It's only Whirlpool, said Danzo, hoping to convince this seemingly clueless council. The Nara clan leader stood, Danzo and the Hokage, concern raised. Everyone in the village knew that the Nara clan was famous for their low-energy, angry woman, a trademark word, but most of all their brilliance, their on-the-spot strategies. If it wasn't for their low levels of chakra and low commitment to being ninja, they would be the most sought-out ninja. But what wasn't known was that for a clan leader to be decided was a test of leadership and most of all intelligence. So when Inara spoke, you expected whatever he said was to be of the utmost logical and maybe a few of those trademark words. But when a Nara clan leader spoke during a council meeting of an issue of the utmost of importance, you know that their Daimon is most likely the most reasonable or logical, as the Aburam would say. I find no reason for our entire village to go to war over a small incident that involved a child being taken. Granted, I know that this is highly offensive to just come in and kidnap one of our own, but the boy is an orphan. I haven't seen a reaction like this since the kidnapping of Hyuga Hinata, and we all know the reasons for that. The Hokage cursed his intelligence and the Naras. When the Naras spoke like this, the Yamankas, Aburam, and Akimichi usually followed. That was over half the ninja clans. Danzo was about to slam his usable arm on the table, but the third beat him to it. So are you saying that just because Naruto is an orphan, and holds the nine-tailed fox, that his kidnapping is some sort of blessing, he said, shouting the last few words. No one dare spoke at this time. Everyone knew about his close relationship with the demon boy. The fact that he dare look at the boy made confusion to the average villager and shinobi. More intelligent ones thought he was simply honoring the fourth's wish. The Hokage's reason was simple. He just wasn't the demon. Plain and simple. He gave out a heavy sigh, knew where this meeting was leading to. Hokage, we, your advisors, are concerned that you are letting your feelings get in the way of deciding something that could, in the end, harm us as a village, said Koharu, defensively, hoping not to offend the angered Kage. He let out a sigh he was holding on to. He knew it would come to this. He just wished that they would have listened to him in the first place. Raven, an A&B member, came out with a file in his hands. He handed the file to him without signal or order. Danzo looked suspiciously towards this. Something was going to happen. He didn't expect something like this. So be it. He held a small file. It had about 5 or so pages. He threw it towards the middle of the large desk. Several council members went to grab the documents. Inside those documents is the fourth's will, his marriage certificate to Kushina Uzumaki, signed by me, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, death certificate signed by the council, and his confirmed birth certificate to our Namikaze Maki Naruto. With Naruto was outside the elder's room, pressing both his index fingers together, wondering if he had done something wrong. He remembered seeing the surprised looks the elders gave him. He almost, and I mean a millisecond away from giving his foxy smile and pointing a thumbs up, but something about being by his grandfather had slowed down the blonde. Being around his grandfather felt new. Being by family has brought him a strange feeling of warmth and safety that was only brought by his earlier relationship with the Hokage. He loved this feeling. There was shouting in his room he could make out. His name, demon, honor, Kushina. There was silence, and from the creaking door came his grandfather, with an angry look on his face. Naruto must have done something. Come Naruto now, he said in an almost shout. Towards Naruto, he moved, hoping for a small punishment for whatever he had mistakenly done. Kenji noticed the hesitance and fear coming off of his young grandson. Realizing he had yelled, he had instantly regretted it, but this would seem interesting. After years alone, and now, for only a few days being by a family and being yelled at by a loved one, he needed to see how he would react. The travel to the far end of where the men were training. Naruto was watching these men in fascination, seeing how gracefully they moved was breathtaking. Kenji held 2 wooden blades. He threw one to Naruto, who missed the wooden blade and let it drop to his head. Hey, what was that for? Said Naruto, while rubbing his head. We have a lot of work to do, he said, more to himself, shaking his head. Naruto hid himself mentally, making a bad first impression like that. He held the sword straight with as much strength as he could. It was very light, but he knew that the real thing would be heavy. Kenji saw the determination in his eye, almost saying, test me. He loved that look. It reminded him of his daughter. His daughter. He knew that his mother would eventually enter the picture, but that was a bridge to cross when it came upon it. Now first he needed to teach this boy discipline. He needed this boy to be strong, to be quick. As he watched, he called out for a fighter, a gifted one. Haru. He called out, not knowing where he was, but knowing he was there. Master Uzumaki called Haru from a distance. He ran with speed. He wore the red uniform for beginners, had brown hair that went to the back of his neck, and had strange gray eyes. He went on one knee and had his face lower to the ground. Yes, Master Uzumaki, what can I do for you? He said, slightly panting. I need you to help me initiate this new candidate for Uzumaki training, he said while moving his body to present his grandson. Of course, sir, but don't you think he's a bit old to begin training this newcomer? He said with hesitation in his voice. Yes, he didn't start when he was for like the rest of your year, but you will come to learn that he is a genius in the making, said Kenji with a grandfather smile to both shocked-looking boys. Learning that he was a genius made him self-skeptical about this newcomer. The look of him made him doubt that he was anything but an idiot. That large orange, white jacket must be some ruse to fool anyone into believing him smart. while Haru had just figured him out, or so he thought. Naruto was shocked for two reasons. He was only 7, and already he was too old. What's up with that? He barely got all his adult teeth, and he's too old. And then his strange grandfather goes off and calls him a genius. A genius. Whenever he heard that expression, he always assumed it was directed at the Team Sasuke, but his grandfather calls him one. He was the dead last, the dope, the demon kid. How was he some genius? He originally thought it would be cool to be called a genius. He was wrong. Didn't feel cool. More like wrong. It felt wrong. It seemed wrong. It was just wrong. Now here is a basic form. It's called the Orange Tiger, said Kenji, demonstrating with his 2 feet separated and his head high, his arms above his chest, holding the sword with both hands in the middle of his body. This allows you a good sense of movement and feel, a great balance of offense and defense, he said while showing him strikes and parries. Naruto had a basic knowledge of what he had to do, but he was still worried. He looked over towards his grandfather. He gave him a smile. He felt some of his confidence return and placed all his strength into his form. Begin. Seeing that neither of them moved, they waited. Haru watched with a smirk, knowing this was all a ploy. Seeing Naruto nervous was a sight. He felt the need to begin, so he ran towards his foe. When he ran, he lost all memory of parries and strikes as he threw a clumsy strike, which Haru met with equal strength and a surprised look. He twisted his enemy's sword and threw it a few meters away. Naruto cursed himself, and Haru took this opportunity and landed a strong blow to his stomach. Naruto felt immense pain. He barely heard a halt as he went to his knees and coughed blood. Everyone, including his grandfather, thought that it was too much for a new young candidate. Naruto lifted himself up again, went for his blade, and got into his form again. Remember to keep your eyes up and move your arms faster to parry, suggested his grandfather. Naruto nodded, feeling sick and winded after that blow. Begin, said his grandfather. Naruto ran straight ahead with no hesitation. He went for a strike less clumsy and more accurate, but Haru met his strike and moved to slash at his stomach again. Naruto moved quickly, blocking the strike, but incidentally leaving his left shoulder open. He dropped his sword again, grabbing his left shoulder and hearing a halt. He breathed in and out slowly, helping the pain, a small bit of blood from where he was hit. He picked up his blade that was next to his leg. He raised himself with help from his arm and got into the Orange Tiger form. Naruto remembered to use more parries. Met offense with defensive, not offense with offense, said Kenji. Naruto nodded again. Kenji looked towards Haru. He nodded. Begin. Naruto launched again, throwing a midsection cut that almost met until Haru moved away. Haru swiped with his blade towards Naruto's neck. He ducked. Naruto did an uppercut move with his sword, but Haru moved back. A small crowd had gathered, mainly blue uniformed men, taking a break from their spar, all impressed with the newcomer's quick learning and fast thinking. Some were taking small bets on how long it would take him till he loses to the obviously more experienced fighter. For the next 4 hours, Naruto was beaten down by his opponent, yet he would rise again, always surprising the slowly growing crowd, cheering and booing at Naruto to stay down, so to make their winnings. Naruto pulled his body up. His entire body ached. Every muscle screamed and burned. The injuries of Haru's blows were slowly pulling Naruto from subconscious. He was seeing black spots appear here and there in his vision, and with the Kyuubi taking away near all his chakra, Naruto was running on pure will and adrenaline. He knew he was learning more from this one session than his entire life. Naruto was on his last leg. This was his last. Haru had never been so tired. He has never fought so long. Yet whenever he saw this Naruto rise after defeat, he felt the need to match him to show that he could be a genius as well. He hadn't taken that many hits, but the stamina this one had was amazing, truly breathtaking. He felt that he was on his last rope and readied himself for the final match. This boy is truly a genius, thought Haru. Only a few hours into this style, yet he had the main basics of Orange Tiger. Truly amazing. This boy was very surprising. Kenji saw the look in the eyes of both of these boys, seeing their effort rise. Seeing this, he could see the look he had when he first met Sarutobi, when Uchiha met Senji, when Hyuga met Sato, he could see a legendary rivalry rise and start today. He knew that each of these boys could easily make Kage level. They had the commitment, heritage, and most importantly, an important trait, a hard worker. Only a person who would work to be the best would ever replace him as clan leader. He saw that these boys could do it. He heard silence from this large crowd that gathered over the hours. He saw that the sun was setting. He could feel the air going cold, chilly, almost as if the gods felt the tension that was this somewhat friendly opening spar. He spoke with a clear voice after checking that both were ready. Begin. Both moved with speed they never reached before, both holding their swords with perfect forms, going at each other with pure willpower. They were mere inches apart before both fell to the ground, completely knocked out, both with smirks placed upon their faces, each knowing that they have never worked so hard before. As the sounds of groaning men, all knew that no one had won any money. They all left commenting on how the future of the clan looked very bright. Naruto was snoring loudly, while Haru was as silent as a mouse. Kenji smirked at their visual differences, yet their almost identical personalities. He chuckled to himself silently while picking up both boys and taking them to the hospital. The future was bright indeed. With Hokage, he needed a drink. Never before had he needed a drink, 20 years sober, and yet this one issue has brought so much grief and chaos that he just needed a strong sake. When he revealed Naruto's heritage, he hoped that the council would keep it secret. Only 3 days later had the news traveled so far that IWA had found out and has announced war with Whirlpool, demanding that they give Naruto over. He hadn't hoped for open war again, but if they lose enough battles, they could possibly turn to Konoha for protection. Only then will his plans fold out. He heard from his border patrols that Tsunade was coming to Leaf. Hiruzen was confused with this, but concerned nonetheless. He sighed, rubbing the temples on the side of his head. While sitting on his comfortable chair, he moved his hat off the table and started on his paperwork. He stared at the paperwork as hard as he could. In his imagination, it was starting to slowly burn. He heard the familiar sound of Shunshin, and he was welcomed with the sight of an unharmed, messy pile of paperwork. He looked over the mountain called Mount Paperwork to see an angry Jiraiya staring daggers at the third. He sighed. Never before had he needed a drink of sake like now. Sarutobi-sensei, please tell me what has happened with Naruto. I want the truth. I can't believe what I am hearing from my spy network, he said with his unusually serious voice. He had him taken Jiraiya, not even an hour after talking to me, right under my nose, said the Hokage. Do you know what you have started? Hiruzen, he said with his voice raised. IWA is calling for his blood. They're asking for alliances with Sound and Kyumo. Do you know what could happen, said Jiraiya with his voice raising. Sarutobi knew what could happen. A great shinobi war started over your selfish reasons, he said, regaining control over his self. He turned his back to his former sensei. I'm going to Whirlpool. I'm going to train that boy. Not to be great like I did his father, he said with his back to the third and his head slightly turned, but because of your selfish reasons, but to make him strong enough to protect his self, he started walking off. I'm turning my back to this horrible village, a small shell of its former self, he said, leaving knowing he wouldn't see his former father figure for hopefully a long time. Outside of the Uzumaki clan house, she walked towards the large gate, knowing she could easily destroy this small piece of wood, but knowing she had to be quiet. She wore only black, keeping herself quiet and unnoticed. She moved from building to building, knowing this city like the back of her hand. She got over the wall easily. Too easy, she thought to herself. She moved to the hospitable, avoiding the night shift guards and nurses constantly checking the sick and injured. She moved with quickness, only leaving a small flash of red being left whenever she passed. She made it to the room, opening the door, not to alert the occupants, who were heavily knocked out after their fight of their life, but the guards who were meant to be watching over them. She remembered seeing her son for the first time, A warmth like never before engulfed her uncontrollably. She remembered every detail of her newborn, a small patch of blonde hair, and her facial details she could notice even at this early age. Then his eyes opened, revealing the eyes of her husband. She was a mother, and she couldn't have been happier not remembering the situation that was about to happen. Then Jiraiya took her baby away from her and performed that horrid seal. She trusted her husband's skills in sealing, but when she got him back in her arms, she noticed the whiskers. She knew it wasn't a problem. He wasn't the demon. Then her baby went up in chakra, a tail sprouting made of full chakra. She screamed and left her son crying from the loss of the warmth of her mother. She held a small knife made of jade, the only material that could kill a demon. She will free her baby's soul. She noticed, even in the dark night, that he took after his father. Facial features, golden hair, she remembered the blue eyes. This made her hesitant for only a second, but she pulled the jade dagger out of its sheath and held it high in the air. Daikyubi, said Kushina Uzumaki. She thrust downward with all her might, aiming for the demon's heart. Naruto stayed unmoving, dead asleep, not knowing what was happening to him. All right, this chapter finished. Eve used 1 OC name so far, but I need 3 more, mainly because I haven't found one that suits a personality, so I'm going to give you a personality and you come up with a name to suit it. A Sasuke-like character, a Shikamaru character, a Ino character, and finally a Tsunade-like character. Sweet, that's all. Review my stories, please. P.S. Go to rewrite the Uzumaki clan, just the typos that are annoying everyone. Chapter 4. The lessons begin. Everyone thinks that Haru is a Sasuke OC. He's not, plain and simple. She throws Datehead with all her might, aiming with precise accuracy, seeing that the blade was only mere inches away from its target. She felt her new goal was to be completed, like a burden of her shoulders, yet a sudden force of earth stopped her arm in place. She knew who held her back, yet the blade was so close it was touching the skin, almost piercing it. The burden she once felt leave returned tenfold. Knowing that she was that close was killing her. Father, please, don't do this. My son is trapped in there, and I am setting him free, she said with fury and confusion as to her father's actions. You will never learn, my daughter. If you stray this way, I will end you, he said with a voice that promised anything that he said. Kenji was watching his daughter's movements closely. She was nowhere as powerful as he was, but he taught her to look underneath the underneath. Please, she said with a voice, knowing this would be the last words between the pair. You have forgotten the ways of our clan. The second you left your son by himself with that village. You are no longer a part of my clan. You're no daughter of mine. He said each word with disgust. Rising, he was near the door and hit the emergency button and smashed the safety glass. The large sirens at every corner of the clan house, every single room in the apartment complex, in the council room, in the lead commanders, rang with authority, alerting everyone of intruders or enemies nearby. Kushina, hearing the night watch guards coming closer to her location, she panicked, knowing that she could barely beat her father, let alone the entire Uzumaki clan. The earth slabs holding her was weakening, but not fast enough for her to lose the wall guards. She forced her chakra to her arms, making her muscles stronger and more flexible. She knew that if she had to get out, that she would have to let go of the knife. She was stuck. She was so close, yet she could lose everything if she didn't let go. The grip on the jade knife was loosened, and she slipped out of the slabs. She moved, and the slabs pushed against each other. She went to her feet and dived out the window, knowing that she was going to be followed. Kenji looked out the window, a small tear come out. His daughter had so much potential. He loved her so much, yet she had to do something so stupid as to think her son the demon. He was never more disappointed in himself and his daughter, but right now he wouldn't care for her anymore. He had a grandson. He needed his help. He is the one. With Jiraiya in his normal life would be using this perfect pitch-dark night, with plenty of clouds and a new moon rising for peeping purposes, but he was running with speed that only a Sannin could reach. Why would the Hokage make Naruto's heritage known to the village, and in a matter of days let IWA know as well? This was simply frustrating. He never thought his sensei could be so stubborn. Now, most likely they were going to send an ANBU to claim what was rightfully theirs, simply arrogant. He needed to get there as quickly as he could. Keeping his godson safe was motivation enough. Not the memory of the famously beautiful Uzumaki woman and their constant use of their personal bathhouse. With Haru was in shame, not because of tying with Naruto, but how his father was reacting toward his fighting skills. Son to a newcomer, his first day, he sighed as a drunk sound escaped his father. Ever since his younger brother died in a small skirmish after the QB passed by Whirlpool, their neighboring country land of Metal thought it as an opening for war against the dominate country Whirlpool. Kenji went over with his guard and ended this quarrel, as he put quickly, but not quick enough, his father would say. "Hey son, come here," he said, body swaying, eyes opening and closing for long periods, not really looking at him, but he would know if he left he would just call him over again, angrier and more aggressive. In my day, the newcomer was the BWers. Haru sighed to himself as he lied down in his hospitable bed, knowing that falling asleep will take some time. 1 month later, Kenji was amazed at Naruto's progress, just positively amazed. His grandson was a surprising one. He was only a month into his first year's training, and he was excelling at his sword and ninjutsu techniques. And the Haru boy has improved by leaps and bounds. Their instructors have concerns over their heavy rivalry, saying that they are constantly sparring, arguing, challenging the other. It was confusing the instructors, but Kenji saw how they reacted to the other. Haru was always the best, but never the most motivated. He found it hard to make friends. Not for any apparent reason, but it was his overconfident attitude and his famous sarcastic remarks that usually pushed away any possible friendships. Finding Naruto as a rival is probably the closest friendship he has ever had. Having Naruto being so serious on being stronger has probably pushed him to be stronger just to stay as Naruto's superior, which Kenji would highly doubt. Naruto being alone or ignored in his entire life. He has never known the love of a family until a month ago, and he easily take Haru's overconfident attitude, and he has taken worse insults. He remembered Naruto mentioning something about a Uchiha, who was the top student at their school, and how he had a one-sided rivalry. Seeing Haru meet his rivalry so positively has made Naruto a better person, and to him a stronger ninja. He was at his desk with a few members of the council discussing their concerns over the growing problem called IWA. Their demands are only Naruto, and Naruto only, said the councilman grimly. Then I can't meet their demands, said Kenji with a smile. The council member sighed, already knowing that he would deny the rock diplomat, but had to be sure. I'll inform the IWA diplomat, said the councilman. Kenji shooed him off and went back to his paperwork. Really, he didn't find it as boring and frustrating as his former friend Hiruzen. Kenji found it soothing and a way to help his people without unnecessary killing of others. Deep down, he never approved of killing. That's why he was always considered weak to his elders and his family. He was a soft child, being constantly protected and spoiled by his mother, being a genius in his younger years. Never once working for his skill, everything had to be handed to him. He even let the honor of being a Uzumaki get to his head, stealing from the civilians, starting fights. He was ashamed of himself with the way he acted in his younger years. Then 3 major events changed his perspective on things. First was the death of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki Sr. He loved her, the only person who cared for him as a child. Her death was a major impact to the way he was treated. He wasn't the clan heir anymore, so he had to train, fight, and work to his position as the new heir and eventual clan leader position. This is why he gave the honor of naming his firstborn after his mother. He could only hope there was more he could do to honor her memory. Then his first attempt of the Chunin exams. At this time, they were heavily favored to be the first ones to make it to the tower in the middle of the forest of death, and to get the highest marks on the following tests. They ended third towards 2 Leaf teams, first being Hiruzen Suratobi team, and second to the first generation of the Inocho Shika team. After meeting his soon-to-be rival and being defeated so easily. The realization that you need to work to be the best hit him hard, and he soon matched his rival Sarutobi in mere months, only for Sarutobi to push himself harder, so to match his growling, stronger rival. Then the Second Great Shinobi World War was almost starting. The clan could see the signs of impending war approaching. Seeing the conflict between Rock and Rain, Kenji knew the way Hiruzen would react and readied himself for war. Unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan wanted to stay neutral in this war. Kenji, being the clan leader at the time, had accepted this even over the pleas of help from his best friend Hiruzen Sarutobi. He defended himself, saying he would happily fight. Only his clan come before him. Hiruzen regretfully understood. Then Sarutobi covertly sent a squad of ANBU to collect intelligence. But the whole mission was a failure. The squad was detected and one was captured by the enemy. This unidentified ANBU was tortured and later killed after refusing to leak any information. Rock strategists were quick to suspect Konoha for the action, demanding explanations. After the third Hokage refused, they declared war with Konoha. Suna, an ally of Konoha, was quick to mobilize their military forces and declared war on IWA, claiming that they kidnapped the third Kazekage who had disappeared a year earlier. Kyumo, an ally of IWA, declared war in response to the San's involvement in the military conflict. This began the Third Great War that would last for years. Yet Kenji had to stay and watch the rest of the world suffer. Then Rock invaded a small borderline patrol, mistaking them for Leaf Nin. Kenji took this opportunity and declared an alliance with Konoha. With support from the other clans, he had brought together the finest warriors, samurai, and ninja from Whirlpool. They made a great impact towards the war immediately. The Iane clan supported Kenji and offered their clan's bloodline. The Iane clan had the unique ability to stop enemy genjutsu for miles just by sending out chakra. The stronger the clan member, the further the range went. Because of their strength in detecting and stopping genjutsu, they become strong members of taijutsu and kenjutsu, the perfect frontline soldiers. The Tsuki clan supported Kenji and sent their men with their clan's bloodline. The Tsuchi clan was descended from the first members of the Frog Sages, being taught that the well-being of Earth went past one small primitive species, such as Homo sapiens. Eventually, their close relationship with the Earth has given them a bloodline that lets them hear and feel what the Earth heard and felt. This made them the perfect scouts. The only problem with them is that they would put their life on the line. For the smallest insect, a strange sight to see. The Wako clan supported Kenji and offered their clan services. The Waka clan was a bunch of pirates, Vikings, and Marines, who after a lot of fighting in the oceans decided to settle down inland. They eventually gained ground in Uzumaki shores. They had no bloodline, but the skills that they teach to their clan from their seafaring heritage and the experiences that they gain while on Uzumaki shores makes them the most feared and sought-out pirates there is. Every country tried hiring their services, but their loyalty to Uzumaki proved too strong. They were the perfect Marines. The Kuma clan supported Kenji and offered their bloodline. The Kuma clan was famous for their deal with the bear summons if they give them their chakra, just enough for them to live, but not enough to create ninjutsu or genjutsu, and in return their brute strength, speed, and size. They have men who are easily over 7 feet tall, and their bloodline has several affects to their bodies. One amazing effect was their ability to live through opening all 8 inner gates. The stronger the member of the clan, the faster the recovery is. Another effect was making their skin as hard as stone. That favored the shield and axe, or just their unusually large hands in battle. They were the perfect soldiers. One thing they all had in common was to protect your comrade before yourself. A nindo that the Uzumakis took on. They were known to always pair up with Iane in wartime, using their abilities of destroying genjutsu, which usually killed the strong men of Kenta. Their only true weakness calling anyone ally or enemy weak if they majored in genjutsu. The Tenki clan supported Kenji and gave their bloodline to his growing forces. Some suspect that the Tenki clan only joined because the other clans joined, somehow forcing them to join. Kenji wouldn't complain their bloodline was a special one. They had the ability to regenerate limbs. Their only weak spot was the head, so it wasn't unusual to see a member of the Tenki clan to wear just neck and face armor. They were close friends with the Waka clan, seeing as the throw the best parties. They had no fighting style, except when learning a trade to learn to always protect their necks. A large majority preferred being a ninja, a person who hid in the dark and took his enemy's life away before they even knew it. They always wore protection over their neck, even in their sleep, a paranoid bunch they were. Yet they would be very reckless with their other body parts. They were the perfect assassins. They could get to their targets, suffer as much damage as a human could, yet could still report back. The Isha clan were always by the Uzumaki. The Uzumaki gathered their herbs and ingredients from the furthest ends. They protected them from enemies, and in return that they heal their injuries of Uzumaki and her allies. They had no bloodline, but they were usually born with low chakra reserves, which in turn makes them better in the art of medical jutsus, and being raised as a battle-hardened environment turns an Isha into a great medic. So Kenji joined all these clans together, brought together the most gifted, the best fighter, the strongest, the fastest, the most experienced. He came out with 50 men. These men were the best of the best from Whirlpool, about 7 men from each clan, 11 from the Uzumaki clan. There's maybe 100 shinobi in each clan, 200 from Uzumaki, and Kenji brought 50 men. The mere mention of Kenji's army was met with fear from his enemies, and from his allies. He gave them the feeling of victory on the rise. The stories of their victories brought hope to Whirlpool's allies. He arrived in Konoha welcomed like champions from the villagers, mainly cause of the large amount of bloodlines in this small group of Whirlpool Nins, or the fact that they were a silver lining in this growingly dark cloud of a war. Kenji frowned at the actions of Konoha. He remembered every member of his army being bribed into staying with Leaf. He admired the hell out of his troops, to all of them refused without a second thought. He loved his country, and he was slowly hating the Leaf village. But he was still allies with them, so he would toughen through it and take orders only from his best friend Saratobi for the time, that is. His warrior's first mission was to destroy the annoyingly dangerous Sky Country, who were very deadly with their air raids. By destroying Sky Country, they would take out a major problem in the growing world war. The way the Sky Ninja fought taught his men to be ready for any kind of attack from Earth, sea, or sky. Unfortunately, Kenji hadn't realized that they only had so much men in their ranks. After the battle, Sky Country was no more. One of Kenji's greatest mistakes, he regrets it every day. The next major battle Kenji's army faced was facing an army 5 times larger than theirs. Rock, Rain, and Cloud were getting upset with the extremely talented and battle-hardened men of Whirlpool, so they too collected their best men, saving clan heads and cages to hopefully end this traveling band of death. They had thought no more of this small country until they found out their army had been slaughtered. Then they were meant to help with small skirmishes here and there until their final battle at Rain, where Kenji's army broke through their larger-numbered armies, while Saratobi's prize students Toke out Hanzo. In the end, the left with a title and not a bloodied head in one of their hands. All in all, the war ended when Cloud signed a treaty with Leaf only to attempt to steal a Hyuga. Hiruzen and Kenji never trusted Cloud, even when they were on the ropes asking for an alliance. They're one of the Hyuga. I was too strong. Sir, you have a visitor, said a small servant. Who is it? Said Kenji, not taking his eyes away from the business proposal of the Isha clan to make the hospitable budget larger, to make a payment for a rare plant ingredient, as to treat a dying patient. Jiraiya of the Sanins, sir, said the servant. Let him enter, said the clan leader. He hasn't seen the man since Kushina's wedding. He wondered why he would want to talk to him now, and somehow deep down he thought it might involve Naruto living with his family. Jiraiya entered looking exactly the same as the last time he had seen him, only slightly older, and his hair was visibly more grayer and longer. He bowed before Kenji Uzumaki. He remembers the way he fought during the war, and if Father Time had slowed him up if only slightly, he wouldn't even consider fighting him. Uzumaki Kenji, he said respectfully. He stood up and welcomed his ally. He made a shooing away gesture with his hand. There is no need for that. Jiraiya, what can I help you with? He said in a friendly voice, almost stopping using the word ally. He kept his guard up, his hand on his sword, not gripping, but in ready for a surprise attack. "We need to discuss about Naruto," Jiraiya said, while watching how he was reacting. He thought Jiraiya some sort of assassin. "Then let us talk," he said, too friendly, with his hand firmly on the handle of his sword. 1 week later, the AMBU of Konoha were the best of the best. They have faced the heavy-hitting boulder Nin of Rock. They have faced the speedy thunder Nin of Cloud. They have even sparred against their allies of Suna's Red Sand, and have come out on top. Yet here they were again, the same old samurai sword to their neck, and they were sneaking into their clan house. Kenji was now facing the ANBU squad, each on their knees. Their feet and hand were bound by chakra-infused rope. Each had a sword raised with one word from their leader would slice their heads from their necks. "I already know who sent you," he said slowly. The night was cold, almost raining, yet everything was visible. The clouds had moved for only a while to reveal the angry look that this obviously dangerous man showing. "I already know why you were sent here for," he said. It was now raining, growing harder and faster, almost pouring down. Everything and everyone was still visible as the clouds had moved, yet the full moon was shining down on this small clan village. Yet no one had moved a muscle, the sword still raised, the clan leader's arms still crossed, and the look on his face meant murder. "I have caught every single one of your squad, even the last 10 that trailed your position," he said, his voice growing heavy, obviously annoyed with the change of weather. Still nothing has moved, with the exception of the heavy rain. The ANBU felt his last hope wash away with the current of water by his knees. Those 10 were the fastest of the entire ANBU group. They had a 10-minute head start, and still Whirlpool had caught on to them. He was beginning to rethink who was a major player and who wasn't. If it's a war Konoha wants it, a war he will get. He raised his arm to signify the end of these annoying ANBU operatives. "May you hold your blade," commanded the clan leader. Before he shot his arm down, the clouds moved swiftly over the moon, almost as if the heavens didn't want to witness what was to happen. He then shot his hand downward, and the sword met their enemy necks, all except the blade belonging to Mayu Iane. They all went out without a sound uttered. The men holding their swords in a downward slice moved their swords to clean the dark blood and place them in their personal sheaths. "All of you leave. You have done your duties. Mayu, you stay." All disappeared with each of their kills. The second the order had left his mouth, now all that remained was the Iane girl and the surviving ANBU. "Mayu, I need you to send a message to Konoha." He handed the girl a scroll that was hidden in his sleeve. He handed it to her. She raised her arms to receive the message and kept her head low, showing respect towards the country leader. "Yes, sir, and this man here," she said respectfully, keeping her eyes low. "Let him loose. He knows he can't reach his mission goal, and he is professional enough to not let a grudge get a hold of him. Aren't you?" he said, talking to the ANBU operative. He didn't answer, but he really didn't care for an answer, knowing what has heard and saw will soon be in the hands of his former best friend in a document saying how his best ANBU lost to Whirlpool. With Jiraiya. Jiraiya was watching the murder of 20 ANBU operatives through the water-stained glass. He was extremely happy to not watch the murder clearly through the darkness, but still the knowledge of their deaths lingered in his mind. The preservation of his new student was now becoming more important than he thought he would. His peeping has decreased, not drastically, but still has decreased, not because of his growing affection for this lovable boy, but because of his arrival has convinced the owners of the public baths to hire the Iane clan to keep a member present at all times to destroy the strong genjutsu the pervert uses to peep. But the kid has shown some promise. He is learning on a rate that is matching his father when he was teaching him, yet his fiery attitude and his quick learning of kenjutsu is teaching the boy to be more disciplined. He knew he wouldn't be able to teach an undisciplined child. It was too much work. The boy was loud, stubborn, learning from square one at a far too old age, hasn't learnt the basics, yet he had the work effort, the commitment, the talent to become something great. He chuckled as he thought about how they first met, him peeping on the Uzumaki women and Naruto accidentally pushing him in the vision of one of the bathers, and everything went black from then. He remembered Naruto laughing at his expense, and leaving him in the dirt waiting for his execution from A and BU level Uzumaki. Then remembering his meeting as his new sensei to be teaching him ninjutsu. Oh, the look on his face was priceless. He didn't know what was better, the look on his face when he was seen as a sensei or when he told him his workout regimen. A life was good, especially those women in the bathhouse. Now there is some investigating to do. Let's see how the Tsuchi women match up. With Kakashi. Kakashi was bawling his hair in frustration. He was on his knees praying for forgiveness from his sensei and teammate. All the times he could have helped him, the way he treated him, he thought he was demon at one point, just being able to handle all that hate, loneliness, and isolation and still be cheery, nice, and able to speak his mind. No human could go through that and still be sane. Kakashi was once assigned to be his guardian on his birthday. He was nearly killed by the Hokage after seeing the condition Naruto was in. He laughed and smirked to the skies when he saw the sight of a bloodied, crumpled body of the demon holder. He never felt more ashamed of himself. He had spat on his sensei's memory and his last wishes for him to be seen as a hero of the village. He was going to honor his sensei and travel to Whirlpool and find some sort of way to amend his sins, maybe being a proper guardian to Naruto. Kakashi shivered, thinking he has to explain his past actions to the Uzumaki clan leader. The way his sensei, the third Hokage, and his father talked about his fighting style and personality made him almost not want to go to Whirlpool. But he would have to, even if he had to die in the hands of an angered grandfather. With the third Hokage, he needed to retire. It was just too much. Everything seemed to pile up all at once, and he didn't like what was happening. Tsunade was only a day's walk away from his location, and his spy that was assigned to watch her reported that she didn't seem happy. Kakashi is not showing up to the Jonin meetings. He isn't eating or sleeping, spending his time by the Kia Rock, constantly praying for forgiveness. Sarutobi thinks that the way he is thinking at the moment, he might do something rash. On Naruto's birthday earlier this week, his sister Figure and her father had set up to visit Naruto all the way in Whirlpool, and they have said to have fallen in love with the scenery and the tranquility of Whirlpool, and have set up shop in the Uzumaki clan, and have been very successful with more little Uzumaki men, women, and children slowly getting addicted to the noodles. The reasons for Naruto to return to Leaf were dwindling. Jiraiya leaving and turning its back on Konoha has left Konoha blind to the outside world. The council never knew that Jiraiya's great spy network had helped Konoha so much. And most shocking was the Inuzuka clan was abandoning the Leaf Village for Whirlpool. What Hiruzen didn't know was that the Inuzuka clan were the sworn guardians of the Namikaze clan, and there was no way to deny their loyalty when they found out that Naruto was the descendant of Minato Namikaze. They gave in their submission of leaving the village hidden in the leaves. Movement caused the third Hokage to snap out of his musings. He noticed that one of the ANBU he had sent had returned, with a sad look about him, even with the mask on. With Naruto was searching for any solution. His mind searched through every brain cell, trying to come up with a certain way to defeat Haru's strong defense. He held his sword high and concentrated on Haru's body movement. Haru mimicked Naruto, not copying, just doing the same, looking for weak spots. They stood still for a few minutes watching the other. Naruto saw Haru's heel shift to the left. He flung with quickness. Haru, seeing the mistake he made, corrected and sprung to meet Naruto. Their wooden blades met, and their bodies disappeared in a small flash. They reappeared with both strikes connected, both pushing with all their might. They disappeared and reappeared on the ground with Naruto being held with one of Haru's hands, and the other hand holding the sword, blocking a killing blow to the neck. Kenji was watching with joy. Seeing these boys taking in his teaching and putting their all into it made him proud of being a teacher. Kenji raised a hand to indicate a stop to the match. It took only a second for them to notice, and they both stopped their fighting before Naruto ended their dispute by pushing him in a friendly manner. "Very good, you two. Now, take a break. Curfew is soon," he said with his grandfather voice as he disappeared with a smile. Haru and Naruto looked around and noticed that it was deep into the night. The large bell on top of the tower of the Isha Hospitable saying that all students had to be indoors. Naruto scratched his head. I think we got a bit carried away. He said, chuckling slightly. Yeah, I think we did. He replied. It went quiet. Mainly cause Naruto was thinking about sneaking out to get some ramen and hopefully not getting caught red-handed by his grandpa. And because Haru was worrying about what situation was going on at home, she'd come home when he was possibly sober and angry at him being late, or go later to his father while he was asleep, or even more angrier for being even later. Hey, do you want to come join me for ramen? He said innocently. What are you asking me out on a date? He said with disgust. Met with an even more disgust for Naruto. Look, I was just seeing if you wanted a bite to eat, he said defensively, and started walking with his enhanced sneaking skills over to the ramen stand. Hey, wait up. With Kenji. Kenji was watching the way they were communicating to the other. He had such a smile from watching them. It brought back so many good memories. And then more resent memories brought him out of his musings. He needed to increase Naruto's training if he is to live a long life. With Naruto. Naruto was walking past Haru, making his way to his new ramen bar, but a puff of smoke that soon revealed his grandfather with a strange look on his face. Naruto, since you're so eager to train, Naruto winced at his words, expecting something like 200 push-ups or something. I wish to show you two a new style I have been coming up with, he said as he drew out his sword. The sound of ringing entered their ears as the blade of Uzumaki came out. The sword was truly a beauty. The blade of the sword was about arm's length and had a large piece of fabric hanging down with written signatures of past clan leaders, and there was over 25 names. It is very dangerous, risky, yet if done right, he said as he pulled the fabric and wrapped it around his arm, tightened it, and got into a strange form. It will be extremely deadly to any living thing. Let me give you an example. Haru sent an offensive jutsu towards me. Haru confused but took this as an order, and he did what he was told. He went through a series of hand signs and unleashed a devastating jutsu aiming at his sensei with intent to kill. Fire release, great fireball release. Two fireballs the size of a basketball went for its target with great speed and accuracy. Kenji was impressed that an 8-year-old was able to have that much chakra, but thought less of it. He pulled the blade up and slashed with authority, slashing the first fireball in half. He then spun, letting loose his chakra in his blade, met the next fireball spun, with the fireball's momentum, and sent the ball to the sky. He laughed at the expressions they were giving him after seeing what he had just done. Naruto was jumping up and down, seeing that he could do some sort of reverse jutsu thingy. Haru had his mouth wide open, amazed at what he saw. He analyzed that the clan head let his chakra flow through the sword to separate and negate the foreign jutsu, and he saw that his chakra attracted the foreign chakra, and when he pulled it in a direction and let his chakra go, so it would still travel towards a new direction. These Uzumaki were something special. He looked over to his rival's expression, maybe not all Uzumakis. Kenji then went to his students' wooden swords, deciding that they would do for now. He threw them over, and they both caught their sword with one hand. Naruto happy over showing his grandpa his improved hand-eye. Let the lessons begin. With the Tsuchikage. The second Tsuchikage was reading a mission scroll. Inside was the details concerning the assassination of Namake's Naruto. He would personally go on this mission. He wanted to test his troops against this legendary Kenji's army. He shivered thinking about the rewards the Uzumaki have in their possession if they came out in victory. He was about to leave to alert his ANBU of the new mission when he heard tapping on the window. He approached carefully, his guard up ready for anything. He opened the windows and saw a large messenger hawk. He took the scroll out of its large holster and placed the scroll on his desk. From the village of sound, he said to himself. He started reading the scroll. The more he read, the larger the evil grin grew upon his face. He could feel himself get excited by the mere glance at what the plans revealed. Orochimaru, you cunning snake. He started scribbling down a reply to the Sannin. He placed it in the holster, and the hawk left without a trace. For the next 10 minutes, The second, Sachikage laughed heavily into the night. Chapter 5. A return home. And Orochimaru is after Leaf, and Rock is after Naruto. And Naruto was 8 years old last chapter. 5 years later. Naruto was watching his grandfather closely, seeing the way he would move to see any weaknesses. But yet his form was perfect. He strayed away from holding the blade high and leaped to his grandfather's position. Kenji was concentrating hard. His grandson is truly a genius. He could only dream of what could have happened if he didn't take him away from his village. He looked into his eyes. Even from this far distance, he could see the determination. He saw his stance change and sighed in frustration of his grandson's stamina. He held his blade high to block Naruto's downward slash. He went to grab his neck. He caught hold, but Naruto spun using the momentum. He spun his blade towards his neck. Kenji ducked and dived to the side, being missed by mere inches. He backed out to give himself more room. He placed his hands together and sped through hand signs. Not as fast as he used the Naruto analyses. Just father time catching up with his poor grandfather. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. He screamed as he blasted the jutsu at Naruto. Naruto saw this coming a mile away. He breathed slowly and gripped his sword harder. He held his sword and with amazing speed sliced through with little effort. He was about to return the jutsu with his own, but he was stopped by his grandfather. "Oh, come on, old man. I nearly had you," he said with a frown. He looked at Naruto as if he was crazy. 5 hours. 5 hours. "That's enough for now. Haru, come take down this stamina freak," he said to the relaxing Haru, watching the clouds. "Haru," he said with a stronger voice. Haru, still daydreaming, was shocked by the sudden interruption and apologized to his sensei and started mocking his rival, reading him for a good fight. Some things never change, he said to himself, but after realizing what he had just said, they have changed. He remembered saving him 5 years ago. The memory of the conditions he lived in made him angry to this day. But seeing him grow up so fast into a man, seeing Naruto develop his ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and chakra control so fast, so much faster than himself, his father, Sarutobi, made him prouder than he has ever been. Now Naruto, all 13 years of age old, had changed physically and most drastically mentally. His face had changed to be more similar to his father's. He also lost a lot of baby fat and had firm, handsome face for his age. His eyes before had sadness, pain, and rejection. Now even his eyes seemed brighter, filled with happiness and warmth to whoever looked deep enough into them. His hair has grown over a period of time, and he started holding his hair in a short ponytail similar to his sensei Jiraiya. Naruto was now 5'7". Because of Kenji's demands that he eat healthy and only one day a week or on special occasions did he allow the ramen noodles that were so popular with his clan. He had black ninja pants and steel-tipped ninja boots. Kenji made sure that he wore bandages during training, and Naruto found it annoying that he had to keep placing them on and off, so he just kept them on constantly. He now wore a dark blue muscle t-shirt with the Uzumaki clan symbol on the back, which showed his muscles to the world. And he had his new headband placed at the top of his forehead, showing it off proudly to the world. He chuckled whenever he thought of Naruto's reaction when he first presented his old headband to him. But what changed the most was his personality, the way he acted, the way he thought. He was still the hyper, unpredictable boy he was when he met him, but Kenji had managed to slow the boy down, if only slightly. He was more patient and calm, especially during a fight. Kenji had spent a good deal of time making Naruto more patient. It was something he was sure that would save the boy's life one day. He was not the most smartest ninja around, but he had that natural feel of the ancient saying, "Look underneath the underneath." He was still a bit immature for his age, but Kenji felt that is something that needed to be done naturally, not forced. He now had better social life when the surprising arrival of the Inuzuka clan, the close bond with Kiba, made him seem more approachable to the other clan's younger members than as the new Uzumaki clan head's grandson. His training had increased to match his prodigy like speed in the ninja arts. He currently had 3 senseis: Kenji Uzumaki, Jiraiya of the Sannin, and Kakashi Hitaki. Kenji Uzumaki was teaching him kenjutsu, summoning, and battle strategies. Naruto has turned into the youngest summoning member of the Tiger Clan. He also surprised his grandfather by nearly finishing his 12-year training regime. At his rate, he will most likely complete it in about 3 years. Kenji rolled his eyes at the thought of telling him that he would have beaten him by 3 years. Jiraiya was teaching him ninjutsu and ninjutsu only. He found that Naruto had an affinity for wind, a strange affinity to the usual water and earth of the Uzumaki clan, but it only served him better. He learned the Rasengan in about 2 months and is currently learning wind manipulation. Jiraiya was a great teacher when he tried, but he had his moments. He remembered seeing Jiraiya trying to make him sign the Toad contract. He would never try that again after threatening to let the angered woman of Whirlpool lose on him. He wouldn't do that again. He knew the risks. And his final sensei, Kakashi Hitaki, he remembered him arriving 4 years ago. Flashback. Kenji was holding the bloody body of Kakashi. He wasn't fighting back, he just took the hits. Yet he felt no shame after hearing his confession. He grabbed him, holding him with one hand, lifting him off his feet. He had scratches all over his body. Kenji threw him to the ground roughly and pulled out his sword. He held it and pulled it up, seeing the emotion in his face was saddening. He truly was sorry for what he had done, yet the anger of what he had told him drove him to the edge. He was about to stab him with all his might and fury, when all of a sudden Kakashi looked at him directly in the eye. He showed a look that his father did before he committed suicide. He was this depressed. He wanted to help Naruto. He threw the sword to his side and stared directly into his eyes. Now the bloodied Kakashi had been in worse conditions, but the look in his eyes said, "Listen or die. I was going to kill you. You know that and I know that, but my brotherly love for your father has made me hold my sword. I will watch you like a hawk. If you want to make it up to your sensei, then you must first do some tasks for me. And of course, Naruto-kun." He said. Each word seemed darker and darker coming from the clan leader. He threw him to the ground and called for the medics. Kakashi blacked out only a moment later. Kakashi was an excellent shinobi. He was well known throughout all the lands. He had learned over 1,000 jutsus over his short career, but the missions and tasks he had Kakashi do only made his reputation larger and more renowned. As a sensei, Kenji made Kakashi have the honor of teaching Naruto chakra control, genjutsu, and his history on other clans and countries, all Naruto's most difficult and frustrating subjects. He was so difficult to teach that Naruto had forced Kakashi to place his famous orange book down and give him his full attention. Haru had increased his training regime as well, seeing how much stronger he was getting and how Haru's stubborn nature made him push himself even harder to meet Naruto's training, almost matching Naruto's. Where Naruto had his training pure Uzumaki kenjutsu based, Haru had a versatile ninjutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu style. They were very similar in their talent, yet to add to their differences, Haru had 3 subjects that he had Naruto beat in genjutsu, chakra control, and pure strength, where Naruto had Haru beat at kenjutsu, chakra levels, and pure speed. Every other subject they were exactly equal, and the other 3, they pushed each other to the breaking point to beat the other in these subjects. Naruto and Haru had just finished their kenjutsu duel with Naruto as the victor. They were currently mocking each other. "He pay up, chump," he said, holding the sword to his chest while mocking his rival. "You cheated," he said, crossing his arms, looking very immature when he said that. "You're right, I beat you fair and square, just pay the bet," he said as he pulled the sword out of the way and handed out his hand. Haru grabbed it and handed him the cash. "You're just going to waste it on that stinking ramen," he said, poking his tongue out at Naruto. "I'll never understand your strange hatred for ramen," he said, counting the money, getting happier with each note counted. "No way, man, ramen blows. Dango for life," he said, raising his voice, feeling pride in his favorite food. He gave off a shocked and offended expression and suddenly went head-to-head with Haru. "Ramen. Dango. Ramen. Dango. Ramen." Kenji sighed as he saw the boys lose their sense of the ninja arts and got into some small civilian wrestling fight. He was going to break it up the fight, but a swooping sound and a large hawk landed at his side. He moved to take the message out of its holster. Seeing the Konoha mark on the message, He grew suspicious of the contents in the message. He started walking his personal study. "Akina," he called out as an Uzumaki guard Nin poofed beside him, bowing her head in respect. "Yes, sire," said Akina. "Gather the council. Tell them an important message has arrived," he said. She bowed lower and poofed away. He whistled, and then the hawk flew smoothly to his shoulder. With Naruto, he felt sore after that duel, and nothing felt better right now than a nice, steaming bowl of ramen. He placed his wooden sword at his side. He was still not ready for a proper sword, his grandfather always said whenever he nagged him for a real sword. He left and climbed the wall using chakra to stick his feet to the wall. He smiled at his improving chakra control. He leapt over the wall and landed roughly on the weapons building beside his clan house. He stared out at his beautiful village, seeing the happy villagers, the funny-looking merchants, the different clan members, all his precious people. He would give his life for this village, he knew that. He looked at the direction of the ramen stand and saw a small line of smoke indicating something was cooking. He traveled from rooftop to rooftop, smelling the sweet scent of ramen, getting closer and closer. With Kenji. Kenji was standing at the head of a large table that had 10 elderly men and women, holding the feeling of the head of the clan. He silenced the bickering of the council. "This is obviously a trap, Kenji," said a council member. "It is suspicious that they would offer the fourth's inheritance without a second thought." Kenji said more to himself than to the other council members. "They might somehow try and convince Naruto to rejoin Leaf," other members said. "Yes, it would be dangerous. But we might consider the idea of the fourth's inheritance. We are rich enough to not care about money or the land, but we could get some of the Namikaze's jutsus and incorporate them into our clan," said an ambitious member. Some of the members started seeing this issue in a new light. They muttered their opinions to each other, and the mood had suddenly changed to one of opportunity and chance. "Let's take a vote." Majority rules agreed. Kenji said he never liked it when the council got like this. They could go on for hours. He usually got issues done quicker when they voted like this. Several council members agreed at once, while the others took their time and agreed. They all voted, and it became unanimous. With Naruto. Naruto had finished his 9th bowl in peace, without the usual horde of civilian and shinobi fangirls surrounding him and bugging him. Naruto had always wondered why Sasuke always ignored his fangirls like the plague. He even envied the feeling of having that sort of attention on him. But now when he did have fangirls constantly chasing him and expressing their love to him, he found it annoying. He would smile at them, acknowledge them. He would say hi, maybe start a small conversation. He only did this because of the memories of Sasuke's fangirls. Whenever he ignored them or didn't talk back, they made a look that would have gotten past any normal person. But to a person like Naruto, he could see the look of rejection and sadness. Naruto made sure he wouldn't do that on purpose. "Hey, Naruto," said Kiba, Akamaru barking happily on top of his head. "Hey, Kiba, want to join me?" he said, offering a seat beside him. "I would if I could, but some sort of clan meeting is happening right now. I'm already late," he said, rubbing the back of his head, slightly pushing Akamaru. "All right, better late than never." "Oh, and when are you going to verse me in a duel again?" he said with a smile, knowing why he wouldn't fight him again. "You kicked me in the balls," he said, pointing an accusing finger at Naruto. "Dude, you," and Akamaru urinated on me, he said, sending an accusing finger right back at Kiba. "I told you it's a clan technique," he said, explaining the jutsu. "I still can't wear that t-shirt because of you and your dog," he said in an angered voice. "Ah, Whiskers, maybe some of your fangirls will abandon you and join the Kiba Club," he said proudly. "Take as many as you want, dog breath," he said, both teens glaring at the other. They continued their glare for a long period, then they suddenly started laughing, shaking hands, and bid the other goodbye for the day. Kiba still never understood Naruto's relation with his fangirls. Having girls wanting to make out with you whenever you want, it sounded cool. Naruto just sighed and went back to his next miso, until he heard the sequels and excited noises of his admirers. "Naruto-kun, you're here. Did you miss me?" A small red-headed, a civilian if he remembered correctly. He was searching in his mind to remember her name. Ah, yes I did. Irmi, he said, trying not to offend her. I me silly, she said, giggling. She was obviously enjoying the alone time with her crush. So what do you like in a girl the most? She said, blinking a lot, flirting heavily. Even with the amount of flirting he received on a daily basis, Naruto never really built a way of returning a flirt. He was kind of thick when it came to girls. Ah, he said, blushing slightly never before thinking of that subject. Oh, Naruto-kun, screamed 10 more girls at the blonde. The Aimi girl suddenly showed a darker side to the gentle girl he saw earlier. Back off. He's mine. We were destined to be, she said with pride in her voice. The other girls started bickering, and it all escalated into a small poof cloud with small glimpses of the fight. Naruto sighed and shook his head slightly. He slurped the last bowl of ramen and paid the amused ramen owner, who was watching the fight with concern. He left bidding Ayam and her father goodbye and another meal well done. He left without alert the ladies and made his journey home. Naruto was traveling from rooftop to rooftop, making sure he wasn't late for his hated Jinjutsu lessons with Kakashi-sensei, and when he started getting closer to his clan house, he started to remember what Aimi said. What did he find attractive in women? What did he want in a girl? He started pondering this question and searched in his mind to find an answer. He felt that kunoichi was the way to go. He was convinced by his family that a relationship with a civilian just wouldn't work with both the council, his grandfather, and less convincing Jiraiya's large explanation on the differences between the bodies of a civilian girl and a kunoichi. Naruto would never admit it, but he had that speech memorized in his head. After all the girls chasing him around, he felt that an independent girl, a strong woman, a girl that could challenge him mentally. He never had any preference over hair color, eye color. That didn't matter to him, he said, slightly doubting himself and wondering if Jiraiya had a Jinjutsu over him to think this way. Personality-wise, a smart girl, one that doesn't concern over her looks, a true kunoichi one that didn't put the name of kunoichi done in the gutters like some girls who joined to impress some boy. He didn't like that thought. He shook his head and mentally hit himself for placing his standards so high. And he arrived just before he was late. He saw his lazy tutor reading an orange book that he always seems to hide from Naruto. With Kenji. Kenji was currently watching Naruto train. He found it soothing, and whenever he completed a round or a technique without flaw or mistake, he felt his pride deepen. Whenever he saw the familiar rivalry between Haru and Naruto, he felt happy memories of his childhood. He sighed and looked at the happy, determined face of Naruto, wondering what his reaction to the news could be. Anger most likely, happiness maybe, sadness, scared. He was scared of his reaction. He was scared at the thought of him wanting to go back. He held a long breath of air and poofed to the training grounds, a good distance to not get in the way. Naruto, he yelled with a grandpa voice. Hey old man, what do you want? He said, panting slightly after his long lesson of trying desperately to keep his chakra down to make the technique work. Your lesson is over. Come with me. Oh, and Kakashi, don't you have some tasks to attend to? He said, looking at the masked Nin trying to sneak behind a tree, seeing the annoyed face of Kakashi when he said tasks caught Naruto's attention. What TAS dash? Nothing you need to worry about right now, young one, he said, placing a hand on his Naruto's shoulder, while Naruto eyed his grandfather suspiciously. Kakashi disappeared, and the two made their way out of the forest and towards the village gates. Naruto, earlier this day, I received a message from Konoha, he said with a serious look. Naruto returned the serious look the second he heard Konoha. With the second Tsuchikage, he had just received 2 messages, one from Orochimaru and another from a spy assigned to watch the Whirlpool Gates. The spy had 20 Jonin ninja with him and were ordered to attack on sight, but the message received said he had 3 nin accompanying him. Sharingan Kakashi, ranked high A in nearly every bingo book, famous for his efforts in the Third Shinobi War and copying over 1,000 jutsus, with a fight with caution, high Jonin. Jiraiya of the Sannin, ranked S in almost every bingo book, has the largest amount of money on his head between the four as he deflowered an extremely rich landowner's daughter. He had a fight with caution, never alone, mid-Kage level. And finally Kenji Uzumaki of Whirlpool, ranking an amazing SS only match by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. He was in almost all bingo books, famous for his heroics in the Third Shinobi War and his mastery over the sword. He had do not engage, flee on sight, high Kage level. That Tsuchikage nodded at the obvious choice his soldiers made, knowing they wouldn't have had a chance with these three guarding over him. He reread the orders from Orochimaru. He would never say it was orders, mind you, more like recommendations, and made his way to his open balcony holding a large flag with the Konoha symbol. He was now staring down at over 1,000 ninja and many more civilians, ranging from a recently graduated genin and civilians to hard-experienced jonin, all staring at their leader with curiosity of the village meeting. "We are Ido, we are rock, the mighty, unmovable stone," he said loudly for all to hear the pride in his voice, hearing the cheers from the large crowd. "We IW were humiliated by the prowess of the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, and the forces of Konoha and Whirlpool," he said, earning boos and hisses from the villagers. "Well, we shall redeem ourselves on this day. I announce war on Leaf and on the son of our hated enemy Minato Namikaze. Naruto Namikaze," he said loud enough for all to hear. Then even louder as the civilians and the ninjas cheered with enthusiasm, believing in their rightful place as the dominant village. Their leader just smiled and nodded as he burnt the flag with a jutsu, further increasing the cheers coming from the villagers. Not seeing the chuckling sound Nin dubbed the sound for seeing their master's plan go together so beautifully. With Naruto, he wasn't looking forward to the arrival at his former village. To put it simply, he was dreading it, could be another way of saying it. "Do we have two?" he said, moaning out the last word in his sentence in boredom. None of his fellow travelers answered. Naruto knew he was pushing them, but felt the urge to say it one last. "Old Man, Cyclops, Arrow Sennin," he said, catching their attention with his favorite nicknames. He took in a long, deep breath and said 4 words that would be imprinted on his tombstone. "Do we have two?" he said with his back to them. He felt the killer intent and slowly creaked his head to the side, seeing the angered looks of his 3 senseis. He never knew he could run that fast. "Come here, GKI." With the third Hokage, he was currently signing off Team Yamato, who had just returned from a grueling training with their team captain. "Come on, we have to catch the cat again," said Yamato in his usual calm voice, holding a small bag of walnuts, taking one at a time with one hand and holding the door open for his team. "HN," said the Uchiha. The Hokage was noticing the Uchiha was starting to get darker and isolated from society, ever since the mission to Wave, and the surprising report that it was an A-ranked mission. Luckily, Yamato resisted the urge of excitement in the field and returned his genin safely. Sarutobi made sure he was taken care of, so he sent a team of jonin to accompany him to Wave. He remembered his extremely trying to guilt me speech and sent them free of charge, only to arrive with 3 dead. He told them to explain. They said that they were intercepted by an assassin, Zabuza, the demon of the mist. It took them a while, but they saw him getting killed by a hunter Nin and assumed him dead. Then the Met Kakashi the Jonin said that they attacked blindly and killed 3 while the rest escaped with their customer. But Sarutobi saw their nervousness easily. He called for A and BU and had them sent to interrogation. Eventually, he found out that Kakashi meant no harm, only sent to assassinate Gato. They called him a traitor and attacked. The stories of what happened traveled back to Konoha, and Sasuke saw a chance at awakening his Sharingan lost. He was slowly moving away from his somewhat close friends and admirers, thinking himself not strong enough if he couldn't awaken his bloodline. "Sasuke, wait. Will you go on, eh?" she said, chasing after the Uchiha like a love-sick dog. So I just shook his head and left without making a sound, even when he walked. Not a sound. The Hokage watched him carefully as he left. He didn't trust him. He has learned not to blame others for something they didn't choose. But the suspensions he had on Danzo applied to him being with the Uchiha. The Chunin exams weren't far away right now, and the stress of Naruto's return was building some sort of major event in the village. He wasn't looking forward to it. He knows his grandfather was going to be there, and Jiraiya, maybe Kakashi. This was going to be an interesting time. With Naruto, he was still running from his senseis until he reached the top of a large hill. He looked ahead and saw the village hidden in the leaves. When he was younger, he was scared of this place. He had nightmares about returning and going through his dreadful childhood again, feeling the horrible feeling of unimportance and loneliness. He never wanted to go through it again. He felt a warm hand on his shoulder and looked up to see his grandfather, giving him a warm smile. He looked over to his other side and saw Kakashi giving him his famous eye smile, and Jiraiya giving him a thumbs up. He held in a deep breath and yelled as loud as he could. "Get ready, Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki is back." With Orochimaru, he had just received a reply from IWA. He smiled evilly as his plan was all fitting together. Suna, sound, and now, IWA, ku. He licked his lips in anticipation, one last step in his ultimate plan. If Kenji Uzumaki was there, then he was a wild card. And with Kakashi and Jiraiya standing by him, it would be complicated. Right now, he needed a bit more to help. Kyumo was the answer. Chapter 6. The Great Uzumaki. The third Hokage was watching the afternoon sun pass the clouds as he thought of his times as Hokage, his happy times in his innocent Genin years, teaching the young soon-to-be Sannin, his fond memories of Kenji, his heartbreak on Orochimaru's defection. He gave out a deep sigh. He needed to retire. But with Jiraiya gone, he felt that he had no obvious choice. Another choice was Kakashi, but he had left as well. Now the only choices were Tsunade, Danzo, and Konohamaru. "Are we disturbing you?" said a familiar voice. He turned around to see three familiar faces, Jiraiya sitting on the sofa, staring daggers at the Hokage, Kakashi casually leaning against a wall, his face covered by his orange book, and Kenji Uzumaki facing him with a stern look on his face. "Not at all," he said, holding his arms out in a welcoming gesture. "Welcome to the village, friends," he said, letting out the feeling of suspicions between the three. "Sarutobi, we have much to discuss," Kenji said, looking at the third dead in the eye. With Naruto was at the top of the Hokage tower, not wanting to see the Hokage right now. He had been admiring his new blade. It had a black handle and a long silver blade. Not a scratch or nick. He placed back into his sheath and went to his other tasks of distraction. He was currently searching through the small bag Jiraiya carried with him constantly, and he always wondered what was in here. After this, he is going for Kakashi's mask and Kenji's locked blood scroll that he had around him. Constantly. He opened the bag, and out came a book written by Jiraiya. The story of a gutsy ninja, he said to himself. The title got him intrigued, and he started reading the story. He was caught in the story and felt that his current location wasn't the best spot. He jumped off the tower and went searching for a quiet spot. He looked everywhere, desperately trying to find an alone spot. He was being constantly followed by Konoha women, pleading their love to him. Now Naruto found that frustrating, but Naruto had never been pushed by the fact that all of the citizens and Nins called him Namikaze-sama. He has known his heritage for a while, and he loved his father and understood what he had to do at the time. But he felt he had to honor the Uzumaki name. They had saved him, raised him. It was the least he could do. He soon found a large alleyway, several feet wide, that went on to another street further away. He saw a tree for shade and sat underneath it, enjoying the coolness as he read, unnoticed by any civilians passing by. He slowly started reading the book, mentally congratulating himself for a quiet location. Yet a small part of him felt like something was going to happen. With Kushina, she had just rented an apartment in a shady part of the village. She was just entering and was disgusted with the room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen, each more disgusting than the other. She dropped her heavy bag on the lumpy bag and took out its contents, revealing first her ninja attire, a large sword, and finally her newest weapon, a jade knife she had to remake. She sat on the uncomfortable bed and started sharpening her knife while watching the small window that had a surprisingly good view of the village. Don't cry, little one. Hush, little one. It will be over soon. I will end your pain, she said softly to herself. She started sharpening her dagger, making it finer, sharper, deadlier. She started singing a sweet song that was taught to her by her dead mother. She sang for the rest of the day, holding a picture of her son and staring hatred at the smiling blonde. With Kenji, your demand, said the third. Kenji held a pipe in his hand similar to the Hokage's. He took his time while thinking over the most reasonable choices and decisions. A permanent training ground, he said, clear and to the point. That might be hard to come by, seeing as the Chunin exams are here, he said, trying to reason with him, but he remained still and unresponsive. Fine, find any specific training ground, Kenji, he said, giving in to his quiet, stubborn nature. Training ground 8. Training ground 8, he said, a little surprised at this interesting choice. He remembered the ninja ground clearly, clear lush grass, a large lake and waterfall, but what made it different was the mountain. It was a strange mountain that had a lot of metal in it, making it near indestructible. Some of the skilled Jonin test experimental jutsus on it. Anything else? He said, knowing the complaints he is going to hear from his Jonin. Just one last thing. I know that one council meeting is mandatory, but I will not allow Danzo to be there. I would rather leave this damn village than see that war hawk again, he said, spitting out Danzo's name in disgust. The Hokage winced at the memory of Kenji and Danzo's relationship. He remembered why, and he felt he had his reasons. They had an argument about a public mourning for Sky Country, him saying it was the honorable way. Danzo saying a defeated enemy is a defeated enemy. Done. With Kakashi. He had left after Kenji had shooed him away. Right now, he was relaxing under the shade of a tree by the familiar presence of the Kia rock. Spending less time away from the Kia rock had made him convince himself that he could honor his teammate and sensei without constantly being beside something that had their names engraved in a stone. But he would admit that at least honoring a stone was far easier than teaching an extra-large chakra, container chakra control. But it was times like these ones that he enjoyed under a shady tree, relaxing and reading his favorite book. He had just snuggled into his position, slowly opening his orange book. He started reading the first sentence when suddenly, YOSH, is that you, my internal rival? He just sighed and tried to ignore him, trying to get through his pages in peace. This only made the green beast of Konoha louder with more Jinjutsu and unnaturally blinding, sparkling teeth. OH, you're so hip and fresh. I must challenge this, so I am TO, be the hipper and fresher shinobi, he said, starting a series of challenges on the annoyed Kakashi. With Jiraiya, being a pervert with none to match him made him an extremely experienced peeker when it came to bathhouses, but the experience of Uzumaki bathhouses made him the even more perverted somehow. It had to be the Iane Uzumaki, and defiantly the Tsuchi women of Whirlpool, seeing the Konoha women again after 5 years of beautiful Whirlpool women. This is the difference. Seeing Whirlpool women for a long time, and then seeing Leaf women almost made Jiraiya want to take notes. He was making no. Giggling, he sighed there were no all-stars, like Kurenai, Anko, Tsunade, or any of the ANBU. He sighed and left for the first time without being chased by angry women. He sighed again, realizing what he had just done. It was like a little part of him had died. With Naruto. Naruto had his nose deep in the book, trying to look past Jiraiya's bad grammar, but overall he found an enjoyable read. He heard shouting from children and thought nothing of it, until he heard a sad cry. Naruto looked up and noticed a sad pink-haired girl with a young boy with a large scarf, being held up by a strange-looking boy that was around Naruto's age. He looked at his book and back at the situation happening not so far away. He growled and placed his book in a safe pocket. I should teach little punks like you a lesson, he said, pulling back his arm about to strike the kid. Naruto pulled in fast and held the punch, holding the hand, squeezing to the point of making his knuckles slightly crack. What the heck are you doing? He said, holding his arm in pain, letting go of the boy and holding his forearm in pain. I hate bullies, he said, tightening the grip. With Temari. Temari was a complex one, to put it simply. She had her family, a Kazekage for a father, a mother who had been sacrificed to trap a demon and who had cursed her younger brother's existence. Her younger brother Kankuro had an unhealthy obsession on puppets and puppet-related subjects, and of course the youngest of her family, Gara. Gara held inside him the one-tailed demon, and when she was younger she had feared him, if only slightly, but managed to look past it, until her crazed uncle started looking after him, day after day, constantly being watched and protected. She was worried for her brother's safety, but again thought better of the issue. Until he had tried to kill Gara. Everything was fine, undisturbed, peaceful, but what her foolish uncle had done had pushed him over the edge. The second she had heard of it, she tried to hug him. Not even 4 feet far in the sand had stopped her in her tracks. It scared her, the look in his eyes. It wasn't evil or killing intent, but a look that said, "I have given up." They haven't been close since. She avoided eye contact at all costs to the point where she can't remember his eye color. She tried not to talk that much around him. She tried not to spar with him, fearing bringing out the side of him that made her have nightmares about some demon coming and killing her without a thought. She was walking beside her younger brother, Kankuro, staying silent, a comfortable silence that reminded her of her relationship with the outside world. She had to show a strong, confident woman outside, when really she doubted herself at most times. She was lonely. She was smart enough to know that she was in need of companionship or some sort of closer relationship with one of her family. Out of her musing, she noticed an attractive blonde boy a bit younger than herself, but thought nothing of him as they pasted by quickly. She noticed that a small boy had bumped into her brother by mistake and knew that her brother would overreact at this action. "Hey, you little punk." Not a spilt second later, the boy from before held Kankuro's hand, and she heard slightly cracking from the pressure he was giving off. "I hate bullies," he said, showing off his remarkable strength. Kankuro, experiencing it firsthand, was in brink pain. "I should teach little punks like you a lesson," he said, mocking Kankuro by repeating what he had said earlier. He threw him away, Kankuro landing at the side of the alleyway, holding his arm in pain. Naruto turned around and faced the crying boy. "You okay, kid?" he said, bowing slightly to see if the kid was fine. "Why, yeah, I'm fine," he said in a shaky voice, then returning to a strong, confident voice. "Get out of here and watch where you're going, okay," pulling him up and letting him go. He watched as he left and saw that Sakura was watching Naruto with a curious look. He smiled at this and waved at her. "Hey, Sakura, long time no see, ha," he said as he thought about what she had just witnessed. He scratched the back of his head, remembering the foolish crush he once had on her. "Naruto," she said a bit more loudly than she wanted. "Hey, punk, come here," said the painted boy who had a strange bandaged human-shaped thing out looking ready for a fight. Naruto said nothing, but got into a ready position and held his hand on his new blade ready for its first run. Temari, behind her brother, was doubting herself again and went over the possible strategies to take on this boy. Her mind went through strategy after strategy. Finding the most plausible action, she held onto her fan, ready for anything. "Kankuro, Temari, stop before I kill you," a voice said coming out of the tree. Naruto noticed the two had froze at the sound and wondered who this was. A red-headed boy with a tattoo on his forehead, saying love, holding a large gorge on his back. He looked deeply into Naruto's eyes, coming closer, both of his siblings saying completely, still only moving out of their brother's way. He stopped 4 feet away from Naruto and stared into Naruto, trying to scare him. Naruto edged closer. The sand started blocking his path. But for some reason, the Kyuubi's chakra was eating away at Gaara's sand, burning it slightly, leaving small fragments of glass behind. Naruto was mere inches away from Gaara, while Gaara was trying to move away from this mysterious boy who had somehow gotten past his impenetrable defense. Naruto noticed the defensive nature of the boy and moved back. With a smile, he didn't want to frighten the younger boy. But to Naruto, he found something familiar, something approachable about him, as if he knew him before. Naruto turned his back to the three, thinking that he should keep an eye on those three, but before he had left, he heard one of them call him. "What is your name?" said Gaara, making Temari and Kankuro look at their younger sibling with confusion. Why was he so important? "Uzumaki," Naruto Uzumaki, he said as he left a confused Kinkaro. Intrigued Gaara, with his massive bloodlust contained in Temari, who, unlike the rest of her uneducated family, knew somewhat of the famous Uzumaki clan. There was something about this boy, the strange way he had destroyed Gaara's sand, the look of confidence as he held her. Not that she would admit it, strong brother at bay with one hand, but most of all the way he had looked at Gaara without fear. People who had not even knew of Gaara's reputation couldn't look at him the way Naruto did. The showboat of courage and strength was something that she didn't want to admit it, but she found herself extremely attracted to it. She found that bravery was a thing she looked in for a man. After all, the young men of her city had always fled from the thought of the Kazekage daughter or the homicidal demon carrying younger brother. Not to mention the fact that she could outsmart or outfight any male of her age group made the boys seem scared of her presence. Almost as if you were around her, it would bring her family along. She blushed when she felt herself unconsciously consider this Naruto as boyfriend material. She mentally told herself that she practically knew only his name. She could be a complete idiot, a moron, gay, or already taken. She mentally told herself to not think that way. Yet there was something interesting about him. She needed to do some research on this Uzumaki. With Sasuke. Sasuke has been following this Gaara character for over an hour now. He didn't know why, but deep down he felt his first competitor and his Uchiha genes were demanding he was to be defeated at his hands, have him saying that he was the dominant one, that the Uchiha were the greatest. But then he saw the raw power and control that this blonde had. Uzumaki Naruto, he had heard of this name before, but nothing came to mind as he thought deep and hard on the issue. He quickly forgot about the red-headed Sunanin and started following this Naruto. He smiled evilly while hiding in the branches of a tree. He could feel the potential of this fight. The Sharingan felt close. In his reach, he has to just what for the perfect time. With Kakashi, he had just finished an exhausting race around Konoha, beating the green beast by mere inches. The missions that Kenji had assigned him was the extra amount that he needed to just stay awake after a challenge from Guy. Kakashi noticed Naruto approaching. "Hey Naruto," he said as aloof as he could. "Oh, hey Kakashi," he said. Kakashi noticed the way he talked and saw Naruto was sending hidden signals that his grandfather had taught him. Kakashi continued a small talk while paying full attention on the movements and signals he gave off. A hand behind his head while pulling his hair back. He was being followed. A slight tug on his headband to the right. "Do not follow me." Kakashi kept his happy eye up, but deep down he was suspicious at Naruto's actions. Kakashi used his experienced ninja skills and felt a small genin-level chakra, something that could be easily handled by Naruto. "Be on your way now, I'm exhausted," he said, feeling the energy he saved for his book leaving him. "I'll see you later," he said, tugging his headband again to emphasize the last signal. "Be careful, Naruto. The wildlife is dangerous. Oh, and check out Training Ground 8 and get a feel of the grounds. You will be spending some time there," he said, returning Naruto's smile with his eye smile, and felt a small amount of energy return to him. Naruto left with the follower close behind him. He sighed as even the gods left the surrounding forest to be quiet for his pleasant reading. Only the birds were singing, his first moment of peace. He opened the book, getting through the sticky pages and making it through the first sentence until he heard an unholy sound. Gi Sensei. Gi Sensei, wake up. Wake up, he said, holding the unconscious spandex creature, shaking him wildly and making large pools of anime tears. "I will avenge you," he said, pulling out a bottle. Kakashi was watching this smaller version of Guy babble on about something, but he heard him say avenge and sighed at his luck. He had repented had he not. He drank the small bottle of sake, and after a few seconds he fell to the ground. Kakashi sighed for the 100th time today and sat up with all the effort he could muster and stood over the boy's body. Very unfortunate for him. With Kenji. Kenji was watching the third Hokage, closely seeing any hidden method that could be seen. The third placed his rook, taking out a pawn. "Check," he said, being quietly proud with his small accomplishment. "How is this Sumakin?" said Kenji, starting small talk, but really he was curious about his godson. He is doing well. He is receiving his final payment for his service with the daimyo, he said, not very happy with the memory of the last years. He didn't like his son being with the 12 Gordon Ninja. They were an accomplished group, an experienced corps, and good commanding, yet both Kenji and Hiruzen felt that there was something wrong. They both agreed to look into it and found it corrupt. Hiruzen tried to contact his son, but he never returned. Eventually, his son contacted back, explaining the whole situation. He felt the tetion from Hiruzen and changed the subject. Konomaru-kun, how old would he be now, he said. About 9 years. You haven't seen him since he was a newborn, he said with a warm smile. Kenji moved his knight over Hiruzen, queen, checkmate, he said with a smile, and looked at the happy sight of an aggravated Hiruzen. He stopped his silly grandfather act and looked at Kenji with a serious look. Where's the spot at? Kenji said as if he knew how to read minds. Training ground 44, 8 at night, he said with a serious look. You better warm up. I have some repressed anger with the Naruto issue, said Kenji with a serious look, but deep down he knew that he and his rival were looking forward to this spar. Hiruzen winced inwardly, knowing what was to come. Hiruzen just noticed the large, evil smile of Kenji. With Temari. Temari was searching through her sealing scrolls, holding different scrolls for different purposes and chucking them away without a thought. Over 10 minutes later, and 30 scrolls tossed in amusing fashion, she found a book that she had read a few times but had never committed to memory. Great Shinobi clans, it read. She looked over the index and found many clans. Uchiha, Hyuga, apparently the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka were under the same categories, Iane, Kuma, Tenki, and Uzumaki. She noticed that this clan had a larger amount of pages. She smiled and looked forward to this read. The more she read, the more impressed she was. The history on this clan was well detailed and very interesting. She found out that they originated in Whirlpool. He must be here for the Chunin exams, she said to herself. She continued reading throughout the day. With Naruto. Naruto was walking to this training ground 44 and felt running approaching. He sighed and got a hand to his sword. Sasuke felt the chance of attack was here and now. He felt glee with the thought of receiving the Sharingan. He pulled out a kunai, held a tight grip, and jumped off his branch, sprinting as fast as he could. Almost there, he said to himself, being mere inches from Naruto. He extended his arm, and the kunai made contact with Naruto, giving off a meaty slam. Naruto's eyes widened in pain. With Orochimaru. The Raikage was watching carefully, his face marked with a frown, but deep down inside him, he was laughing evilly at the perfect chance for the Hyuga clan. In the Hyuga clan, said the Raikage, everyone knew that the Raikage was a politician, not a Kage. Untouched, and will be waiting for you, Orochimaru said, not really caring about the Hyuga clan. Their eyes were impressive, of course, but the Sharingan was what he wanted, no needed. The fourth Raikage smiled evilly under his Kage hat and stood up. Orochimaru stood up as well, and the Raikage let out his hand. For the death of the Hyuga clan, he said to Orochimaru. He grabbed his hand and in return said, For the death of Konoha, Chapter 7. A proposal. Sasuke smirked evilly when he saw that his attack connected. Blood slowly leaked as he soon realized what he had done. He had only done this to gain his bloodline. He had now injured a foreign knee. He panicked as he was starting to think rationally until a sound that made his skin crawl. A poof and a large amount of smoke covered the surrounding area. The kunai fell to the ground with a thud. Sasuke panicked as he fell to the ground, picking up the kunai and holding it outwards in a defensive hold. He breathed in the smoke as it slowly faded away. As the smoke faded, Naruto's form was made out from Sasuke's vision. With a small amount of courage, he threw 2 shurikens with genin level. Again, it made contact, and a large poof of smoke appeared, covering even more of the area with smoke. Sasuke closed his eyes for a second, trying to use his other senses to find the nin. He felt the smoke clear, and opened his eyes to see 5 Narutos holding their swords in a deadly manner. The Naruto, in the middle, shook his head. "Miss me, team." All of a sudden, the memories of Naruto, Uzumaki came back to Sasuke. With Temari. Temari was currently reading throughout the day in her private hotel room. Like she would share a room with his homicidal brother and his puppet fetish brother. Her sensei was an alright person, but the thought of sharing a room with any of them made her stomach crawl. Her room was very Spartan, a large bed with 3 pillows, 2 bedside tables, each with a small candle for lighting, a large window with the curtains closed, a small painting of some sort of Konoha victory showing a destroyed bridge with defeated rock Nines, and the 4th Hokage holding his signature kunai in the air. She was under the covers reading the book in normal fashion while munching on a small apple. Apparently, the Uzumaki clan had a history going so far back that there was no known time of origination, but most historians believe in 3 things. First was that they were originated in Whirlpool, that is the most commonly known fact on the clan. Second was that their first clan leader was a woman. At this time, this was a first. All had agreed to this, but her name was lost to the ages. Rumors had it that the Uzumaki clan had her name, but for some reason they held the name to the clan, to the death in most cases. One legend was made that she was the Lord Almighty Kami herself. Third, and finally, was that they were one of the first clans to take in samurai from foreign countries from the east, while the other more well-known or successful clans Tokei and the more experienced and skilled samurai that denied all the others, never even considering the other less experienced samurai, or more importantly, female samurai. The female samurai were highly offended at the way they were treated by the daimyo of the other countries or clans, but the Uzumaki treated them with respect and honor because of their different views on females. The female samurai were nowhere as athletic as the male samurai, but they had a philosophy of skill and evasion. Uzumaki was the first to make an actual style through the teaching of the smarter female samurai. Eventually, through the later years, the population bloomed, and their fighting style varied and evolved, turning it into a fearsome defensive style, using the opponent's momentum and offense against themselves, and turning them into a killed enemy. Over the years, more and more people gathered to the Uzumaki clan, first starting a small town off the large Uzumaki clan lands, and it soon over the decades turned into a large city. The thought of having a large samurai army was found very attractive to an ordinary citizen, who looked at their peaceful yet strong village, and looked at the dark world of clans killing each other, civil war happening at any successful village, starvation, depression. To anyone, the Uzumaki clan was a bright light in a darkening world. The stronger the Uzumaki clan became, the more dangerous it seemed to its neighboring clans and greedy clans who have heard of their vast riches and valuables. Over the next century, the Uzumaki clan went through dark times, going through skirmish after skirmish, large battle of samurai armies ranging to the thousands. Over the years, the fighting had decreased over time until it reached a huge mark of the First Shinobi War. Luckily, or unluckily as some would put it, the hardened warriors of the Uzumaki clan from the many battles from the neighboring tribes and clans. The war was tragic and disastrous to all involved, but most importantly of all was the large involvement of a new, more deadly samurai called shinobi, ninja. The way they fought was in the shadows, stabbing a man in the back, killing civilians, women, and children without remorse. The Uzumaki clan hated this. To fight without honor is not the way to fight. The clan dismissed the idea. The second, it was found to be a more efficient means of killing. Kushina Sr. was the head to the clan at the time, and although she believed in honor and fighting, she was intrigued in this new jutsu system. Over a long period of debating and political negotiation, the jutsu system was in place, and the Uzumaki clan had never been any stronger. After Konoha was born by bringing the Senji and Uchiha clans together, along with several smaller clans, they formed the first ninja village. Now, the Uzumaki clan might consider themselves the first ninja village, but Konoha had pointed out that it was a clan village, not a ninja village where there was more than one clan. So the Uzumaki clan opened their doors to any foreign clan that wanted protection from a strong clan and plenty of jobs and income from the rich city. First clan that arrived was the Tsuchi clan. The Uzumaki clan had already enjoyed the company and friendliness of the Tsuchi and happily welcomed the clan with open arms. The conditions were that every firstborn was to be a full-time samurai, and in return they offered land, money, jobs, and protection from outside threats. The second clan to arrive was the Wako clan. Interestingly, they arrived unintentionally. They hoped for peaceful lands and were pulled away from their travels by whirlpools. Well, famous whirlpools. They traveled through the heavy fresh water of Whirlpool and met the Uzumaki clan. The clan found their seamanship well needed as Whirlpool Navy was often considered weak, but bringing in the Waka clan proved very efficient. The conditions for Wako obedience to Whirlpool was that they dedicated their lives to protecting the seas and rivers from enemies. In return, they received land, a place for their boats, and all the sake they could drink. On a small side note, the Uzumaki clan may have brought in the Wako clans for their famous partying skills alone, whether they were infamous sea pirates, navy, and Vikings. Soon the Iane and Tenki clans joined, making Whirlpool a serious threat to any past enemies. Whirlpool had now gotten strong for any of the smaller villages. The Kuma clan was once a former clan to Iwa and then Konoha, but had suddenly moved to Whirlpool begging for admission to join their ranks. The leader at the time had told the Uzumaki clan that he personally hated war when his clan loved it. But he had found that if his clan was with the strongest village, that it was less likely that the clan members would die in some meaningless skirmish between some unknown cocky village trying to make a name for itself. Whirlpool had understood Kuma's reasons and let them in with a warm welcoming. Their eagerness for war was unsettling with most of the peaceful clans and civilians, yet they got on without much complaining. Finally, and arguably one of the most important keys to Whirlpool's success, was the recruitment of the Isha clan into Whirlpool. The Isha clan was expected to go to Suna or Iwa, who had plenty of money ready for the Isha clan to use on their hospitable or medical devices. Instead, Whirlpool convinced Isha that if they joined Whirlpool, that their rarest medical herbs, with the help of some Isha members. To the Isha clan, they found this a very generous offer and took on Whirlpool. The Isha clan found that joining Whirlpool was to be an extremely successful decision for both sides. In return, the Uzumaki clan and Whirlpool had received top-notch medical help from arguably the best medical hospital in the shinobi nations. Only missing the best medic Tsunade could only make this hospitable any better. Soon came the rising of the next great Uzumaki. Kushina had a son who she named Kenji after her brother who died from a deadly disease. After he turned 17, he mastered the Uzumaki style, a record to the average age of mastery of 30. He was considered a genius since he was 8, and when he met Hiruzen, another genius from a distant land, who soon became a close friend and future Hokage for the hidden village in the Leafs. Over the next few decades, two more great shinobi wars accrued, where Whirlpool and Uzumaki joined in rather shortly. But their joining of Konoha and the two powerhouses of Kenji's army and the rising deadly force of Minato Namikaze ended the war, with minimal casualties on their sides and total destruction and death on their enemy forces. Soon Kenji married, and the Uzumaki clan and Whirlpool have ushered in an era of peace. Their population doubled, their income increased, and yet their reputation remained as a small city with a large samurai population. The Uzumaki clan head Kushina Sr. had died of natural causes, and her son was named clan head by their council. Soon the legendary Kenji's army was formed to be an actual special ops group used for only S-ranked missions and dangerous war skirmishes. Soon the Uzumaki clan was expecting greatness from the future. Kenji's daughter Kushina was not a genius like her father, but an incredible fighter nonetheless, was pregnant with the fourth Hokage, considered one of the best shinobi ever. The thought of Uzumaki blood mixed with the fourth Hokage was an exciting subject for the clan. Temari read on and felt that she had a small amount of excitement inside her. This Naruto was pretty much a groomed Kage to be. She had to find him and challenge him to a duel of some sort. She got off the bed and opened the curtain, seeing what time it was. The sun was setting with clouds covering a portion of the sky. She liked the sight and noticed how long she was reading on the Uzumaki clan. She made a promise to herself to see this land of whirlpool. But as for now, she wanted to see this Naruto. With Jiraiya. Jiraiya was currently reading the will of Minato Namikaze. He had received it after returning to his apartment in Konoha. It was sent to his address on Naruto's 12th birthday. He was chuckling softly at the look of Minato's handwriting. It was so similar to Naruto's, and they both had handwriting similar to a chicken, if taught writing. But it was now a serious topic. He started with the opening page. He read through it, almost through teary eyes as he read the heart-warming last words to his wife, Sensei, his family. He now reached one whole page dedicated to Naruto. He silently discussed between himself if he should read it yet. He came to a conclusion and read it slowly. He read through the page with a variety of emotions. First was a warm feeling reading what Minato had to say to Naruto. He always had a hard time saying what he felt, but this letter to Naruto made Jiraiya's heart melt. He went through the small file of documents, looking through each one carefully, trying to hold back tears at the end of each paragraph. Then he saw one that was for his wife, Kushina. He didn't know what to do. Should he throw it away? Should he rip it apart and toss the remains in a small fire? He couldn't decide and folded the letter and placed it in a safe pocket. He searched for a letter that was meant for himself. He deserved one, right? He found it in a matter of seconds and felt the need to read it immediately to find some sort of small communication with his former student and son figure. He started reading with a happy smile. Even in a will, he made him smile, but suddenly the letter made for Jiraiya turned to an important warning for Naruto. He needed to find Kenji now. This was important. With Kakashi. He sighing as he stared up into the white ceiling of his childhood room. He was currently staying the night at the Hitaki compound. He didn't want to spend any unnecessary money on some crowded motel, so he found his old and used key for the compound, and he was starting to regret it. Kakashi loved his father very much, but he only knew him so well. His vague childhood memories of happiness and fun with his mother and father were the only things to remember them by. His mother died when he was around 4 years old. He remembered her being a kind, soft woman. A civilian, if he recalled correctly. She worked as a merchant on some foreign village Kiri, or Suna. He didn't recall. He had very few photos of her, and he could see he inherited her brown eyes and full lips. His father, he remembered a bit more than he did his mother. He was a very kind and loyal to his friends and allies. He was a loving father and husband and a deadly and feared shinobi. He was everything Kakashi inspired to be. He wanted to be as strong as his father, and he wanted to have a family with some nice civilian girl who wouldn't mind his famous orange book at his side constantly. He was extremely disturbed when he heard of his father's suicide. He heard of the mission that he failed when he chose to save his comrades over assassinating an important politician from IWA. As a child, the way the village saw his failure made Kakashi see his death as something expected, something he had to do, and it pushed him to always go by the book, to be a shinobi, a tool. Now, if it wasn't for the intervention of Minato and Obito, he would have strayed down a lonely path of an emotionless shell of a man, and because of that he thanked and prayed for their souls each and every day. And then Naruto was involved. He originally, like the rest of the village, treating him as if he was the demon. He ignored him when he was crying on the street by himself. He ignored his cries of help and mercy when he let a poor toddler get beaten by 4 drunk villagers. The third Hokage had at the beginning assigned Kakashi as his permanent guardian. The third had assumed that Kakashi knew of Naruto's heritage. He knew of his wife Kushina, and the way she acted was like Naruto's hyperactive personality. He had his father's golden hair and electrifying blue eyes, and yet Kakashi was blind to it. He hated the demon. He took away one of the few precious people he had left in this world, so he blamed it on Naruto. He looked past the similarities of his sensei and his wife and only saw the Kyuubi. Then he left with his grandfather to Whirlpool. To Kakashi at the time, he found this as a relief. He would never see the boy again, and the painful memories of the battle with the Kyuubi would leave with him. Kakashi even remembered joining in on some of the villager celebrations in the common pubs. Then the village gathering happened. The Hokage explained to the villagers from his tower Naruto's heritage to the fourth Hokage. Silence reigned throughout the village. The young classmates of Naruto were shocked at the dead last being the son of their idol. The teachers of Naruto, who have over the years of Naruto's academic and ninja-related career, have sabotaged and demoralized his every test and chance of becoming a success. Even announcing this across the tavern after having a few were shocked at this. Some of the elderly Jonin and Chunin who had known the fourth, even had their life saved by him, remembered all the times they saw the child by himself, crying or just standing by himself holding back tears, doing anything for attention. They all remembered those times, the times where they could have given out a helping hand, just a small pat on the back, a small dose of attention. They all could have done something, yet they didn't. The civilians were simple-minded, having hated him for so long, and then realizing that he was the son of the hero of the Third War. This was confusing to the average civilian. A smarter civilian would have seen the error in his ways. Yet now only a few villagers now appreciated and honored the fourth's wish, but the overall majority suffered for the losses of their loved one so long, and to have their simple scapegoat that everyone hated being turned into the son of the fourth, they looked past both Naruto and his heritage and still saw the demon that killed so many. But Kakashi suffered the worst. He hated him with all his might, yet he did nothing to deserve it. He ignored his cries of help for what? To help his own subconscious in thinking that he was killing the demon, when it was an innocent child with no say in how he was treated. Kakashi remembered all the times he could have stopped some of his pain. If anything, he could have at least had a conversation with him. He could have done something, but no, he didn't. Kakashi made a promise to himself that day. He would find Naruto and protect him with life. That was a promise he was determined to keep. He left with none of his possessions, other than a photo of his mother and father staring down at a baby Kakashi. He didn't bring his famous Aika book. Kakashi, before he left, was trying to decide if he should bring his father's sacred white chakra sword, but thought against it. It was made by his family, and his father once held it. Remembering his father's philosophy of comradeship and bonds, he decided against it. A person so disrespectful like him didn't even deserve to be killed by the sword, let alone wield it. Kakashi left after the day the Inuzuka clan left, finding the shock of the news an appropriate time to leave, with the chaos of guard duties and such a best time to leave. He was confused by the abandonment of the Inuzuka clan, but he arranged a talk with one of the clan members, Hana. She told him of a long alliance between the Namikaze clan and the Inuzuka clan, which stretched back decades ago. The Namikaze clan wasn't as famous as the Uzumaki. The most they were famous for was Minato himself. They were renowned seal masters and ninjutsu specialists. They were on accession, a small clan with around 50 members every generation. They made a small alliance with the Inuzuka clan that offered protection and land in exchange for equal protection and money. Over the years, the two clans lived in peace, until the dangers of an impending shinobi war. The two clans had collected a lorry list of rivals and enemies, so they retreated to the closest safe haven, which happened to be Konoha. Over the following wars, many people had died, but the Namikaze clan had taken it the worst since their small numbers followed with their long rivalry, with IWA made them a hot target not only for rock nines, but also powerful hunter nines from foreign countries. With the dying Namikaze clan, only Minato survived being under the heavy protection of Jiraiya of the Sannin, and right before the Third Shinobi War, he flourished as a ninja coming up with his two signature moves, the Rasengan and the Hiraishin. Before the crucial mission, which destroyed the bridge that feed the supplies to the invading IWA nines, Minato had a mission to stop a suicide bomber from destroying the entire Inuzuka clan. The Inuzuka were extremely grateful to Minato and offered a position in the clan as the leader, not the clan leader, but one who would lead the clan and his own clan. After the war, he was made Hokage and was expecting a child. All was well until the Kyuubi came. When the Inuzuka clan heard of Naruto's heritage, they found that they had a debt to pay to Minato. So, as to honor their alliance, they followed Naruto to Whirlpool. Then Kakashi found himself at Whirlpool's gate, getting the worst beating of his life by an enraged Kenji. Kakashi groaned, as even in memory that beating hurt him. After his confession, he received the beating of beatings. Although he knew he thoroughly deserved every punch and scar from Kenji, he might have went a bit far. He tried to get up from his bed, but the memory of Kenji's beating and the strange yet effective fighting style of smaller guy made Kakashi wheeze in pain and stay in his bed staring at the ceiling, thinking more on his past. With Naruto was watching the strange look of realization on Sasuke's face. If he didn't just try to kill him, he would have probably laughed at his face, seeing the unusual sight of emotion on the Uchiha's face. And in Naruto, Sasuke said in disbelief. "The one and only team," said one of the clones to the left. Sasuke had his mind in shock, remembering the loud, short underachiever that was Naruto, but a smirk came to his face. This was Naruto, the loudmouth, the dead last. Everything that happened before was probably luck, and he hadn't seen him in over 5 years, so a small amount of achievement in that amount of time was possible. Naruto got a concerned look on his face. He saw this sudden look of confidence on his face and grew concerned. He put all his effort in feeling the surroundings. There was nothing as far as he could feel, so reinforcements wasn't coming. Sasuke started rising to his feet, shaking his head in disbelief. Naruto got a hold on his blade, keeping in its sheath, expecting Sasuke to do something stupid. He seemed out of it. Not right. Dobe, he said in a happy voice, almost as if this was a joke. He started laughing. It seemed innocent to Sasuke, but Naruto felt a chill when he heard this evil chuckling. "You almost had me going there, Dobe, but I have no time for you," he said in the utmost confidence. Naruto was confused, but let it pass without a word. He felt that there was some problem with Sasuke mentally. He would let him go for now, but he wouldn't take being talked to like this again. Sasuke left with a sense that he achieved something, jumping from tree branch to tree branch, laughing on the silly thought of Naruto being a person to contend with him. Naruto watched Sasuke leave with an extremely confused look on his face. He sighed. He needed to work off some steam anyway. He was at the training ground already. Let's get started. With Kenji. Kenji was breathing heavily as he held his sword high, the wind blaring against his hair and clothes. Hiruzen was breathing just as hard as Kenji was holding his staff in a defensive position, getting ready for a fast, deadly move from Kenji's blade. The both looked at the other and had a small flashback of their meeting. Flashback. Kenji was relaxing in the shade of a large tree in the middle of a small alleyway in Konoha. He didn't like this place. It smelled yuck. But he had to admit this tree was comfortable. Kenji shouted his teammate. "Kenji, get down from here, or I'll tell your mother that you have been sleeping during training hours," said Ray, his teammate. Ray was one of Kenji's valued teammates. He would put his life on the line for her, but she was a bit loud. She was the top kunoichi of the Whirlpool first-level army, as Kenji was the top shinobi of the first-level army. The Whirlpool army was all the samurai and ninja of Whirlpool of each and every clan. There was 5 levels to the army. The first level was the youngest members of the clan. The second, you were born into a clan or want to be in the professional killing business, you're considered first level, or in shinobi terms, genin. These genin are sorted into squads of 4, and to be in the most effective and not killing, but surviving. The first level army is assembled in emergencies or invasions where they have to protect citizens and assemble them to the shelters. They're the largest of Whirlpool's armies, ranging to around 2,000. The second level army is made of 2 graduates from each genin squads and is traditionally chunin level. They are made into teams of 5, and they choose the leader within their ranks. When an invasion occurs, the second level army is assigned to protect the hospitable, the granary, and the strongest wall, the southern wall. The second level army is around 1,000 large. The third level army is made of the 2 strongest of each team and is considered jonin level in shinobi terms. These teams are made not to be most effective to survive, but to kill. When assembled, the third are assigned to protect the eastern wall, the weakest of the 2 walls, and the front gates. The amount of third level army is around 500 men strong. The fourth level, or as it has been dubbed, Kenji's army, are the strongest of each clan, ranging from deadly mercenary to clan leaders. In shinobi terms, they are ranked special shinobi to Kage level 9. While they are assembled, they do not defend Whirlpool. No first to third level are symbolized as the shield of Whirlpool, the protectors of its cities. Kenji's army is special. When Whirlpool is invaded, they do not defend, but they attack. They are symbolized as the sword of Whirlpool, the white tiger of Uzumaki. They have never lost a battle, and only a few have died. The fourth army had the perfect amount of offense and defense. Everyone respected the other, and everyone wanted Whirlpool to go through another era of peace and prosperity. This was a requirement. There was no room in the fourth army for blood-lusting maniacs. That was one of the reasons for their massive success rate. They had a calmness about them. They didn't want war, yet they had the power to start war and end it. They had 100 men, 1 commander for generals, and 10 captains. The 10 captains were the men who were battle-hardened and were known to be 2 specialists, Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and Kenjutsu, the top of the army. They were the strongest fighters. The 4 generals did not make their position from their strength, rather their strategic minds, the smartest of the smartest. And last was the commander of the 4th army. The commander was not chosen for his strength in battle or his intelligence in battle strategies. It was the commander's wisdom and ability to lead his fellow man into a deadly battle. This position was voted by the 100 men, and then the commander had to choose the captains and generals. Because of the 4th's army level of talent, organization, and discipline, it made them the most deadly army of the shinobi nations. Kenji always dreamed about being the leader of the 4th. He didn't like the idea of being a general, all that thinking and junk. The idea of a captain appealed to him. Being the strongest in Kenjutsu, the Uzumaki clan had a record of having the 2 Kenjutsu captains constantly. The Iane and Kuma clans had a friendly rivalry in the Taijutsu captains. The Tenki clan always had a strong member of its clan in the Jinjutsu captain, and the Tsuchi clan had a strong hold on the Ninjutsu captains, with the occasional Uzumaki and Tenki. The Isha clan members were committed to medical jutsu, and it was considered in their clan insulting to be considered a ninjutsu specialist over their ancient affinity for medical jutsus. But their intelligence was ranked high with the Waka clan, so they had a constant member as a general. Rei had noticed Kenji blackout and decided to get his attention. In an anime fashion, she magically pulled out a speakerphone and held it to the dazed Kenji. "Wake up, you baka!" she screamed into his ear. Kenji reacted accordingly and was pushed with the force of the sound waves into a trio of Konoha genin. "Watch where you're going, punk," said the small genin. "Yeah, sorry," said Kenji, picking himself off the 3 and pushing the dust off his self-slash. "Better be punk," said the small genin again. Kenji always treated a person he didn't know with respect, but this wasn't a stranger anymore. "What did you say?" screamed Kenji at the boy. Kenji got a closer look at the boy. He was about the same height, but instead of the long, young red hair of Kenji, he had short brown hair. He was wearing a red muscle shirt with a black Konoha symbol on the back and black ninja pants with some sandals. He didn't look that intimidating. But Kenji missed the large bow staff on his back as he unsheathed it. "Are you talking to me, shrimp?" said Hiruzen with a cocky voice. Kenji unsheathed his sword and held it matching the other boy's weapon. Hiruzen's teammates were starting to get worried. "Shrimp HA, I am AS tall ASU," he screamed. "Oh yeah," said Hiruzen, getting annoyed with someone in his age group making fun of his height. It was a sensitive issue with him. Both of the boys sprung at each other with the intent to kill. Flash. Forward. Kenji and Hiruzen stared at each other for another moment until they both started laughing at the silly way they acted during their childhood. They both sat down from exhaustion, having enough of the other beating down on the other. "I still don't forgive you, said Kenji with a firm voice. I know, said Hiruzen, knowing that already. "I have to go now, and old man needs to rest his arthritis for another time," said Kenji with a smile and offered a hand to Hiruzen. Hiruzen reached for the arm and was pulled up, While this was happening, a few bones popped. "You're right about that arthritis, Kenji," he said as both Kages laughed. With Orochimaru. Orochimaru watched from a distance as he saw Kenji arrive at his hotel room. Deep down, he was scared. Not even the third or the fourth ever scared him, but this man, he had an essence about him. It was the essence that he wanted all to feel when he was around. It was a combination of fear and respect. He slithered into the hotel room, his neck stretching to unlikely lengths. The head stretched past the bedroom door, and he saw the deep asleep Uzumaki Kenji. A sword emerged from his mouth as he readied to stab the clan leader. He plunged the sword deep into Kenji's chest. A poof of smoke surprised Orochimaru as the smoke obscured his vision, and a sharp burning pain in his neck as Kenji sliced his neck from his body. Kenji was not surprised when the body turned into mud. He readied his sword for the famous trickery of Orochimaru of the Sannin. The Sannin face appeared in a wall of the motel. "Kenji-kun, I have come here with a proposal," said Orochimaru. Kenji, knowing from years of experience, knew when a man was lying. He placed his blade in its sheath and sat on the uncomfortable hotel seat. "I'm listening," said a calm Kenji, who had his mind open for a reasonable proposal. Chapter 7. Sparing. Temari was searching for this Naruto in the training grounds. To her, it only made sense for a foreign nin to train at these hours, late at night and early in the morning. Less time being distracted by domestic nin and villagers. It was a smart thing to do. But first she had to find him. She concentrated her senses to find a chakra signature that was familiar to Naruto's. She felt the urge to meet this boy and challenge him. Not harm or kill, but to see how she fared against a person of such a prestigious clan. She didn't assume that this boy was strong just from being from a powerful clan. She found that thinking that would be just stereotypical. It was the way he stared at Gaara with no fear, and even for Gaara that was a scary sight. The way he had reacted, an unfamiliar sight to both Gaara and Temari. She felt a powerful chakra source that was similar to Naruto's, and she made her way as fast as she could, moving from tree branch to tree branch. She felt that a seeing eye distance was as far from the nin of his level as he could sense. Even from the far distance, she could see him draw his sword and place his hands together, forming seals that made a large poof of smoke covering the grassy field with around 300 copies. Temari narrowed her eyes at this method of training. It was interesting and a definitely effective training regime for taijutsu, but very, very risky and chakra draining. But suddenly several jutsus were fired at Naruto. Several fire dragons nearly made contact with Naruto, but amazingly Naruto had gracefully sliced and slashed through the jutsus. Temari was shocked to the core at the sight. She never thought that a jutsu could be destroyed by a simple blade. She was kneeling on the edge of a large branch, doing her best to hide behind the few green leaves. She had a shocked look on her face. She felt that challenging this boy may be a bit more than she could chew. She doubted her abilities when around this boy. She was backing away, trying to make a dash from this nin, hoping to be unnoticed to Naruto. She turned around and saw Naruto with his back against the tree, his eyes focused on his book in his hand and his face directed at her. Temari didn't know from the distance, but he was currently shirtless with sweat covering every muscle, every single muscle. She noticed bruises across his torso and the small cuts across his chest, but the muscles is what caught her attention. "I'm not looking at you, yet I have a strong feeling that you're blushing," he said in a voice that Temari found she liked. Temari didn't know that she was blushing, but she was feeling the warmth in her chakra eyes. "I am not," she said, not daring to look into his deep blue eyes. She looked the other way. "So what do you want?" said Naruto, slowly staring at her, while her attention was on the other trees. He saw the large fan on her back and found that an interesting weapon. He saw the Suna headband tied across her neck. He had never met a person from Suna before. "Another wind type. Maybe the first I've met," said Naruto, feeling the way the wind never went against her chakra like most nin, but embracing the wind, flowing with the element. "Another," she said, confused, standing up on top of the branch, staring carefully at this mysterious boy. "I'm a wind type. Oh, I almost forgot. My name is Naruto," he said, getting up and offering a hand. I know my. You know, he said with a curious look, fearing this was another fangirl that heard of him. Tamari was stuck. She didn't want to admit that she had looked up his family history. She looked in her brain for any helpful information. You told me, she said before thinking. She said in a verbal blur. Yeah, you told me and my teammates when you left the Ally way, she said, mentally congratulating herself on some quick thinking. Naruto's guard went down, slightly knowing this wasn't some rabid fangirl. Why were you watching me? He asked, nicely hoping an answer quickly so he could get back to his intense training. She was still stuck. Never before had she had trouble speaking. It was something about this boy. I want to fight you, she said in a semi-confident voice. Naruto pondered the challenge. He had never fought another wind user, and to fight a person who wields a fan would be interesting. Are you sure? He said with a smile. I'm sure, she said with a raised chin, full confidence and staring down the impressed Naruto. Naruto stared down and gave out a small chuckle. Let's go, he said, raising his head, throwing a kunai at her dead in the chest. She flipped and avoided, landing deep down on the ground, unsheathing her fan from her back, ready for a good fight. With Sakura. Sakura was slowly walking down a crowded market street. She had a faraway look on her face. Those who knew her might have thought she was thinking of the Uchiha, when in fact it was the blonde whirlpool Nin from yesterday. Sakura had been in a confused state ever since meeting Naruto for the first time in 5 years. He's a loudmouth, short, ugly, ramen-loving. Oh, who was she trying to deny? She has been daydreaming over the blonde ever since meeting him. But it wasn't the fact that he was handsome as hell. Again, who was she denying? He was handsome as hell. But it was the fact that she had said no to him all those years ago. Of course, they were only 7, but she remembered the way she had rejected him without feeling. She remembered his only friend being a frog that he named Gamma. She was so out of it that she pasted her arch-rival's flower shop, ignoring her shouts for her attention. Ino just huffed and went back to her plans of getting Sasuke and making him admit his love for her. She sighed in love-struck as she accidentally dropped a pot plant smashing into the ground, waking her from her dreamland. Oh, sorry, Daddy, she said, looking at her father with an apologetic look. Inoichi just shook his head in disapproval, seeing the familiar look of daydreaming from his daughter. He would never approve of a relationship of his daughter, and that Uchiha. Sure, he was from a precious clan and all that bull. He just felt that there was something wrong with the boy, something off. She needed to look underneath his looks and find someone. He wouldn't mind anyone in particular, but he had always pushed to the Nara boy, and he did enjoy Chuji's company. Inoichi heard that Kenji-sama had returned to Konoha for some unknown reason. He really wanted to meet with Kenji-sama again. He outdrank the Ino Choshika squad and nearly outate the mighty Chuza, but above all was the great ninja skills he showcased during the Third Great Shinobi War, and he admired him and the Third Hokage. He patterned his fighting style over theirs, obviously not an exact, but he was a feared fighter in his prime. He smiled at his times when he was a young, ambitious jonin, killing enemy Nins with style, drinking with his friends, sleeping with beauties from other foreign lands. Now look at him. He was running a flower shop with his daughter, worrying about her love life. He sighed. A small slimmer of him almost wished for an invasion of some sorts. You're right, like that would happen. With Sasuke. Sasuke was meditating by a small candle in a dark room. It was said that only in the utmost of a clear mind could a Uchiha receive his full potential. If a Yamanaka would look into his mind at any point of his life, it would be anything other than clear. He breathed in and out, deeply trying desperately to clear his mind of insecurities and the need of his older brother's death from his own hands. He thought on today's events to clear his mind on this boring daily event. His thoughts lingered to 2 people. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Gaara. Naruto had grown strong, true, but in reality he was no match to the great Uchiha bloodline, Uzumaki Puff, who knew of this pathetic clan. They had no bloodline. He barely heard of the clan. And Gaara, there was something about him, something that just reminds him about Itachi. He felt the killing intent. He saw the way his teammates reacted to him. They feared him. And that is what attracted Sasuke to make this Sunanin a sort of stepping stone, to measure himself against this Nin, and overall, to reach his goal. He breathed in and out more roughly. Soon Itachi soon. With Kenji. Kenji was currently in the Hokage's office having a tea and both holding a large pipes, smoke covering the room. "So how are you Genin teams this year?" Kenji said out of interest. "This year's batch is an interesting lot. There was 3 teams that seemed to have potential, a few clan heirs in each team if I'm right. Also the surviving Uchiha, Sasuke, the top rookie, is among them." He said, trying to impress his rival with the achievements of Konoha's youngest and brightest. "Top rookie my arse," he said with a snort. "He shows a lot of promise, Kenji," he said, sitting up straighter. He didn't personally like the boy, but he wouldn't deny the facts he also had Konoha's honor at stake. "Naruto could take him on with ease. In fact, I know another student of mine, Ain Haru, you may have heard of the clan, he could take this Uchiha on," he said with a smile, seeing the shocked face of Hiruzen. "Now be fair, Kenji-kun. I know that he has impressive chakra levels, but his control and taijutsu can't be up to par, and his genjutsu would be near non-existent," he said. He loved Naruto like a second grandson, but he would never deny a person for what he deserves. Even if it was Sasuke. True, his genjutsu is non-existent with his own chakra levels, and mixed with the Kyuubi has made that a thorn in his side for a while, he said, acknowledging what the professor had right. "And his taijutsu is, in my opinion, ranked as a drunken bar fighter," he said, pushing Hiruzen up more and more. "His control is extremely bad. Seemingly the older he gets, the more his chakra coils get larger, and his work on his control seems like there is no improvement," said Kenji, pushing him that much further up. "But these are his weaknesses. In his strengths, I could see him as a kenjutsu specialist or ninjutsu perhaps," he said, gaining a confused look from Hiruzen. "His kenjutsu has been his focus since his arrival. We have been trying to even him out, make him an all-around threat, but he has the attraction to kenjutsu that only a Uzumaki has. He trains constantly. He has made such progress he would master the style. At this rate, when he turned 16, he said with a smile, again from the shocked expression on Hiruzen's face. He has an affinity for wind, and you already know that it is an offensive affinity. He has an extremely large amount of chakra, which you already know, and he had been working on his control above all. But Jiraiya has given him a vast range of jutsus." "A vast range?" he said, perplexed. "Only a few, but for his age and the way he masters it, it is simply amazing." With Naruto, he looked around, not seeing the blonde Sunanin anywhere. It didn't take long for Naruto to figure out that she was a strategist far from Naruto's league. And that fan was something else. He really didn't see anything that could compare to its incredible range and its effectiveness from far distances. He unfortunately had to learn the difficult way of its amazing range. Temari appeared behind Naruto, using the fan to slash at his head. He ducked the fan, grazing his hair slightly. She followed and slammed the fan to the ground. Naruto rolled to the side and unsheathed his weapon, holding it with both hands. Temari dashed to the side, knowing fighting an obvious kenjutsu fighter would be a silly idea. She decided that keeping her distance had a higher chance of success for her. Naruto noticed that she was keeping her distance. He was impressed with her decisions and had a firm respect for this kunoichi. Unlike the usual fangirls, this blonde Sunanin didn't choose this profession over a split decision or to impress some crush. She called out some jutsu he didn't catch as his surroundings were sliced into hundreds of pieces. Naruto raised his sword, holding it in a defensive manner. He sliced to his sides with amazing speed, matching every wind blade. Because she used wind blades, Naruto couldn't cut through, but met the jutsus with his own strikes. Temari was amazed with what she was seeing. This boy was truly an unpredictable ninja. She saw him approaching with tremendous speed, far superior to any genin. She smirked. She had mentally prepared herself for Naruto to attack in close quarters. Naruto started in a slow jog to a fast run, holding his sword to his right. Seeing Temari ready herself made Naruto doubt his decision to fight close, but he had too much momentum. he decided to use it in his favor and made a low sweep to her legs. Temari jumped and transformed into a puff of smoke and a piece of wood. Temari emerged from the earth, made a strong uppercut on Naruto, landing straight in the chin. He turned into a puff of smoke. Shadow, clone, Temari thought. Behind her, Naruto appeared with his sword drawn. Temari turned, crossing her arms, hoping to make his move the less painful possible. But the Naruto also turned into smoke, blocking her vision. A diversion, she thought in worry. She felt a kunai against the skin of her neck. She sighed in defeat. She had lost. She stomped her foot and crossed her arms in defeat. I win. With Orochimaru. Orochimaru smirked a devilish grin as he watched all the Kyumo, Iwa, and San Nin meet with the sound. Nin, their numbers were truly great. The destruction of Konoha was near. He and his troops were in one of his most highly secret bases that he had set up before defecting from Konoha. He had made sure that he had one base still undetected by Konoha's forces, and it proved useful. It was a dark, damp place, with tempered tents and buildings for the troops set up throughout the large hidden building. He was onto the largest building that overlooked the many jonin and chunin of the hidden villages. He was accompanied by his fellow servants and kages. The third Kazekage was to his left. He had killed him several weeks earlier. He had wanted to destroy Konoha because of his dying economy, but had been reluctant to give so many nin as Orochimaru had requested, so the easier thing for him to do was to murder him. To his right was the Tsuchikage, a large man well over 7 foot tall, his body adorning many muscles and scars from his reckless and stubborn nature and fighting style. He wore his Kage uniform without the hat, saying it covers his handsome face. If he wasn't a Kage, most would find that quote as a joke. He brought all of his special jonin and chunin. He was always against Leaf for 2 reasons. Most considered Leaf as the dominant village in Minato Namikaze. When Orochimaru offered the chance at Leaf, the held back no one, so Orochimaru had no reason to kill a valuable ally like he did with the Kazekage. To the far right was the Raikage, and he was a strange one. He wasn't near Kage level like others in his position. He was a political genius, using his inspiring words to motivate and inspire his fellow men to any of his own causes. He manipulated his enemies and his allies to do his bidding, and his corruption knew no bounds. He knew that if any rebellious men found out that he had denied Orochimaru at the chance of destroying Leaf and possibly stealing the Hugo Eyes, that there would most likely be a civil war similar to that of the village hidden in the mist. Orochimaru said a loud, clear voice that sounded familiar. The Raikage turned and smirked with a lychee smile, admiring this red-headed figure. So was the Tsuchikage, who had an arrogant look adorning his face, as if he had claimed her already. Kushina Uzumaki, Orochimaru announced, not even surprised in the least. Orochimaru just chuckled a small, evil laugh. Knowing his goals were so clear, so close, he was getting goosebumps. With Naruto. After the spar, the two had talked for hours on end, neither not noticing that time had passed so easily with each other. They both enjoyed each other's company. Temari found that Naruto was an interesting man, while Naruto had a strange respect for her. It was around sunset, so the two decided that it was time to leave the training grounds. So, Temari, what's up with your teammate? He said out of curiosity. His name is Gaara. He's, well, my younger brother, she said, feeling a little bit embarrassed. Younger brother, interesting, he said, walking side by side with Temari. So, am I going to see you in the Chunin tournament? Said Temari, looking away from Naruto, watching the sights of Konoha's forests. Sorry, I'm not an actual genin. Actually, really in Whirlpool we have another system that is different to that of the hidden villages, he said. Temari looked disappointed at this. The both reached the point where they had to part ways. The two stopped and looking at each other. So, I'll see you later then, said Naruto. Temari looked disappointed again until. Do you want to meet tomorrow for some training sessions? There are some things that I can teach you, he said. Temari brightened. Sure, like you are so greater than I am, she said with her usual voice. I must be humble to my peers, he said with closed eyes, as Temari gently hit him on the head. Tomorrow at 3, she said with a smile. Tomorrow at 3 it is, he said, leaving in the opposite direction with a smile on his face. With Kenji watched from atop of the building. Seeing the two brought happy memories of his relationship with Raychan. He could see the strength in this Sunanin and felt happy that he was at least making friends from other countries. He had many friends in Suna, mainly because it was an ally of Konoha and Whirlpool. He knew that the Uzumaki men were attracted to strong women, and this Temari had potential. He would watch over him just in case, but he defiantly approved. He had been wondering if he should just simply leave without all this trouble. Orochimaru had offered to give in his daughter to him last night, in exchange for a simple alliance. Kenji had considered this, but he knew not to trust a snake. Something was going to happen, something big. It was in the air. With Yamato, each of the Jonin senseis were currently in the large Hokage's office, each being asked if they wanted their Genin teams to take the next step and take the Chunin exams. Each of the rookie Jonin senseis had recommended for their teams to take the Chunin exams, but Yamato had other thoughts about his team. He had just been with his team, and he can honestly say that his team hasn't improved. Maybe he can improve. Sasuke has been more unstable and even more isolated from society. He is getting more rebellious to his superiors, and Yamato doesn't know what to do with him. Sakura, who had most likely improved the most individually, was completely clueless this lesson. She had this faraway look on her face. She had potential, but no motivation. She was only loyal to the Uchiha boy, and Yamato had no experience with relationships, and such, so he had no clue with what to do. Sai was an interesting one. He was extremely talented, yet he was the dead last. He knew something was up with him. Yamato sighed in frustration. He didn't realize that each of the rookie teams had been recommended for the Chunin exams. He knows that if denies his team, that the council will just force him to make him accept. He sighed again. All eyes were on him. Team 7. I recommend them for the Chunin exams. Hiruzen sighed, as well, knowing that Yamato was forced into a corner with his team. So be it. He handed each Jonin sensei 3 pamphlets for each Genin. You know what to do? And they all left in a flash. With Temari. Temari had a large smile on her face. She was looking forward to her future spars with Naruto. She really enjoyed her time with him. He was smart for his age. She found that she was 2 years his senior. He was a warm person, and over Temari's years, she had never met a person who she considered warm, and apart from her early memories of childhood innocence with Gaara and Kankuro, she had very few times to happily remember. Kankuro noticed the brightened nature of Temari and was curious. "What are you so happy about?" said Kankuro with a somewhat rude way. "None of your business," she said, poking her tongue at Kankuro. He just responded by poking his tongue back. He left to his room mumbling something about rude sisters and homicidal brothers. Gaara entered slowly from the front entrance, and Temari froze, not daring to look at Gaara. Almost as if she looked at him, his sand would swallow her whole. Gaara saw his sister by the kitchen and looked the other way. His mother didn't demand the blood of Temari, but the day would happen. His mother lived for it, and he loved his mother. Temari saw her younger brother make his way to his room, and she sighed a breath of relief as he left with no problem or verbal threat to her existence. Temari went to her personal room in the hotel and made her way to the bathroom. She saw the size of the bath and gave out a huff in frustration. She drew a warm bath and thought about her next spar with Naruto. 1 week later, Temari and her team watched as the obvious rookie teams of Konoha had arrived. She saw how her teammates were reacting to the many neens surrounding them. Kankuro had a strong hold on the bandages that held the body coffin. He was expecting something to happen, and even if they knew that they were the attackers. And Gaara was, of course, seeing each Chunin hopeful, seeing which one his mother wanted most. Temari looked at her brother with worry. She may have always been scared of him, but he was her brother, and she would always love him. She noticed the Uchiha symbol being worn by a boy. He must be the Uchiha massacre's only survivor. He saw that he had a fresh bruise on his face. A sliver-haired man, calling himself Kabuto, went and met with the rookies. He claimed having information on any nin of any country. This caught her attention, but when the Uchiha had asked these certain names, it had her full attention. Rock Lee of Konoha, 110D rank missions, 30C rank, and 1B rank mission. He has extremely high taijutsu, and his ninjutsu and jinjutsu is unknown. He has no background, said Kabuto, impressed with his stats. Gaara of Suna, said Sasuke, demanding results from this strange leaf nin. Gaara of Suna, he said, flipping through his deck of cards. Here we go, Gaara. Jinin, 84D rank, 65C rank, 12B rank, and 1A rank. High ninjutsu and nothing on his taijutsu, and a medium jinjutsu. Not too much on his background, other than he's a Kage's son and has never been injured on a mission. He said, very impressed with this Gaara. He could be a possible recruit for Orochimaru's forces. Sasuke was impressed with these two. Even if he had lost to that thing covered in spandex, he wouldn't lose again. His ancestors demanded it. But suddenly a thought came to mind. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, Whirlpool, said Sasuke. Kabuto had heard this name before, but nothing came. He focused his chakra into the deck, and he pulled out a card. Here we go. Naruto Uzumaki, he said as his eyes widened. The pause of silence caught the attention of everyone listening, and the rest of the people had noticed that all the attention had been on this Kabuto. Naruto Uzumaki, no known missions, very high ninjutsu, very high kenjutsu, low jinjutsu, anti-jutsu, he said, but stopped gasping at what he read. His background information is amazing. Son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and Whirlpool, Jonin Kushina Uzumaki, taught by his grandfather Kenji Uzumaki, Kage level, also taught by Jiraiya of the Sannin and Sharingan Kakashi. Now Temari knew of his grandfather and all, but being taught by a Sannin and Kakashi, she didn't know about that. She remembers being taught by a person who he constantly called Prevented Hermit. That could be Jiraiya, but she didn't remember him mention a third sensei. She remembers all the time that she had been spending with Naruto, and she can honestly say that she has somewhat bonded with her fellow blonde. The two had been meeting for spars over the last week and have been getting closer and closer ever since. Temari had developed a small crush on Naruto. At this stage, she wouldn't act on anything. It was right now just a friendship, even if she wanted more, and she didn't know, wouldn't want to risk her friendship. There was just something about him that made her feel safe, and she relished in that feeling. She sighed in happiness. She remembered yesterday, the two had gone out to eat at some dango place. She had wondered if this was some sort of date, but the mood didn't feel like it. She wondered about the rest of her time at the Chunin exams. She didn't know how long her time here in Konoha, or more importantly with Naruto, but she would enjoy it. With Naruto was in his hotel room, staring at the white ceiling while pondering over what to do with his Temari problem. The two had been meeting over the last week. Once a day while the spar lasted around half an hour, the two of them could talk for ages on end. Over the few days, Temari had been something he could look forward to at the end of his days or after a hard training. Over the week, he had slowly learned to respect her as a ninja. He remembered when she flipped over him, avoiding a mid-slash, and as he looked up, he accidentally looked up her skirt. Unfortunately for him, she had noticed, and a friendly spar had turned into some sort of pervert hunt. Seriously, the second Akunoichi felt the presence of any form or act of perversion, they could suddenly transform into some sort of Kage-level monster. But Naruto had a problem. He had a crush on Temari, nothing like that of a childish physical attraction, and he wasn't denying that she didn't look good. I mean, seriously, sometimes when they would spar, she would start to sweat, and her clothes started to cling, and, well, blood started dripping from his nose, so much so that it would have made Jiraiya proud. Yesterday, he had tried to ask her out on a date, but somehow he thinks that it was under the lines of two friends going out for lunch. He needed to find the courage to ask her out, and a little bit less like a friendship date. He wondered if he should ask for some help from his senseis. Kakashi, an open book pervert, most likely married to his hand, and he's seen him without his mask on. He still shivers at that memory. Jiraiya, a super pervert, but he hasn't been with a lady in over a decade, been purely dedicated to peeking on the woman, then being with a woman. Kenji, maybe, Chapter 9. The first date. Naruto and Kenji were in their personal training grounds. A casual observer would consider this not a fight or spar, but a form of dance as the two showed grace and flexibility, as well as quickness and ferocity. The style of Uzumaki was truly the style of the tiger. The two had been fighting for hours now. Kenji had a light sweat going while Naruto was slightly puffed. Naruto was trying to work up the courage to talk to his grandfather about his girl problems. The spar went to a pause slightly, and Naruto took this time to ask his grandpa for help. "Old man, can I ask for some advice?" he said, scratching the back of his head, looking down, his cheeks blushing slightly, and his gaze never meeting his grandfather. Kenji sighed and sat down on a rather large boulder. He used his old sword as a cane. He knew this conversation was to come. He just wished he picked a better time and place to discuss this. "I know what you're going to ask me, Naruto," he said with a cheeky smile. "So you've been following me again, so I'll just get it over with," he sighed as his face reddened even more. "I need help with asking Temari out. I just don't know what to say, what to do. I'm nervous," he said, trying to say more, but didn't know where to begin. Kenji put a hand up to slow the boy down. "Firstly, I really never wanted you to get into some sort of relationship at this point of your training. I just think you're a bit young," he said, pausing, seeing the disappointed expression on Naruto's face saddened Kenji, but he continued. He chuckled slightly. "I took you for a man that would go after someone from Whirlpool, but you had to go and found a girl from half a continent away," he said, almost laughing at the reddening face of Naruto's. "Let me just say, though, that if you thought you liked any other girl other than Temari, then I would have denied you until you were more mature. Maybe when you turned 16 or mastered the Uzumaki style," he said. Naruto seemed confused at first, but slowly realized that his grandfather had approved of his liking of Temari. "But old man, I still need help. I don't even know if she likes me," he said, grabbing his hair in frustration. The old man smiled and said, "She likes you, Naruto." "Really?" he said, showing the small, excited boy that resides inside him. He realized how he was acting, coughed, and tried looking serious. "How do you know?" he said, excited and curious. "I have seen the way she looks at you when she thinks no one is looking. It is a look of care, and one I know the look," he said, finally looking at Naruto dead in the eye. "Please, what should I do?" he said, begging for help. "Give her a single flower, a rose. Hand it to her and say what you want to say," he said from experience. "I don't know if I—" "You can and you will," he said, taking out a small paper and scribbling down something. "There's a flower shop in the lower eastern side of Konoha. An old war buddy of mine owns the place. Give this to him, and he will know what to do," he said, handing him the note. He sat up, groaning in pain from his old back. He used his sword as a cane, lately feeling his age catching up to him. "Ask for Inochi and say I sent you. He can help you better than I can right now." Naruto nodded and witnessed a strange look on his grandfather's face. "Have you, had the talk?" "The talk?" he said, confused. "You know, the birds and the bees," he said, near face faulting. For the next half an hour, Naruto went through mental hell, as when you get the talk from a ninja, they can use Kage Bushins and hinge. Nuff said. Yamanaka Flower Shop. Ino was staring down at an old-fashioned magazine, thinking about her crush, while unconsciously ignoring the one or two costumers coming and browsing. Naruto entered when Ino's full attention, the small chime alerting Ino of another costumer when ignored as she kept her nose buried in her magazine. He looked around and sniffed the air, inhaling the mix of fragrances the many flowers created. Rows and rows of different colors and styles were stacked beside each other, giving the illusion of a colorful meadow. He approached the counter, trying to get the attention of the flower shop worker. Excuse me," he said, trying to get her attention. Ino sighed at the disturbance and looked up at her new prey. No. Ino's ears went deaf, and her eyes were replaced with love-struck hearts. In her mind, a small genjutsu was cast, showing a shining sun, only making his beauty stand out even more to her. Naruto sighed as the female worker gave off a familiar look that he received from his usual fangirls. He started snapping his fingers, trying to get this girl's attention again. Inochi entered his shop wanting to see if his daughter had any problems with any costumers or anything. He saw a boy looking very similar to the fourth Hokage's, trying to get the attention of his obviously love-struck daughter. "Ah, is there something I can do for you, sir?" he said, curious what the fourth looked like. "Yes, sir. I'm looking for an Inochi. I have a message fro. Kenji Uzumaki," he said with respect. Inochi was caught by surprise at the fact that Kenji wrote something for him. His pride deepened when he thought that Kenji must have remembered Inochi. Naruto handed the note to Inochi, and he read the quickly written message to him and smiled at the message. Ino had started to get back from her small world and started following her newfound love. She saw her father reading a note he gave him and started chuckling. She went past the counter and moved closer to the two. She started sorting flowers into different combinations and styles, making no difference, just really wanting to hear what they were saying. "So a little bit of young love," he said with a smile. Seeing the reaction from his daughter got him worried, if only slightly. I mean, she only met him 2 minutes ago. "Ah, yeah, so do you think that you could help me out here?" he said in a slightly begging tone. "Anything for the honorable grandson of Kenji-sama," he said with a bow. He gestured for him to follow, and Naruto followed him to the back of the store, with Ino at his back, her appreciating everything she saw. Inoichi showed him through his private garden and let him through, while stopping his daughter. She pouted while trying to watch Naruto, trying to still get past her father. "Sorry, sweetie, but I think we have some costumers," he said, pointing to a few old ladies staring at some daffodils. "Boo but," she said, trying to think a way for her to get closer to this god. Inoichi just gave his daughter an affirmative look, and she sulked her way back to the counter, mumbling things about evil fathers. Inoichi closed the door behind himself and went beside Naruto, who was admiring the many diverse flowers among the small back room. "So what are you after?" Inoichi asked, with kindness and respect. "I really don't know," Naruto said, confused with what Temari would want. "What does she look like?" he asked, trying to figure out something that would make a better pick to help out Naruto. "Beautiful, sandy blonde hair," he said, smiling, looking out to dreamland. "Dark green eyes," he said, slightly blushing at how he was describing her to some stranger. Inoichi smiled at this used love. It wasn't something like his daughter's, simply a physical attraction. He could see the depth of this crush. It was something else, and he needed something more, though. "Very good, but there has to be something more. There are many flowers that would suit what you said." "Ichem, where is she from?" "The name is foreign." "No," Inoichi said, thinking more on the subject. "She is a Sunanin," he said with a smile. A smile rose from Inoichi's face. This information defiantly helped. He moved to the far corner, seeing a small batch of flowers from Suna. There are only 4 types of flowers from Suna, excepting cactuses and weeds and such. He held up the flowers. To Naruto, the first 3 he saw never caught his attention, but the third. "It's perfect." With Kenji. Kenji was concerned with his grandson. He knew of Orochimaru being here, and him being here alone was dangerous enough. He really wanted to give his grandson his time to at least maybe set up some sort of pen pal thing. He really didn't know how deep this relationship went, but he would give it time to nourish. He knew time was pressing, but he would give him at least a week, a day before the Chunin finals. Kenji could feel doubt creep into his shoulder. He needed some allies. He needs his army. With Naruto. Naruto held the single flower in his hand, sweating at an amazing rate like never before. He felt Temari's chakra coming closer. His worry was growing, not knowing how she would react. What if she said no and that she didn't want to be friends with him anymore? He didn't want to risk this friendship over how he just feels. While he was pondering over his dating worries, Temari snuck behind him. She saw him earlier very distracted with something and saw the opportunity to sneak behind him and give him a small freight. She slowly crept behind him and grabbed his shoulder. "Gotcha," she said loudly, which shocked Naruto to the core. He mentally prepared himself that once he saw her, he would do something. He turned around, and Temari saw the beautiful desert rose in his hands, a sandy yellow color that reminded Naruto of her. He hesitated slightly and held out the flower to Temari. "It's for you." With Kenji. Kenji chuckled at seeing his grandson being so unlike himself. He pushed his bandana over his eyes and took a quiet nap in the tall trees of Konoha. He was an old man, you know. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel everything around him. Although age has robbed him of his strength and legendary speed, he always felt that his senses could only get better. Everything was as clear as day. He could feel it all. The two chakra signatures of Temari and Naruto, the many birds, animals, and living things, the chakra of the many ninjas of Konoha, and the approaching sage chakra of Jiraiya. He sighed and moved his bandana to see properly. He bit his thumb and summoned a small tiger cub with a whirlpool bandana on. Kina, he said to the little pup, who puffed her chest out proudly to the clan leader. Yes, master, she said in a serious manner. Enough of that now, he said with a smile. He reached into his pocket and brought out 2 scrolls. Can you please send these to your mother? She will know what to do with them, he said in a grandfather tone. The tiger nodded and puffed into a ball of smoke. Kenji just felt the need to sleep, now more than ever, but he still had some loose ends that needed to be attended to. With Naruto saw Temari staring at him strangely. Deep down inside, he was begging himself to do something, say something, anything. While his mind was mush and his checks blazing red, Temari wasn't any better. She was blushing wildly, seeing the rare flower in his hands, the also rare look of nervousness on the face that usually held the look of confidence and calmness. Right now, he was anything, but Temari couldn't help but push him a bit. She pushed past her own nerves and coughed slightly to see if her voice was fine. Yes, Naruto-kun. Is that flower for me? She said, pushing her inner shy self away. Now on a normal basis, most that knew Temari, heck, anyone who glanced upon her could see and feel the confidence that this girl held about herself. But when she was around Naruto, she was different. She thought and knew she acted different. She didn't know why. She seemed shyer. She spoke her thoughts as usual, but not in the negative tone she gave to different opinions to hers. She felt different. But when she spoke this way, it brought more confidence from her. It made this desired situation all the less unbearable. He tried speaking, yet his head suddenly turned off. He still had the rose in a firm grip. Temari saw the tight grip and decided to push a bit further. Such a beautiful flower, she said, smiling, looking down at the flower. In Naruto's mind, he said something under the lines of a beautiful flower for a beautiful woman, but alas, his mind and his mouth did not met. She saw the stiff hold on the flower and thought of a cunning way to get her present. She stared deep into his deep ice blue eyes, fighting the warmth in her cheeks. She grabbed his hand with both of hers, holding with a soft hold, and slowly pulled the desert rose from his strong grip. After getting the rose out, she held his hand ever so slightly. She blushed the heaviest she ever thought she could and pulled her hands away, holding the rose close to her chest. Temari pulled the rose and sniffed it slightly. The desert rose brought an aroma that reminded her so much of home. A spark in Naruto's mind that said, say something, brought him to life. Temari, could you, would you, he stuttered and never could really get the message across. He never looked at her, and that was starting to get her slightly annoyed. Temari gave Mercy and Toke the reins. She saw that he still wasn't looking directly at her, and had enough of this shy Naruto. He looked slightly at her, only further angering Temari. Naruto, she said in a tone that she knew he would listen to. Naruto remembers that tone. He would never forget the pain. Meet me tonight at 6 in my hotel. You'll take me out to a fancy restaurant, and we will have a good time, she said with her high and mighty voice. Naruto sighed in relief. I have to get ready for tonight, she said, leaving Naruto in a mess. She made her way to the forest, and before leaving, she went back to Naruto and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Thank you for the rose, she said, not daring to look him in the eyes again. She ran off, calling out, see you at 6. Naruto just stood there, completely unmoved, and placed a hand on his cheek, smiling a goofy grin. He sighed in relief and collapsed to the ground. Naruto Uzumaki was out of energy. It was a strange feeling, yet he was the happiest he had ever been. 6. At a fancy restaurant. Shouldn't be too hard, right? With Temari. The second Temari had left Naruto, she turned and pressed her back against a large oak tree. She gave out a small squeal of excitement and daydreamed about the possibilities of the night, where she would be going, what she would wear, would they kiss for the first. She gave out another girly squeal. Several animals in the background ran away freighted at the sound. At 6. With Sasuke. He was searching high and low for the blonde knucklehead. How dare he hold back against him? He felt betrayed and confused. He decided that he would beat Naruto, beat him to the point that his grandfather would teach him, and him only, in Jiraiya and Kakashi. He smirked evilly at his own brilliance. Only a Uchiha. Only a Uchiha. With Kenji. Jiraiya had arrived at the small grounds to find a strange sight. Two large tigers about the size of a fully grown horse, and the Uzumaki clan head and Kakashi laughing their heads off in a very anime style. Jiraiya was confused at first, but saw behind one of the large white tigers was Naruto with his back on the ground, staring oddly at the sky, ignoring all the craziness around him. "What's up with him?" Jiraiya said, pointing at the odd way Naruto was acting. "He has a date with Temari," Kenji said with raised eyebrows, a heavy smile still on his face. "Temari," he said, wondering if he was thinking of the Suna blonde. "Temari," Kakashi confirmed, nodding at where he was going with this. "Ho-ho Naruto, didn't know you had it in ya," he said with his pervert mode going. "Ero Senin, don't start," Naruto pleaded. Hearing the arrival of his sensei brought him out of his day dreaming. "Didn't know you had a thing for exotic women," Jiraiya said, causing Naruto to blush at the teasing. "Nah, he likes the blondes. Remember the Akina girl from before," Kakashi pointed out, causing the blush to deepen. "Sensei," he pleaded for mercy. "Ah, the blonde bombshells, there are many things you will learn from them," Jiraiya said, daydreaming slightly. "Sensei. She is quite a looker, Naruto. Nice job," Kakashi said with eye smile and a thumbs up. "Grandpa, please." "Now, that's quite enough," he said, bringing the laughter down slightly. "He has a first date with a suitable woman that we all approve of," he said, staring out to the rest of his company. No one argued that point. "He will have a nice time, and he will act like a gentleman. And that's that," he said with his grandfather smile. "Besides, we Uzumaki men have a thing for fiery women. If you ever met your grandma, oh baby." Old man. Laughter continued as Naruto covered his ears, trying his best to ignore his fellow senseis/perverts. Later that day, Naruto was at Temari's hotel feeling very uncomfortable, not with the date or anything, but what he was wearing. His senseis had convinced him to wear something a bit more casual, a white button-up dress shirt that molded very well with Naruto's muscles and gave off a very masculine look. He kept his AMBU-style pants only in a dark gray color. Instead of having his bandana in his usual headband style, it was wrapped around his arm and a kunai holster over his thigh. His hair was loose, and if the attention that he was getting from the opposite sex, he looked pretty good. He felt a little strange doing all this, but he knew it would be worth it. He just hoped nothing went wrong at this point. With Temari. Temari had been stressing over what to wear, but decided to go with a nice black dress. Sorry, I'm a dude. That's as much detail as you're going to get, that she brought out of the few outfits she brought from shopping earlier today. She had on a small amount of makeup that heightened her facial features and made her even more attractive. She had been wondering if she would keep her hair out or not, but decided to keep it in her classic style. She looked in a mirror and seemed very happy with what she had done with herself. She made her way out of her personal room and made her way through the lounge, hopefully without being noticed by her teammates. "Where are you going?" her sensei asked. Baki was usually a carefree individual, but he knew that time was pressed and the invasion was nearing. "I have a date," she said, looking behind her, fearing Gaara was behind her. "A date," he said, slightly confused. "Not a Konoha-nin, I hope," he said, surprised at the answer Temari gave her. "Of course not," she said sheepishly. "A citizen," he said, a little worried. The possibility of Kage's daughter and a citizen was an odd and dangerous one. No, why would you say that? She said, trying to change the subject. Don't pull that on me, he said, looking at her cautiously. All right, be on your way. But I expect a big talk with you afterwards, he said, giving her a nod. Thank you, she said, making her way out to meet with Naruto. She felt a small creeping feeling make her way down her spine. She felt Gaara's presence near and started rushing a bit faster. Making that small feeling leave as quickly as she could, she rushed down the 5 flights of stairs fairly quickly and made it past the lobby, rushing through the front door. She slammed through and accidentally ran into Naruto with full force. Naruto groaned at the unexpected pain and saw Temari on top of him in a very uncomfortable position. Ai Temari. Temari sighed at her luck and gave out a small chuckle at the casualness of Naruto. Ai Naruto. Later on, the date continued as Naruto took Temari to some fancy restaurant from the Upper East Side. He was a little cautious on the fact that Jiraiya had recommended it, but it was a classy, respectable place. The two had talked a lot over the time. They had known each other very well over the short time they had known each other. But this date sort of thing, it sort of brought out one and another. The two confessed childhood memories, their likes and dislikes, their dreams, their team and senseis. The two never knew more about the other ever before, and yet they still wanted to know more. It was late at night. The two blondes walked side to side, not speaking, in a comfortable silence. Temari never felt so comfortable before being in his presence. But suddenly that small shiver returned, piercing the warmth that she had felt throughout the night. She looked around trying to find her brother. Naruto saw the panicking beside him and wondered what was happening. He was about to speak his thoughts when suddenly 10 meters in front of them, a large ball of sand formed in front of the two. Temari froze, but Naruto kept his head high and his senses alert. The sand crumbled apart, leaving Gaara standing ankle-deep in the sand as his gourd started slowly sucking the large amount of sand inside. Uzumaki, he said, slowly mumbling to himself as he walked ever so slowly to the blondes. Naruto stood his ground as he showed no fear. He had a hand in his pocket slowly forming chakra. He felt the fear foaming from Temari and fell for her. He pulled her body across, slowly and gently behind him as he felt that she had no need for this. He respected her as a kunoichi, but this one was a whole other level. Yes, he said, hoping nothing would happen that might provoke him. My existence, he said, slowly mumbling, walking slowly towards Naruto. Don't do it, he said, warning Gaara, who took no heed. Mother wants something, Gaara whispered as the sand started whipping and acting as crazy as his controller. Gaara, please, pleaded his sister, her voice filled with fear as the sand only closer to the two. Naruto pulled out a kunai and cursed himself for coming unarmed. Gaara saw the way he was protecting that pathetic sister of his. It made him feel strange. A feeling he never felt rose inside his chest. The sand rose, and for 1 second all was silent. Then the sand formed into a single pillar and traveled at full force at the blonde. Naruto swore as he used wind chakra to help him defend. The sand made its way far too quickly for Naruto to handle, as suddenly the sand maneuvered its way past Naruto, aiming for the heart of Temari. Chapter 10. The Great Konoha Invasion, the Beginning. The date continued as Naruto took Temari to some fancy restaurant from the Upper East Side. He was a little cautious on the fact that Jiraiya had recommended it, but it was a classy, respectable place. The two had talked a lot over the time. They had known each other very well over the short time they had known each other. But this date sort of thing, it sort of brought out one and another. The two confessed childhood memories, their likes and dislikes, their dreams, their team and senseis. The two never knew more about the other ever before, and yet they still wanted to know more. It was late at night. The two blondes walked side to side, not speaking, in a comfortable silence. Temari never felt so comfortable before being in his presence. But suddenly that small shiver returned, piercing the warmth that she had felt throughout the night. She looked around trying to find her brother. Naruto saw the panicking beside him and wondered what was happening. He was about to speak his thoughts when suddenly 10 meters in front of them, A large ball of sand formed in front of the two. Temari froze, but Naruto kept his head high and his senses alert. The sand crumbled apart, leaving Gaara standing ankle-deep in the sand as his gourd started slowly sucking the large amount of sand inside. "Uzumaki," he said, slowly mumbling to himself as he walked ever so slowly to the blondes. Naruto stood his ground as he showed no fear. He had a hand in his pocket slowly forming chakra. He felt the fear foaming from Temari and fell for her. He pulled her body across, slowly and gently behind him as he felt that she had no need for this. He respected her as a kunoichi, but this one was a whole other level. "Yes," he said, hoping nothing would happen that might provoke him. "My existence," he said, slowly mumbling, walking slowly towards Naruto. "Don't do it," he said, warning Gaara, who took no heed. "Mother wants something," Gaara whispered as the sand started whipping and acting as crazy as his controller. "Gaara, please," pleaded his sister, her voice filled with fear as the sand only closer to the two. Naruto pulled out a kunai and cursed himself for coming unarmed. Gaara saw the way he was protecting that pathetic sister of his. It made him feel strange. A feeling he never felt rose inside his chest. The sand rose, and for 1 second all was silent. Then the sand formed into a single pillar and traveled at full force at the blonde. Naruto swore as he used wind chakra to help him defend. The sand made its way far too quickly for Naruto to handle, as suddenly the sand maneuvered its way past Naruto, aiming for the heart of Temari. Time moved slowly as Naruto watched, helpless. The sand was piercing the skin as it hardened, and slowly the red, sticky blood emerged out. Naruto's eyes turned blood red. His canines grew as his whisker marks grew darker and more pronounced. His hand struck the large amount of sand as his demonic chakra influenced and turned the sand quickly into glass. Naruto smashed the glass with a strong left hook and looked at Gaara from afar. For a split second, fear could be seen deep in the eyes of Gaara. As the small shards of glass clattered on the concrete, as Naruto dashed faster towards the frozen Gaara, intent to kill, his fingernails lengthened as he pulled his arm closer. How dare he attack her? He, though, as his blood boiled, almost all consciousness lost at seeing Gaara attack not only a relative of his own, but a precious person of Naruto's. He will pay was the last that was heard before giving into this strong, otherworldly power. This power was amazing. He could do anything, anything. He reached speeds he thought unimaginable before, but he wouldn't place another thought to his amazing new power. He made it to Gaara, but the sand reacted quickly. He smashed a red chakra-fueled claw in the hardening sand. He smashed through the barrier as glass encased his fist. He roared in anger and smacked his claw against the building side as a large crater emerged. Naruto looked past the shards of glass and stone as it flew past him. His red silted eyes saw the fear in Gaara's as he slowly backed away. Naruto noticed how the chakra moved in the sand. His strategic mind was always been trained to see and think. Even under demonic influence, he would see and think. He disappeared and reappeared behind Gaara. He tried hooking to the side of his head, but the sand moved. He growled and disappeared again. Every time he failed, he would go faster and faster. His animalist side was getting out quicker and quicker. He ignored the logical side of him to stop and moved faster and faster. Something inside of him. It wasn't the red chakra, a small part of him knew that. It was something else. He moved to strike, and he disappeared again as a loud pop and a yellow flash shined in the early night. He appeared inside the sand barrier and sent a huge uppercut that sent him flying and spinning 20 meters down the road. He roared in triumph and smacked his arms down on the concrete, making a large hole. He saw Gaara's wide eyes staring at him with fear and disbelief. And maybe, if only a small slimmer, excitement. He would do the finishing blow. He disappeared into a yellow flash and made a beeline to the stunned Sunanin. His eyes saw movement to the side, but passed it off as some freighted animal. Suddenly his grandfather appeared with his sword drawn. He held the handle out and struck the demonic controlled in the stomach. He stopped dead in his tracks as his grandfather whispered under his breath as a large green glow appeared beneath Kenji's right hand as he pressed it against his stomach. Suddenly his eyelids felt heavy and slumber felt needed all of a sudden. His legs collapsed under himself, and his grandfather caught him before a fall to the hard ground. He saw from a far distance Temari, lying down on the ground, sand and glass surrounding her. Naruto, with all his will, pulled his arm painfully up and pointed towards the other blonde, and fell unconscious just before whispering, "Temari, I'm sure." Kenji sighed as he saw the other body. He placed his grandson down and bit his thumb, wiped the blood across his summoning tattoo. He went through seals faster than necessary and placed his left hand to the ground, shouting ninja art, summoning jutsu. A large puff of smoke appeared and obscured his view for a second, until suddenly a large white tiger emerged with his head under his arm and sleeping the way cats sleep. "Wake up, Naru," he said, kicking the tiger. "Lazy cat. Wake up," he shouted as he kicked him again and again until the tiger groaned an old growl. "What is it, Kenji-sama?" he said, exaggerating the suffix as much as an over-the-hill tiger could. "I need you to carry this one over," he said, pointing at the Sunanin. "A Sunanin?" he asked, raising a non-existent eyebrow. "Just help out, will ya? There's a hunk of deer meat in it for ya," he said, while laughing at the lazy tiger's quick reactions. Gaara just stood still as again someone showed something that his mother convinced him he would never feel: love and protection. Later. "How are they?" Kakashi asked, very concerned with his student's condition. "They're fine for now. Naruto is worse by far. His chakra is extremely drained, and accessing the Kyuubi's chakra for the first time was hard on his body, but luckily the more access to the fox's chakra means more access to his healing abilities," Jiraiya explained to Kakashi as he nodded to the explanation. "Temari may have a small scar by the collarbone, but nothing more except a bump on the head," Jiraiya said, recalling the blonde's injury. Kenji walked in the hotel room and saw Kakashi and Jiraiya staring down at the two blondes. All right, whose idea was it to put both of them in the same bed?" Kakashi looked to the side, and Jiraiya formed a hand sign and disappeared in a large amount of smoke. "Pervert away." Kenji pinched the bridge of his nose and asked Kakashi politely to get Jiraiya, so he could beat him down. Kakashi just pulled out his porn and slowly walked out to find the Toad Sannin. Kenji sighed and wondered when this day would end. He saw how peaceful the two looked together and reminded himself to talk to this girl and find out a bit more about this girl. He saw how both Temari and Naruto were unconsciously inching closer and closer towards one another. He would just laugh at the moment, but he would die from laughter in the morning. He made his way to his personal room and went to bed hoping for no interruptions. He closed his eyes as he felt the warmth under the blanket and heard a pop indicating an interruption. "A message for you, clan leader," a messenger tiger announced. He recognized him. "Igo, Naru's child. There's only a few families in the White Tiger clan, and being a clan leader, it was necessary to know all tigers and such, but it was so hard to tell them apart, and they bred like bunnies in heat. Thanks. Ask me later for a sweet or something," he said as he read the message from his 4th Army commander. He sighed in worry for his grandson. He wondered how he would take this. With Sasuke, he felt the power. It was in his grasp. All it had to take was a slight nudge and some chakra, and then he could feel that feeling. The feeling had always been there. It was a feeling of strength or being superior. Throughout his life, he knew the importance of the Uchiha clan. Through his youth, his father and family preached their superiority to all other clans in need. Then his whole world crashes around him. Not one, but two Nins. Two Nins who didn't even have a bloodline, who didn't even belong to a prestigious clan, or even a clan at all. He forced chakra to his eyes. He closed them for a second and slowly opened his blood-red eyes with 2 tome at opposite ends. He saw everything in a new, more informational light, how chakra moved, how it blended with the different hand seals. It was strangely invigorating. He felt the prickling sensation of his curse seal act up. He noticed it usually did that when he felt certain things thought of certain subjects, jealousy, Gaara, Itachi, and most recently Naruto. He felt the tattoos run up and down his neck as the power and feeling of superiority returned. He smirked an arrogant smirk as he felt like he deserved this power. He was a Uchiha. He will kill Itachi. He will. Later with Kenji. Kenji woke up about 30 minutes earlier than he usually would and saw a sight that warmed his heart. Temari had her head on Naruto's chest while her arm was grabbing Naruto's hand in what looked like a very tight grip. Naruto had a smile that could match Temari's, which made Kenji ponder on whether or not Naruto and Temari knew of their positions. All he knows is that those two would wake up and hilarity would ensure. Naruto felt the pain of his injuries for the majority of the night, until suddenly a feeling of warmth and happiness washed across his body. The pain lessened as he creaked his eyes open to see a beautiful sight of Temari and an even more incredible rush of a pleasurable warmth he had never felt before, a feeling of completion, and he only hoped that Cammy herself would deny him more time with this Suna blonde. He snuggled down and made his body more comfortable. He sighed in happiness as he readied himself for some sort of huge yell of pervert and get a beating with that large metal 300-pound fan. He opened his eyes and wondered if it was worth it. He looked down again. It was worth it. He closed his eyes and slept a soundless slumber. Maybe. Temari groaned and cursed the exceptionally bright morning. She probably had the best sleep of her life. She wondered what was different. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a glimpse of Naruto. She closed her eyes and she felt the need to smile. Then suddenly her eyes opened at record speeds. She felt the instinctual urge to yell and scream pervert, but her logical side of her brain said that he isn't the type of man and he just risked his life not too long ago. A sharp rush of memories came to her mind. She felt her hand holding Naruto's and somehow painfully let it go to hold her head and somehow ease the pain she felt. The date between them was perfect. It was so perfect. It was meant to end in a romantic kiss that left her and him breathless. But no Gaara. Gaara changed it all. She wondered if he was all right or if she should check on him for injuries. She brushed that thought away and knew that the demon, no matter how much she hated it, would keep her younger brother alive. She also doubted herself right now if whether or not she could make herself let go of her new pillow. She snuggled closer and found this new warmth almost overwhelming. She felt that although the date was ruined, this more than made up for it. It was perfect. Kenji kept his head down as he read his scroll on some argument between the land of metal and some disorderly conduct from some whirlpool nin. He also kept his head down while reading as he heard to people waking up at the same time, a smile heavy on his face. He almost laughed while hearing a loud pervert and a smashing sound in the other room. Naruto landed to the side of his laughing grandfather in a twitching mess, while Temari had her back to them, arms crossed and a small smile on her face. The two left together in the late morning, and the two blondes stopped at the hotel the Suna team resides in. Temari waited at the front door to the hotel as both blondes stood awkwardly at the door, both wondering what to say. "So, are you okay?" he asked, looking away, rubbing the spot she hit him earlier. "Yeah, I'm fine," she said, also looking away, kind of embarrassed as she let into her female pervert instincts. "That's good. Well, he thought with no good thought coming to mind expect one perverted one, and he really found that if he performed any more accused perverted moves, he won't be able to survive another hit from that oversized fan. Temari saw the nervous look again and blushed at her own actions. She sighed and decided to take the reins again. She stepped forward and moved her lips to his, closing her eyes, hoping what she was doing was right. She felt Naruto's lips and felt the sudden electrifying feeling. She felt like this was a moment she would remember forever. The two held each other in a loving manner as the rest of the world stood still, this moment remaining in their minds for as long as they lived, each knowing that they would cherish this moment forever. The duo parted, almost painfully, away from one another. They stared into each other's eyes, and they both looked away for some reason embarrassed. "I'll see you later," she said shyly. "Yeah, um, yeah, I'll see you later," he said nervously as he left with the biggest smile on his face, almost matched by Temari's own. Temari waved goodbye and went through the front door, pressed her back against the door, and let out a girly squeal. She sprinted to her room, very, very happy. She made her way to her room and heard the shout of her sensei. "Temari, where have you been?" Temari's mood darkened as she realized that she had gone out on a date and didn't return the following night. She could see how this was interpreted, but seriously, she was only 15 years old. "It's not what you think what happened was." "I don't want to hear it. What you do in your time is your business," he said in a disapproving tone. Temari looked confused at the tone, but she did find Baki a second father, and he was just acting on some fatherly protection thing. "Right now, we have to prepare for the mission. Hurry now and wake that lazy brother of yours," he said in his sensei voice. "Yes, sir," she sighed as the best start to a day had ended too quickly for her. Naruto roamed the streets of Konoha with a large smile on his face. Nothing could ruin his mood. Not the horde of fangirls following him. Not the constant gossiping and whispering from the older generation or the sneers and bad looks he was receiving from the foreign shinobi. If anything, the look he was giving off was increasing all the previous things that would make him annoyed. He laughed inside as he walked to the training grounds, ready to make this perfect day last a bit longer. Kakashi appeared to his side, acting aloof as if he didn't care about the beating he would get from Gramps if he didn't act properly around him. "You're needed at the Hokage Tower," he said as he admired the surroundings, trying to look past the hordes of fangirls of all ages. "What for?" Kakashi just shrugged, when really he didn't want to make Naruto upset in a public place like this. He remembered Kinji asking Naruto to be quick, so using his best motivational tools, he brought out the big guns. "So your morning was good, I'm assuming," he said while seeing the now dark mood of Naruto. "I know I had a good morning," he said while looking at the very good-looking fangirls among the crowd. "So are you still a virgin, or is that a stupid question now?" he said before taking off in a sprint as Naruto chased after him with chakra, increased legs. "You shall pay, pervert," he yelled as he pulled out his sword and chased after him in anime style. While all the action was happening, one Kushina was watching from the rooftops using her superior hiding skills, watching the demon, waiting patiently for the right moment. There was a plan. The invasion gave her the greatest chance to kill him and release the poor soul of her son. But she was smart. If there was a chance right now, then she would take it without hesitation. She had watched him and found the blonde Suna Nin interesting, maybe somehow influenced by the demon. She may have her uses later. She almost revealed herself until the unlucky timing of Sharingan Kakashi arrival. She was far stronger than Kakashi, but he was skilled enough to take up enough time for him to escape and arrive in the safety of Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and even more difficult Kenji Uzumaki. Facing those three at once, by herself, was considered instant death. She made her way back to the invasion encampment. She will ignore more ogling by the shinobi population there. Maybe some throats will be slit today. "Soon, QB, soon," she whispered as she vanished into the morning sunlight. Chapter 11. The Aftermath. And a lot will be confusing at first, but just stay with it. Trust me. "Forward," the leader cried. The men, 50 at best, moved in a pack close and tight, swords and defensive techniques protecting the man to the left. Each jutsu that came close was met with an even stronger jutsu, with the opposite and more effective affinity. The men moved slow for their skill, but a careful-eyed observer could see the formation was centering and in a defensive manner. The jutsus were swept away without a second thought as the caster was quickly taken down. Naruto's unconscious body was being pulled from the war zone, his mind dark and his injuries smoking darkly as the open wounds slowly closed and the skin regenerated in inhuman speeds. The men ignored the strange happenings, their attention focused on the foreign Nins and the route to their eventual escape. But what the men of Whirlpool didn't notice was the small flicker in the young boy's eyes. The blue color seemed sad and distant at first glance. His eyes made any observer feel the deepest depths of loneliness and heartbreak. Something happened to this boy. Something really, really bad. Temari dropped her brother rather roughly for an injured sibling. His left eye had a small open wound across the left side. His entire shirt was ripped to shreds, with a wide gash across his upper torso and several purple bruises across his face and forearms, presumably from blocking attacks that the sand couldn't reach in time. She looked around in the dense forest surrounding them. Dirty, dusty weed-filled grass surrounds the floor, and the sweet songs of birds went ignored to the distant sounds of explosions and metal and flesh mixing. She realized this was an all-right hiding location for now, as her younger brother will use this time to heal and get back to the mission. She reached in the back of her pouch and pulled out a small medical emergency kit. She pulled out some bandages and some solder pills. She pulled out a small canteen to give to her brother. Temari. She glared at her barely conscious brother. Gara was shocked to see this look that only people from afar would dare commit to him. What? She growled back as she looked away from her brother. I am sorry, he said with a hiss as his head stung more and more as he spoke those few words that Temari never thought she would never hear before. She looked back at her brother, blood flow not leaving as quickly as before. Her eyes looked at him suspiciously as if expecting him to laugh evilly, and her send his sand to quiet her up for speaking so rudely before. But nothing happened. His pain died down, and he opened his eyes to look directly at her almost as if to solidify what he previously said. I'm sorry, Temari. Truly I'm sorry, he apologized, almost at tears. But Temari, she didn't care if her brother said this to her before the Chunin exams. She too would be in tears. But she couldn't forgive him, at least not yet. Just shut up, you're needed for the mission, she said to him. Not daring to look into Gara's confused and sad eyes, she grabbed the white bandage tape and motioned for him to come closer. He grunted as he pulled his bloodied and bruised naked torso off the ground. Her frown was still marked on her face as she rolled out the tape and started pulling it over his wide, open wound across his chest. By the depth, it would most likely scar. As she placed the tape over his injuries, practically ignoring Gara's stiffening as the foreign pain increased the pain he originally felt. She mumbled and mumbled to herself over and over the same sentence, as tears flowed slowly and softly across her cheeks. Why did you make me choose? Jiraiya looked around the damaged hospital for any survivors. The second the attack happened, an entire division attacked the hospital, a usual target when it came to these sort of invasions. Kaget towers, military outposts, granaries, communication outposts, places of political and or economical importance. He looked around with the help of a few toads that made the search a little easier for him. Anyone here? He yelled out as he looked at the damaged building insides. Rubble and stone was everywhere, with the occasional Konoha and Anin found laying in its own pool of blood. Jiraiya. The voice made Jiraiya freeze. No one said his name with that sort of tone, except one. He turned and saw the busted figure of his longtime teammate, her blonde hair and skin like a young 20-year-old, which Jiraiya never had a problem with, and her famous breast eyes seeming to allure Jiraiya's eyesight. Nice to see you again, he said with his hermit smile. Where is he? She demanded. He knew who he was talking about. You don't deserve to see him, he said as a smile faded and grew to his hard and serious look that was only used in life or death situations. And what gives you the right to say no to me? She said, just as serious, if not more. You have to get through me to see him, he said, rolling his neck and cracking his knuckles. So be it, she said as she leapt towards him, fist drawn with chakra, ready to be released. Kenji and Hiruzen stood side by side as they faced the four men that faced him. Three coffins with wide, open doors revealing who they each held, Orochimaru laughing evilly at the concerned expressions of not only Sarutobi, but Kenji Uzumaki as well. What stood across them were legends, Minato Namikaze, Tobirama Senju, Hashirama Senju, and of course the conductor of this parade, Orochimaru. Each name spoken individually would bring fear to the bravest of foe, and yet here was all four, three of which were former Hokages, two of which had bloodlines. All were Kage in power-wise. All were legends in their own respect. It wasn't as if these two were pushovers, nothing of the sort. Both were masters in their element. Both were masters in their weapon styles. Both were as experienced as anyone in history. One had perfect chakra control while the other had a monster amount. It wasn't a 50-50 match, but it wasn't far from it. All that could be known was that it would be a legendary fight that would be known throughout the shinobi land. Hell yeah, Kenji yelled as his childlike excitement got ahead of himself. While Temari addressed Tagara's injuries and Naruto was getting nursed to heath by a young whirlpool doctor, the two thought about what had caused such internal pain to themselves. It started off with the two talking to each other about how they would stay in touch. The two had a wonderful time spending the last few hours together. While this was happening, Gaara watched from a distance. Jealousy flowed through his mind as he watched the two laugh and hold each other in a caring and loving manner. That was all it took, and he snapped. He attacked with all his might, and the two were a close match against the other, until one final attack. Rasengan, he cried as the blue orb shredded through the piles and piles of sand that was pushed aside from the legendary attack. Gaara never before felt the fire rush from his hands as the demon inside him called upon his chakra and summoned the fire dragon. The two powerful attacks mixed as the explosion seemed to have killed and burned every single thing within its range. Temari watched in horror. "No, stop!" she screamed as she ran for her life. She forced all the chakra she could to her legs. Her muscles flexed as her chakra pushed her faster than any normal human could, but despite her shinobi speed, she was too far. Her heart seemed to stop as the explosion seemed not to stop. The raging fire burned its surroundings as the forest trees and foliage smoked and burned to ashes. The force of the two's combined attacks slightly pushed her as she moved her arm to block the small twigs and leaves getting in her vision. Temari stared at the carnage frozen as the large amount of smoke faded. The two bodies were pushed to different sides, Naruto to the left, Gaara to the right. Temari's first instinct was to go to Naruto. She felt her instincts screaming to protect him, but unfortunately the logical part of her mind came to her. If Gaara was injured, he wouldn't be able to perform his major contribution to the invasion. She saw the unconscious body of Naruto and saw her precious brother. No, no, no. Her strategic mind went through as many possibilities and consequences of one of the two choices. She thought of her life with Naruto. The last few weeks with him have been unbelievable. She would never thought that she could ever fall in love. Never. The sister to an overprotective puppet master brother and the town murderer, the daughter of the most hated Kage in their history. At an early age, she had noticed both the looks of interest and fear whenever she was with her family. She decided that she was to give up on love and romance, and decided to become a true kunoichi. Over the years, she achieved her ambition and was on her way to being Chunin one step closer to being a special jonin and a master of wind. Then she meets the most interesting, fascinating, handsome young boy from Whirlpool, and her whole world was turned upside down. She found that all her girlhood dreams come suddenly back with Naruto all in them. Holding hands, warm moments, kissing, love, all the things she had laughed at from afar. But now knowing the feeling she bears for Naruto, she truly understands. She knew she was falling for the blonde, and she was not stubborn enough to deny it, but stubborn enough to say it to him. Her body slowly made its way to the blonde, but her logical side revealed itself again. If Gaara was unable to perform his duty to the invasion plans, he would most likely pulled for treason, an act of defiance her father would say. It would be the pushing point for the village to finally rid itself of the damned Suna demon. And no matter what, he was her brother, and she was her sister no matter what. Her mind felt numb as she slowly made her way to the red head. She hated this decision, but her love for her brother never left, even through his constant fear tactics and crazy persona. She just hoped that Naruto would forgive her. A sigh and moan of pain was heard. She looked to the side and saw Naruto's head move to the side, looking for something, anything beautiful blue, eyes stinging her own as she saw the pain in what she was doing. He didn't see the choice. He never saw the look of regret in her eyes. All he saw was Temari turning her back on him as his blood slowly covered the ground. He saw her help him up with one final glance and a hushed word that Naruto didn't want to hear. He felt betrayed. His heart was untouched by Gaara's blow. But the blow the blonde Sunanin sent him, but it was far more painful. He felt hollow. He felt alone again. Slowly, as the warmth left his body and the blood seemed to reach new limits of distance from his body, his vision was wavering and losing focus. The sad comfort of slumber was approaching him as he felt his eyelids grow heavy. He heard a manly cry of his name as Temari left his sight and his sensei Kakashi appeared slightly in his vision, but his focus was the fading body of Temari. His eyelids felt heavy as he gave into the dark slumber. The invasion seemed perfect to a calculated mind. IWA, Suna, Kyumo, and sound against Konoha. Actually, to a simple mind, it seemed kind of one-sided. The Chunin exams was an annual event that was celebrated to not only ninja villages, but large merchant cities and the smaller, more unknown villages, a sign that said that all are equal. To bad, it was never really said. The chance of Konoha getting the Chunin exams were very slim. It was chosen through lottery, with the exception of the previous city or village, so it was very lucky enough that Konoha was chosen. Secondly, the relations between the gathered villages needed to be the best it could be. Orochimaru's forces of failed and successful experiments, and any forced or paid hand wasn't enough to take down the battle-hardened forces of Konoha, with their will of fire and such, not to mention their strong alliance with Suna. So to take down two birds with one stone, Orochimaru went after the Kazekage. He wasn't very liked, and he was very cocky, taking only 2 Jonin guards and the recommended 4 and of higher ranked. He was taken care of easily, Shurikage, but still barely won at all. To Orochimaru, he had faced worse Jonins. He manipulated Suna's budget woes and the newly found heated rivalry against their Konoha allies to his own advantage and made his first ally to his cause. Then there was Kyumo and IWA. They had already heavily persisted in the destruction of their hated Konoha, but the casualties of the previous war and the High Council vote against anything higher than aggression pact against Konoha had stopped the Kage's causes to rally the ninja and civilians to a new war. The war was bound to happen sooner or later. If it was in his favor, who was he to stop it? Orochimaru's musings were to a halt as he watched the dark clouds gather over his location. It was an old Kyumo trick to scare their enemies. The clouds were infused with chakra, and the thunder was jutsus infused with the clouds to further scare the opponents of Kyumo. Tsunade was just as powerful as Jiraiya, and he was hard-pressed to not admit it. The two pushed each other to the point of exhaustion, so much so that she was forced to let go of her Jinjutsu. The Jinjutsu to Jiraiya didn't make her any less beautiful than one would think, but there was one major difference that anyone close to her would notice. Her honey-colored eyes were not the same color. It was a dark blue, just like her mother's, just like her grandmother's, and just like her son, and of course her grandson's. Naruto Uzumaki. As Temari finished bandaging Gaara's wounds, she wiped the tears off of her face and told her brother to have a short rest. What she didn't notice was the red-headed assassin waiting patiently in the woods, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The dark influence spreads through your mind. She must be purified, she whispered as her dark jade dagger was sheathed from its holster. She slowly hummed the song that promised death. Chapter 12. The battle between villages. The dark clouds rolled over the gentle blue skies, and the sound of fire and explosions in the distance as the cries of help and mercy went to deaf ears. The 6 men trapped inside the purple shield stared at each other with mixed emotions. Orochimaru's smirk was maddening to Sarutobi. To think that this was all avoidable. With a strike off his hand, he could have easily finished off his weakened former student, and now karma was back. And it was a bitch slap to the face. His senseis and a person who he considered a somewhat second-son figure returned from the eternal slumber used by Orochimaru's curse techniques. Sarutobi damned his student and promised to his sensei and successor that they would never be disturbed ever again. The Nadame and Shodame looked basically as he remembered as a child. They both had the same armor type, light metal armor that protect from basic metal attacks. The key difference was Nadame's dark blue and the Shodame's dark red. Each had black long-sleeved and taped ankles with open foot sandals. Nadame had a large white fur collar and a helmet like shinobi headband that covered the sides to his face and his forehead. He had 3 red stripes marked on his face, 2 on his cheeks, and 1 on his chin. His hair was gray and spiky. His skin was an unhealthy pale-looking color, and his normally vibrant ice blue-colored eyes seemed dull and inattentive. Sarutobi could see the life being pulled from him. It only angered him. Further, the Shodame's armor was a pale red, mixed with the blood of his former enemies. His headband wrapped firmly across his forehead with several strands of his black hair loose across his aging face. His light metal shoulder pads hid the sides of his neck, and his long dark hair moved with the strong winds. His usually tan skin matched the paste color of his brother's, and his light brown eyes looked distant and outward towards the sky. Ignoring his surroundings, to Sarutobi, it seemed like he was embracing the life that was forcibly taken from him all those years ago. Sarutobi glared at his student. His pale skin and black hair clung to his head in the heat of the excitement. His smirk was maddening, and his yellow eyes made him wonder how he didn't see the look of desire. The look that meant nothing was too valuable. Nothing was going to stop him from his goals. Nothing was impossible to him. The first kept his vision on the sky as he watched with a frown as the dark clouds rolled over the peaceful skies. He turned his head to the side to see his only brother, and you would expect a somewhat heartwarming reunion between the two who had been separated for many years. But a simple nod from the first to his younger brother and a return nod, not a word spoken as they looked outwards to their surroundings. A strange technique, wouldn't you say, brother? Hashirama said to his brother. The second raised his arm, looking at it in an intrigued manner. Yes, brother, truly a sight to see, he said as he flexed his shoulder as he continued looking around at his surroundings, ignoring the buildings that were blazing in the distance, the dead bodies of their fellow shinobi and civilians scattered across the roads, and buildings all went ignored or somehow unnoticed to them. Tobirama looked behind him as he felt the hate and excitement growing. A young Orochimaru came to mind as he looked at this man, which had the many features that resembled the young rookie of the year. Hashirama looked at the elderly man that stared daggers towards the older Orochimaru. Not a smile or frown, not a single speck of emotion, as if he never saw the man in front of him, as if he never treated him like his own son. But the lack of emotion and the hate-filled air was nothing compared to the electricity building between the one and only Minato Namikaze and the legendary Kenji Uzumaki. Jiraiya was a pervert. I'm sorry, Jiraiya is a pervert. Super pervert, actually. There's a difference. Trust me. Tsunade liked to drink. Like a lot. Like borderline alcoholic a lot. She was also a gambler. Gambled like hell. Did I forget to say she was unlucky? Like being called legendary sucker unlucky. So mixing it all together resulted in a very unpredictable situation. Take a guess. As the strikes of Tsunade blew past as he held her chakra-enhanced arms with little success, she pushed him away as he was thrown back. He gathered his feet and balance as he leapt towards his former lover. Jiraiya watched with regret as each opening went ignored. He dodged and sidestepped. He avoided any fatal blows and found his body not attacking with that killer intent to harm. It reminded him of his weakness when fighting Orochimaru, never trying to truly harm him, and now Tsunade. As the fight proceeded, Jiraiya couldn't help but let his mind wander to better times, the times of when they held each other in their arms, stared into each other's eyes for who knows how long. The sex was great, but it all was subpar to the times they had spent together. He truly fell for her, and no matter how many years they had been separated, he was hers. He remembered the day the two broke up, Truly a day he hated to remember so vividly. He had been gone on an undercover mission to IWA, a gather information assignment with an unusually large assignment time. But the only downside to Jiraiya's life at the time was the long time he would spend away from his beloved. His life at the time was at an incredible upside. He was young, in love, well-known, lived in a time of short-lived peace, and he recently found a new interest in novel writing. Nothing was wrong. Everything was perfect. Tsunade reached behind her and felt a decently large boulder. She moved her chakra with hard work perfection and felt her muscles clench with newly found power and strength. She winded her arm back and aimed for his still body. She remembered the times together. Oh, the wonderful times. How they could talk for hours on end, and yet they could just stare at each other without speaking a word. How his perverted side was slowly shrinking and focusing on her, and how her inner pervert felt thrilled at the thought that she was all that he needed. Jiraiya pushed aside the projectile as he waited for the next move. Tsunade charged forward with her arm drawn back and green chakra building within her fist, waiting for the perfect time to release and destroy her target. Jiraiya frowned at the seriousness of the attack. He pounced backwards and slammed his fist to the ground. He muttered the small sentence. As black markings rushed around the small hallway, and the pinky wet flesh quickly surrounded the room in a sickeningly fast pace. The flesh didn't seem to stop her momentum as she felt the chakra reach its final stage. Jiraiya snared as his hair sharpened and surrounded his body. Temari watched her lap as she pulled batches and batches of grass in frustration. She pulled and pulled, ripping the grass apart. She looked at the piled-up grass and made a cry of frustration, pushing it away from her in an almost scared expression. She stood up in a huff as she tried her best to control her emotions, especially at an important time like this where her throat could be slit at any time without warning or emotion. She looked around with teary eyes, memories of those tear-filled eyes piercing her soul. She felt the hollow look he gave her as she felt the emptiness enter her. She betrayed him. She said to herself, she betrayed him. And for what? She yelled to herself, not really caring to be heard or not, feeling the pent-in emotions roll off, if only slightly. The pent-in emotions felt like a heavy weight across her shoulders and a screaming pain in her chest. His eyes, his beautiful eyes staring at her with an expression she never wanted to see, ever. The look of betrayal and emptiness, the look of heartbreak and sadness. She remembered the sight all too vividly. The aura of heartbreak surrounded him as the smoke blocked her vision. She had never been so emotionally and physically exhausted at a time like this. Her chakra was running low, and the stress she felt from her decision to leave Naruto was slowly building. Someone placed a hand on her shoulder. She stiffened in fear for a split second, but years of training forced the kunai in her hand. She saw Kankuro staring at her with a confused look. She eased her tensed muscles, and her guard went down slightly. She cursed herself for letting herself being caught in this predicament of emotional distress. Temari, what? Gaara, over there. She pointed at the direction she last saw her sibling in, wiping the fresh tears with her free hand. Temari, what hap? Leave me alone, she said, yelled, wanting to be left alone. But, just leave, she screamed at him. Kankuro moved back confused. Please, just leave, she whispered to her brother, just loud enough to be heard over the sounds of war and battle echoing in the distance. Kankuro was confused, but complied. He frowned as he went in the direction she pointed at to help his brother. As she used her kunoichi senses, she felt that Kankuro was out of earshot as she felt fresh tears roll down her cheeks. I'm sorry, she whispered, somehow feeling that if she said it aloud, somehow he would hear her. I am sorry. Kushina pulled the dark green blade out. Jade was considered the deadliest to carriers of demon blood. Legend foretell Shinigami's imprisonment was a jail cell made of the jade substance, until his eventual breakout, through help from the many powerful demons and gods. The sunset in the distance was blocked by the black smoke of burning buildings, and the growling gray clouds slowly swallowed the very few rays of sunlight left to illuminate the village and battlefield. Kushina pulled the whirlpool headband tighter around her forehead and tightened the bandages around her wrists. She looked at the crying mess of Asuna Kunoichi. She pitied her as she saw the small glimpses of her that reminded her of herself. It was such a shame that the Kyuubi's influence was so strong. Like that of her trapped son, she wouldn't allow the dark forces of the Nine Tails to harm any more people. She will ease the pain that she is suffering. The dagger glinted in the distance as Temari saw the red-headed woman holding a dagger in the distance. "Who are you?" Temari said as she held the kunai to her chest, in a defensive manner, looking at the flanks, wondering if this woman was a distraction. She smiled as she looked at the strategic mind that this young genin displayed. The way she looked at her surroundings, as to check if she was surrounded, her mind was focused on detecting any jinjutsu or trap that she may have laid. Her kunai was not aiming at her location, but was centered at her chest, a way of defensive to protect her center. "Who are you?" she said once more and even louder, but was bluntly ignored by the smirking red-headed nin. She felt herself curse again as she had left her fan with Gaara. She was a well-rounded nin, but her ninjutsu was based around her fan. Temari's eyes concentrated on the headband to try and gather some research from Miss Kunoichi, who was strangely staring at her, and even more unusually standing still. "The Kyuubi. His influence has harmed you," she said in a slickly voice that seemed unnatural to the woman. Temari stared confused at the woman. "Kyuubi. The Nine Tails, what had the demon have to do with this? The demon had perished with the fourth Hokage a long time ago. Why did this psycho bring it up all of a sudden?" "It has my baby, and now it has you under its dark spell," she said in a low, unnatural voice that just felt evil and unstable. Her green eyes flickered to side, and her hand shook with some sort of fear. Temari herself could feel the aura of paranoia, fear, and power all together in this unstable kunoichi. "What are you talking about?" Temari spoke in a shaky voice, filled with fear and curiosity. Kushina's eyes squinted at the look of confusion set heavily across her face. This in turn confused Kushina. She was under the impression that the underlings of Kyuubi would know a fair amount about their master. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. Young Kunoichi, your demonic master has a spell over my poor baby Naruto," Kushina spoke with a stable, insulted voice. Temari mind blasted at the name. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Could this strange woman be the mother of her beloved?